Hi, welcome back to the second part, looking at the research, new evidence of Jimmy Saville, linking in with Exborn Manor, JFK, the royal family. It's massive, everybody, and it is all verifiable. Lots of theories in relation to why this is all centralised around me. It does appear to be the case. Just going to wait for the numbers to come up a little bit. And in the last part, we looked at a connection to the block of flats where Jimmy Saville owned a property from 1972 until the day of his death, called in Elizabeth Court in Bournemouth, right near Exborn Manor. And we looked at an address of 5 Pool Road connecting to Exborn Manor directly. Well, we're now going to look at how it links into the Crown Corporation and JFK almost immediately from the research. Please tap the likes. Get as many people on here as you can. The trouble is with these lives is it enables them to suppress them. What I really also need to do is videos showing this evidence, not on a live, and get that distributed out to everyone as well. We really need this evidence to get as far and wide as we can. Later on, we're going to be looking at more evidence of the World Martial Authority now appearing to be connecting in to the links that I've made to the death of Daniel Morgan, as well as connections to Kim Jong-un, and how this links in with the rapid response teams now again, and a deception surrounding them, and that all then goes back into my family again. So, Crown Corporation Limited was incorporated on Companies House in January 2020, soon after the supposed COVID outbreak and when Prince Harry moved to America to separate from the royal family. This was 6 months after Julian Assange and Julian Assange was arrested a little bit earlier. Julian Assange was arrested in April 2019, supposedly, and Jeffrey Epstein in July 2019. And 5 months after cell towers were erected in Wuhan, China, with the supposed COVID outbreak happening in December 2019. This is a little bit of information about the Crown Corporation, just who they are. In Canada, Crown Corporation, it says here, it's a type of organisation that is structured like a private corporation, but is directly and wholly owned by the Canadian federal government or a provincial government. Crown corporations have a long-standing presence in the country and have a significant economic impact with commercial operations equivalent to 7% of Canada. Now, the royal family have a massive link in, obviously, to Canada in all of this. Obviously, it's a Commonwealth organisation, I believe, along with, obviously, Australia and other countries. But here is an organisation called Crown Corporation. Matthew Boulos Hanna, and I'm going to verify it with you, is shown as the only director and connects Crown Corporation Limited to Crown Finance Corporation Limited, that was incorporated in 1980, the same year that the Georgia Guidestones were erected in the United States and that represented an upcoming man-made apocalypse. Rebecca Boulos Hanna connects Crown Corporation Limited to Sears House Management, that was incorporated in 1991, the same year as the important events, which includes David Icke coming out saying that the world would be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis, and the relativistic heavy ion collider started to be built in New York, and connects immediately to the fraud by Wildman and Battelle of Queen Victoria Street, okay, on its incorporation document. Wildman and Battelle Limited is shown in the People Record and connects to over 14,600 companies, including one of the first ones viewed, Ambassador Snooker Club Limited. That was incorporated on the 23rd of August 2007, exactly the same day as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated. And it has a registered address of 5A Pool Road, Bournemouth, Dorset, with 5 Pool Road, Bournemouth, being on page 3 of the incorporation document for Exborn Manor Freehold Limited, and the block of flats that we have just now linked to directly to Jimmy Saville. All right, now I'm just going to show you this so you can see it into Crown Corporation. I'm just going to stop the comments because I can't see. And what I'll do later, we really need more people. There's only 35 people on here. They're either really suppressing it or, I mean, this is the most important evidence. Anyway, we'll keep going. There's 35. Crown Corporation I've just realised, going back in, this address links immediately into the research of the United Nations, connecting into Lee Clegg, which links into the World Martial Authority, Kim Jong-un, and I've now linked this directly into, not directly with them murdering him, but linking into the murder of Daniel Morgan of 1987, which we're going to look at later. And it now then links in with the rapid response teams as well, which we're going to look at. So you can see incorporated January 2020. And if we go, it says development of building projects. So if we go into the filing history, oh no, people record. Actually, we'll have a quick look at the filing history, just in case there's anything else I haven't picked up on recently in there. No. Okay, so if we go into the people record, Matthew Hanna, and I've only looked in one of these, a couple of these records. I haven't even looked into the main. Let's see if they've still got it. Crown Corporation, Crown Finance Corporation. Here we go. So this was incorporated in 1980, the same year that the Georgia Guidestones were erected. And remember, they were damaged and destroyed the same month that I approached Anthony Roberts, same month that Musk brother bought a drone company, the same month that a experiment took place at CERN for the first time in 3 years since Jeffrey Epstein's arrest in July 2019. I've forgotten the name, bear with me. Oh, there it is. I think it's Bulu Hannah, isn't it? Next year. It might even be in here, Wildman and Patel. No. Which one is it? Because there's a couple of records. So we've got Rebecca Bulus Hannah, yeah. Okay. And then into... Sorry, I'm just trying to... Oh, yeah. Rebecca Bulus Hannah. See, these will all be relevant. Barron and Sons. Who do we know who's called Barron? Barrons are very important in all of this, but we'll leave that for now. That's more research. We'll pretty much confirm more into this of what we're looking at here. And then it was Sears House Management, 1991, People Record. Now remember, there's over 5 million registered companies, everybody. Over 5 million registered companies. Now, these all become relevant. Same Day Company Services Limited, that links in with the entertainment industry, all right, which goes hand in hand with all of this. Girls Aloud, I believe, are linked into that, which I found out via the research of Liam Payne, who supposedly fell from a balcony. There's obviously, I think people have been, certainly been arrested, haven't they, for, in relation to his death. Well, here's Wildman and Patel. Now, this becomes important not only from this link, but you're going to see JFK links in a minute. And then almost immediately, it should be, unless they've moved it. And this is just one connection, everybody. Remember, there will be vastly more. Ambassador Snooker Club. Now, remember, Ambassador Snooker Club is on Glenfern Road in Bournemouth. Okay, and these are the buildings that Jimmy Saville owned. Okay, and he lived in the flat in Bournemouth. And here, look at the date, 23rd of August 2007, the exact same day that Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited was incorporated on Company's House. Okay, if we go into it, 23rd of August 2007, filing history. Oh, there you go. You can see it there anyway. 5A Poole Road. Okay, so this now links to Jeffrey Epstein via the Crown Corporation, Jimmy Saville via the Crown Corporation. Far too quickly to be a coincidence, and there'll be loads more connections. So where else does 5A Poole Road come in? Well, let's look at Robert F. Kennedy. I'll just carry on reading this. So Wildman and Patel Limited was incorporated in 1960. And since August 2016, has had Same Day Company Formations Limited as its company of significant control. This is the exact same. That's the same month that the ritual took place at CERN, the Shiva statue, which represents creation destruction, linking him back in with the collider technology. Sean James Wigand connects Wildman and Patel Limited to 7 companies, including Lambert Chapman LLP, that was incorporated on the 24th of May 2007, 3 weeks after Madeleine McCann went missing. It is a criminal company and appears to be a forged incorporation document with London Law Agency Limited on page 1 of its incorporation documents. That's coming in from Wildman and Patel. Now, Wildman, that means a link there straight to Keir Starmer, straight in to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales via the London Law Agency, a criminal organisation, and straight in to Madeleine McCann, the Madeleine McCann company, via that research. But let's get back to what I was going to verify and show you. So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and cloud spraying. Robert Francis Kennedy Jr. is the nephew of apparently assassinated former American President John F. Kennedy. He was made the Secretary of Health and Human Resources by Donald Trump last year and has made various promises regarding health matters, including about stopping fluoride contamination and cloud seeding and chemtrails. In December 2025, I saw a video of MP Andrew Bridgen, that should say, oh my goodness, 2 spelling mistakes, appearing to talk about, I need to go over this, weather engineering and naming 2 companies of being involved, 2XL and RSV. A company South Shoats 2XL Aviation Limited was incorporated on the 28th of February 2022, within days of Putin announcing his special military operation against Ukraine. And as I'm asking early questions at Exborn Manor, it connects immediately to key areas of the fraud by its registered address of 128 City Way, London, and Kemp House, 160 City Road on its incorporation document. Ingo Prenti is on the incorporation document for the People record. Another search for 2XL UK Limited was 2XL Limited was incorporated in October 2016. 2 months after a ritual appears to have taken place at CERN, and the same year the Pizzagate scandal started to become exposed. It links immediately to the centralised fraud by Ashok Bhardwaj and to the research of US Defence Audit Company shown in the research of the Las Vegas shootings. Now, I'm not going to go into that because I could be going down a whole other thing here, but you can verify this from the documents. We have a link now to the biggest shooting in American history, the Las Vegas shooting of 2017, now coming in from the cloud spraying evidence. We're going to get back to 5 Paul Road in a minute and how this links in with the Kennedys. I'm just showing you this because of the cloud spraying connection. A company South search of Robert Francis Kennedy, here we go, shows a record with a different date of birth linking to 6 companies, including RFK Limited. Company number, this, that was incorporated in 2003 and dissolved in June 2010, the same year that CERN Limited was incorporated. It has Wildman and Patel Limited on its incorporation document record, making a connection to the Crown Corporation and 5 Paul Road, Bournemouth. Again, as previously shown in the incorporation document, its incorporation document appears to be being blocked from access. So let me just go into this. So here's Robert Francis Kennedy, slightly different date of birth than what they've got for him. Where is the party at? R. Kennedy, RFK. Now, there's other connections through this, but I'm just showing you the 5 Paul Road link. Okay, that's what you need to know because you can see then the connection to Jimmy Savile. So, first of all, it dissolved July 2022. Anthony Roberts resigned on the 13th of that month. Okay, so you can see after that he resigned, they're all panicking. Companies are dissolving. Oh dear, Gary's exposing the link to everything. If we go into the People record, is it in this one? Hold on. Not that one. It's not that one. That's another one that's interesting though, isn't it? Look at that. It's in his record. In a record for his name. It's this one, I believe. There you go. This is it. Okay, so there we have Wildman and Patel Limited, the exact same company that we were just looking at, which means you're going to have the link to Jimmy Saville again, because there will be Ambassador Snooker Club. Okay. Now, where else does five come in? So that's now Kennedy, Jimmy Saville, linking to Exmoor Manor, the directors, and they want me to find this out, everybody. It appears there's people. Why would they take me to the flat? Why would they take me there in the chance that I might see that video and make the connections in all of this? Now, if we go to 5 Poole Road, where is it? I'm just trying to find a picture of my mum in all of this. I'll just go from here. Okay, so my mum worked for an organisation called Barron Medical Limited. Okay, now it links to the NHS. I'm just going to read this, actually. I see no option but to expose people publicly by their names with images now, particularly due to the risks appearing to be posed to children. Spelling mistake. My mother, Maureen Warsman, works for whom I'm led to believe is Brian Beaton, and a company called Barron Medical Limited, apparently based in Rainham area of Kent. From my understanding, the company reconditions items in relation to the NHS, which makes immediate possible connections to Deborah Fleming, who was the NHS CEO for Hampshire, Isle of Wight and Dorset, and who initiated my removal from Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited after refusing to file the forged bank documents. Company's house shows that Barron Medical Limited was incorporated as Copland's MOT Centre Limited, and that its name was changed for the first time in December 2011, 2 months after Jimmy Saville supposedly died, when its name became Barron Care Limited, and its name was changed again in 2016 after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed and the ritual took place at CERN. The address is shown as 2 Poole Road, Bournemouth, and 5 Poole Road, Bournemouth is shown on the incorporation document for Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. So it's slightly different address, but it's the same road. It's no coincidence, everybody. I thought it was the same one, actually, but it's not. It's number 2. But it's so close to it that it's going to be connected. And you'll see, I'm going to show you the response from my mum when I identified the link to this company. Okay, in a minute, I'm going to show you if I can find it, the actual message that my mum sent me, my supposed mum. So this, despite Bournemouth, 5 Poole Road, Bournemouth is shown on the incorporation document for Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited, despite it being 3.5 hours away from my mother. The filing history shows that in January 2025, an application was made to strike the company from the register. The incorporation document shows Clifford Donald Wing and Reichman Wing Limited, connecting it to the fraud immediately, and I suspect it relates to the Reichman family. The information suggests was the fourth richest family, one of the fourth richest family in the world at one point. Clifford Donald Wing is shown as having been a director for one day and connects Barron Medical Limited to 1,671 companies, including Prudent Properties London Limited, that was incorporated in June 2007, the month after Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Mr. Rikesh Soda connects Prudent Properties to Highcliffe Nursing Services Limited, that has a registered address of 31 to 33 Commercial Road in Poole. Bearing in mind that's my mum's organisation, 3.5 hours away, okay, and Apex Company Services Limited on the incorporation document. Lester Aldridge is in the people record, making important connections as shown throughout the document, including to my wife's family in Dorset. Now, my mum never told me there was a connection to them and Exmoor Manor, never told me these links at all. Okay, so here's Barron Medical. I'm going to show you it. Barron Medical Limited. So it's got 2 Poole Road, Bournemouth, as a registered address here. Incorporated October 2010. So that is the month before CERN Limited was incorporated on Company's House. You can see the previous names down here. Copland's MOT changed it 2 months after Jimmy Saville's death. Changed it again in 2016 as the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed. On the incorporation document. Midland House 2 Pool Road. Where did I get 2A from? We've got Clifford Wing. Clifford Donald Wing. It's 2 Pool Road. I don't know where I got 2A from. Pool Road. Okay, so it's 5 Pool Road, Bournemouth, on the incorporation document for the other connections that we've made. Let's just go into... Okay, now let's find my mother's note or a message. I'm just going to show you the message she sent me. Now, this absolutely makes sense why, even before I found this evidence, my mum kept saying, a couple of times she'd mentioned, I'm not going to see you again soon, am I? Now, this was before I found any evidence about my mum connected to this, so she knew what I was uncovering. She knew what I was uncovering. Here's a picture of my mum, who I've been led to believe was my mum. Now, I personally don't recall anything specifically in my life to ring huge alarm bells of a link to my family in all of this, unless I was being drugged when I was a child. Okay, which there's lots of evidence linking in with the doomsday cult of Julian Assange. Now, I'm not saying that happened to me, okay, but I do have memories, and I was having a discussion with someone the other day, of sexual encounters when I was a child with other children, which you could put down to experimentation, but it was as if we were recreating something that happened elsewhere. Now, I can't confirm that, okay, I can't confirm that. So I'm just going to read you this. I was born in Kent in England in 1977, and when I was young, my mother had been involved in running a babysitting group with my godparents. As far as I'm aware, this involved parents taking turns in looking after people's children, so it could free their time up. My godparents' son became one of my good friends, but unfortunately later in life, I was led to believe that he was prosecuted for child internet crimes. I tried to support him where he claimed no one else had. He had claimed that he struggled over his parents' death from cancer, and I was concerned he would end his life, and he had appeared to be trying to change, so I kept in contact with him. My godparents later employed my mother, Maureen Waterman, on that picture, her boyfriend, Chris Hillman, my sister, my friend's girlfriend, Joe Hatt, and others in a photocopying company called CBS that had possible connections to CERN. Now, when I've researched that company, I find links straight to Wimborne in Dorset, which is where the creator for the World Wide Web, Tim Berners-Lee, lived, and where the Flemings lived that initiated my removal. And it's where my wife's friend, Leanne Hawksworth, who works for Siemens, last time I spoke to her, and Siemens is a Nazi-linked company that links back in to CERN and the Collider technology. Okay, now this all makes sense. This company, CBS, that all of these people in my family worked for, they were to do with photocopying. Tim Berners-Lee was involved in a copying company, either after he worked at CERN or before, I can't remember. And then he created the World Wide Web in 1989 for CERN, where he'd worked in 1980. Okay, so we got all of these links here now into my family, into CERN. We've already got the links to the royal family, and I'm showing you, and there's loads of other connections. I'm just showing you the connections I've found recently into the Pool Road address, linking into this new Jimmy Savile evidence. Where was I going to go with that? Now, interestingly, so Joe Hatt was the girlfriend of my friend, Christopher Gamay. And Christopher Gamay's father worked for Lloyd's Bank. And I remember when I was a child going to Lloyd's Bank in the evening when it was closed with his dad. Now, this is important because I acquired forged Lloyd's Bank documents in my inquiries through Exbourne Manor. And Lloyd's Bank documents Lloyd's Bank companies are on the incorporation document, page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales that links all areas of the fraud together. Okay, so this is not a coincidence, everybody. So I remember going as a child, I don't remember how old, but I wasn't very old. It would have been no older than 10, 11, 12 maybe 12, going to a Lloyd's Bank in Gillingham when it was closed in the evening with my friend's dad. I'm not sure. I think my friend might have been there as well. I have vague memories, as I've said, of participating in sexual activities with other children at some point when I was young. I'd thought this was just children experimenting. But with the evidence that am now acquiring, I have to consider that it was due to something more sinister. I don't recall adults being present during these activities, but it is as if we may have been recreating something that had happened elsewhere, and I hadn't viewed or knowingly participated in any other sexually explicit activity. I'm not going to mention that. The evidence at the moment, because I just don't want to implicate anybody at the moment than I already have. The evidence being acquired suggests that a huge part of this criminal system involves crimes against children, and that pharmaceuticals are being used to suppress their memory, and all three of my families connect quickly to key figures, as I've said, in the fraud, including the royal family, David Icke, etc., Ghislaine Maxwell and Julian Assange. A Guardian article from 2016 links Julian Assange to an Australian doomsday cult. And we'll look at this because this is so important. Growing up with the... this is annoying. I'm not going to go into it. If you search, I don't want to accept everything on here at the moment. If you go in, type in Julian Assange, the family, you'll be able to see that article. Okay, and within there, it talks about properties in Kent. Even though the actual family was in Australia, it mentions properties in Kent. Well, obviously Kent is where my family are from, and links in with the Cray twins and all of these other connections. The research shows that Julian Assange was born. I'm not going to go into all of the Julian Assange evidence. Just want to find the... Where's the thing? This then all clicks into my wife, my father-in-law. If I don't think we're even legally married because of the fraud, I don't think anyone is. That's my wife's father on the left, or who I've been led to believe was her father, Nicholas Morton. And this then connects into the evidence and the research around Trevor Meelan, who is part of the Rapid Response Team. We're going to come back to the Rapid Response Team later. I'm trying to find this. I want to show you the response from my mum. Looks like they wouldn't have removed it from my document, would they? I wonder if they've removed that. Let's go back. I think it's important just to see the reaction from my mum in this. Now, I know they've been trying to infiltrate me as I'm gaining the evidence within documents. And I've had a couple of infiltrations, but it'd be good if I can show you this. Would it be... No. Is it? No. That's annoying. Oh, here's, whilst we're on this, because we're going to be talking about him later, this is apparently Bannerman. Okay, we're going to be talking about Bannerman later. Apparently an image of him, and he didn't seem keen to be keen to have someone filming him. You need to really take note of his... He needs to be arrested. by the people. So do all of the rapid response teams, people. And I'm going to show you evidence later why we know they're implicated and they're lying. Okay, I can't find that at the moment. I'll have to come back to that later. So let's go into, it looks like they've removed it actually. So this is the building that Jimmy Saville owned a property in. Okay, we go back into the Companies House records and we're going to see how important this becomes. And then I think it's important after this, I'm going to jump onto the Greenland subject, all right, because I think that's really quite critical at the moment. And then I'm going to come back into the links to a rapid response, the World Marshal Authority, and Kim Jong-un, and now the Daniel Morgan murder in all of this. If that murder is even real, if that really happened. So we're within the company that the building that relates to the building where Jimmy Saville owned a property from 1972. John Michael Calver connects. Oh no, let's go back. Sorry. Mark Richard Timberlake connects Elizabeth Court Bournemouth Limited to 7 companies, including Lacey's Limited. Remember, Lacey's was the name on the incorporation document of the company, but they'd crossed out with Turner and Lacey's, and they crossed out Turner. I think we're going to find out why in a minute, okay, when we come through this. But here we go. So into this record connects to Lacey's Limited, making the connection to Exbourne Manor again to 5 Pool Road. The company was incorporated in 1988, the year before the World Wide Web was created for CERN, and it is a criminal company, have been incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. So we'll just go into that, show you that. I think he's at the bottom. Yeah, that was good memory. When was he appointed? Okay, so he was appointed in 2004, resigned in 2005. Here's Lacey's, which becomes important because Lacey's, remember, is one of the names on the incorporation document. 5 Pool Road, 1988. Solicitors. Filing history. Criminal company. Same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. Swift Incorporations Limited. Jordan's and Sons Limited, which is Jordan's Limited. It's the same companies, okay? Just have a quick look to see if there's anything else we're going to look at on here. In the people record. John Michael Calver company to 17 companies, including Bournemouth and District Law Society, with a correspondence address, spelling wrong. Correspondence address in Wimborne, spelling wrong. Wimborne is where the same town where the Flemings lived, where the creator of the World Wide Web lived, and where my wife's friend who worked for Siemens lived. It has featured in the research and has a forged register and a registered address of Borough Chambers, Furvale Road, Bournemouth, a road adjacent to where Jimmy Saville owned other property. Oh. I'm going to show you this. So Calver also connects to Bournemouth and Paul College, that we'll come to in a minute. So we're within there. So Calver in the records. Bournemouth and District Law Society. Remember, this is illegal. All right, they are the criminals, everybody. The solicitors, all solicitors need to be arrested as soon as possible by you. I cannot emphasize this. They're all centralized to the Temple Bar, which links into serious crimes against all of humanity. Even if those crimes are a deception, we have a criminal financial system in place. You can see it as Borough Chambers, Furvale Road, Bournemouth, 1893 incorporated. Now, I think this is a forged company, but very discreetly. Okay, notice Bournemouth and District and. Notice the word and. Bournemouth and District Incorporated Law Society. Look when they changed their company name. For the only time, 1989, the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN, everybody. So let's have a look at its incorporation document. This links into the solicitors that they're trying to use, okay, to steal my assets. And it is theft. It's all theft, everybody. The whole system. Remember the word and. They used and on the register, but here it's the and symbol. That is a forgery. They knew it. They did it deliberately. That means this company is illegal. Okay? It's a criminal organization. It's not been registered legally. We can see the dates on here, 1893. It's forged registers. They forged the electronic register. However, it looks as though they've done it for somebody to expose it. Okay, which is a big theory in all. We're going to come to the theory and how it relates to me in the next few days. All right, but I'm just going to show you this evidence now. This is obviously set up all around me for whatever reason. It's obvious now. So if we go into... Now, if it's not deliberately set up around me, then we are talking divine intervention in all of this. And I was having a conversation on the phone earlier, and there's certain things that have happened that can only be a divine intervention unless they have managed to alter time, space, and material all around me at certain times for me to acquire some of the evidence at the time I did. There's certain things that I'll go into again at some point that cannot be the case unless it is divine or those things have happened. Calvert also connects to Bournemouth and Paul College. It was incorporated in 1994 and dissolved on the 1st of November 2011, days after Jimmy Saville's death. He died on the 29th of October 2011. Bearing in mind, we've got a link to Jimmy Saville now from this. So that's not going to be a coincidence, everyone, is it? The incorporation document appears to be blocked by Companies House, but can be found in a selection of documents on the 1st of January 1995, which is the year that the Hackler International Advisory Board Company was created, which links the intelligence agencies to the Russian government and the royal family again in all of this. It has Still Raymond solicitors of Post Office Road, Bournemouth, featured in the research, and an address of 224 Sandbanks Road, Lilliput, near to my wife's former employer, and it has Russell House, Oxford Road, Bournemouth, used throughout the fraud, and that often links to Leicester Aldridge solicitors, which then links to my wife's family. Again, not only to my wife's family, but links immediately to the research of the person that introduced me to my wife in 2007. It was all staged around me. Used throughout the fraud and making connections to my wife's family and my former colleagues. Barry Edward Glazier is shown on page 13 as being linked to Dorset Chamber of Commerce and Wimborne Minister Model Town. The exact same person and company linked to the research of Ukraine, which then links to the Russian government, CMS, which is the company linked to Donald Trump, Jimmy Savile, Prince Andrew, Princess Anne, the Opera Christchurch earthquake companies, linking with Jimmy Savile, again coming in from another area, the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom, and Julian Assange and a doomsday cult, as shown elsewhere in the document. So I'm just going to go through some of this and verify it with you. So we want Calver also connecting in with Bournemouth and Paul College. So here's Bournemouth and Paul College. Actually, let's go back. When was he appointed? 1996, leading up to the World Trade Center deception. Resigned after the World Trade Center deception, 2002. And I do say deception, and we're going to come to a theory potentially that none of the things that we've led to believe happened may have happened. Now, the big one is obviously the World Trade Center. How would they pull that off? So that's something we're going to talk about later. 1994, so that's the year before the Hackler International Advisory Board Company was created, which links to the intelligence agencies, into the Russian government and to the royal family. And if we go into the file, I think it's on the filing history, corporation document. Cannot see it. Okay, so they blocked the incorporation document there, but I know how to generally find it where they've hidden it. Sometimes you can't find it at all, and they've removed whole company house records as we're going with all of this. But I'm securing all of the evidence as well. So it's 1995, wasn't it? So I've got to go back. Notice the changes. Location of register of members address changed. The document is currently not available. 6th of November, so not long after the World Trade Center disaster. And then the selection of documents. Where is it? Oh, need to go back further. Sorry, my brain's not engaging. 1995, which is the year that the Hackler International Advisory Board registered office changed. It's intro. Post Office Road, Bournemouth. So they changed it. I can't remember when the Hackler International Advisory Board was actually incorporated, but it's probably going to be around that time. Selection of documents. Still Raymond. Post Office Road, Bournemouth. The square at Bournemouth. So this is right in the centre. Now this then links in with the actual office that I used to work at in Bournemouth, connecting into the research of the World Trade Center disaster, all right, via a World Trade Center company. It's actually called the World Trade Center something or other. You go in through that, it literally goes to an office that I worked at in Bournemouth, which is just up the hill from the square in Bournemouth. This is all set up, and it's all linked into me for whatever reason. So we have Post Office Road, Bournemouth. What else was I going to show you on here? Post Office Road, Bournemouth. Retired marketing. I'm just having a quick look through this. This address also features throughout the fraud. Upper Links Road, they use that. Head of Business Development, Bournemouth and Paul College, Further Education. Ashley Runs. Jennifer Mary Surridge. 224, there we go. 224 Sandbanks Road, Lilliput. Now that's not far away at all from my wife's employer. And my wife's employer, where he lived and where he worked, particularly, is in Sherborne, that links straight to Virgin Foundation companies and a Treasure Island kids company. Bearing in mind, Jeffrey Epstein had an island, and what's his name? Richard Branson of the Virgin Foundation had an island. However, we have to consider deception deliberately for some reason. All right? A lot of what we've been told could be a deception tying in to the prophecies, tying in to get somebody to expose it, to identify all of this. All right? And this is something we're going to come into another time. I mean, the big question is, everybody, look, if Jimmy Saville purchased that flat in 1972, it's before I was born. All right? Now, that's not going to be a coincidence that he ended up buying a flat right near Exbourne Manor, where I ended up buying a property. Now, I made the decision to move from Kent to Dorset. Nobody forced that decision upon me. I actually applied for Devon and Cornwall. Now, this could have all been staged. I applied for Devon and Cornwall Police, but I forgot a bit of paperwork. So they said, and then I went for Dorset and got a position at Bournemouth. I was then led into purchasing Exbourne Manor via Jock Condon, and Condon appears to be related to Paul Condon, who was a Chief Commissioner of London. So Paul Condon, who had originally been a Chief Constable of Kent, where I moved from. Okay, so you can see how this is all tying in all around me for whatever reason. So we have, who else is on here? Born from Paul College. Sales Director Vaughan. Loads of other companies here. Dorset Training and Enterprise Council. Wimborne Minster, there we go. That's what I needed to show you, isn't it? Wimborne Minster, model town. Resigned in 1990. Important year after the World Wide Web was created for CERN. So then what we do is we go into the document, Wimborne Minster model town. And I'll just show you this whilst we're on it. Into my document. Bearing in mind, we are literally right by Jimmy Saville. Right by it. There's over 5 million registered companies. Just waiting for it to load up. It's quite a big document now. 1,116. I've still got more pages to add to it. Quite a few spelling mistakes. They removed my spell check from the document creator. Very likely deliberately as a, let's try and make it a bit hard for Gary and make him look a bit, you know, like he's not very good at spelling. Obviously, everything is on my phone. It's not an excuse, but I can't see all the spelling sometimes. Here we go. So this is coming in now from, just going to show you a bit of this. Ukraine. Just trying to think. I don't want to go read all of this out because I'm a bit mindful of time. Let's go back a little. How far back? Oh, here we go. We'll just start from this bit. Research for Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shows that he had began his presidential campaign in 2018 as Gordon Bowden was publicising his findings of a non-verification of the fraud and its connection to 788 to 790 Finchley Road. Now, that immediately links in to the Vatican, okay? Because where he was in a conference was set up by Sacha Stone, who I have information linked straight to the Vatican via the the black nobility families. All right. Zelensky was elected and became president of Ukraine on the 20th of May 2019, between the arrest of Julian Assange and Jeffrey Epstein, on the lead up to the COVID deception. He is from the entertainment industry, which is a huge part of the fraud and crimes against humanity. And videos have emerged of both Zelensky and Emmanuel Macron, who's in the news at the moment, being connected to entertainment and dressed effeminately, in other words, in women's clothing. Research shows that the Ukrainian conflict has hugely facilitated in the capture of orphaned children, unless that is a deception, okay, which we're going to be coming into over the next few days. For basically what I'm starting to realise here, and I started gathering the evidence from the death of George Floyd, which I don't believe even happened. So if they want us to believe a death was real, what else do they want us to believe is real and why? This is the big question. And how does that relate to me in all of this, okay? Anyway, let's keep forward. Let's keep going because that's a whole big subject we're going to cover later. Research shows that Ukrainian conflict was hugely facilitating the capture of children into the child trafficking network, and that Zelensky's aide, Ivan Bakanov, had operated a network of offshore companies, including Maltex Multi-Capital Corporation and their TV company, K. Vartel. A company South Search reveals Maltex Business Limited, same company, first part, was incorporated in 2013 and it dissolved in 2018. All right, as Volodymyr Zelensky is coming in. It has Unitrust of 44 Broadway, London on its registered address and 50 Broadway being on the incorporation document for the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners, which is linked to Jimmy Saville and CERN, and now they are scrapping the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners since I've identified it. Now, this address, you will see Broadway, and I think it's 44. It might be slightly different. Links to my latest research of the World Martial Authority, now linking into the Rapid Response Team. You're going to see some messages sent from them and how that links in. And also, it links to Kim Jong-un, the United Nations, as well, and a British Taxpayers Association company that has just dissolved on the 2nd of January. I think it was January, January this year, even though it was incorporated in 1930. And remember, this is linked to the taxation system, everybody, where they are defrauding trillions from the masses in relation to all of this. So they all need to be arrested, whichever way you look at it. All of the Freemasons, all of the solicitors, all of the accountants, all of the financial advisors, they must face or certainly need to be removed from any further influence upon humanity because of this deception. And if they try to attack humanity, the consequences to them are the most serious imaginable. I can promise you that now. All right. If they attack humanity, if there's any truth in the CERN side of things and the cell towers and nuclear war, which I suspect there's not, but if there is, then they will face the ultimate consequences. I can promise you that. Anyone involved in this, anyone that's not assisted in exposing it, anyone that tries to run from it, anyone that tries to hide, they will all be facing the consequences. So if we go into this, let's have a quick look at this company, Moltex. You can see dissolved as Zelensky is coming in, 2018, address 44 Broadway. Now there's a company here, Unit Trust, I haven't researched. That'll be good for me to research. This links, you'll see the research in a minute is going to link straight to that company we were just looking at. A separate shows, I did research it. So you've got is it Unitrust in there? Yeah, so I do. So you've got Unitrust here, look. Interesting name of Burrell. This name is the same name linking with the World Marshal Authority as well, via one of its heads. But anyway, could be coincidence, could be. It was incorporated in 2023, Unitrust, as I'm continuing the exposure of the fraud. And it dissolved in November 2025, as the exposure continued. It has Turkish name Safa Akdag on its incorporation document, and other searches based on this linking into a maze of duplicate records and fraud. David Jonathan Lausek is shown as a director for this company, and where's it gone? Oh, where's that gone? Has it jumped? Sorry, I'm just going to have to search that again. My eyes are terrible. There's not enough people on here, everybody. They're either, I don't know if they're suppressing it, and half of you are going to be compromised. Potentially all of you. I hope not, but I have to consider that. Because they've controlled information right back in the Reformation. To the Reformation. Still trying to find it. Bear with me. They're cheats. They're cheats. They're liars. They're deceivers. They're against the Creator. Completely against the Creator. Because that is the opposite of moral conscience. Truth, integrity, transparency is the foundation of the Creator. We know that because we were given moral conscience by the Creator for the reason. So any of you, rapid response, you're all against the Creator. Whatever it is you're trying to do. You've been working against the Creator the whole time. It will load. It's just taking a while. I'm presuming it's because it's a big document, so it takes longer to find it. I see. Hold on, let me see if I can see where it shouldn't have jumped too far. It should be around. There's a picture, wasn't there? It was Vladimir. Vladimir? Is it Vladimir? It's like the document's just jumped. Unless that's them doing it. Oh, here we are. Okay. Let me try and carry on. So let's look at this company, Unitrust Limited. Remember, this is Unitrust is on the link to the research that we just done. Well, there you go. You can see dissolved very recently as I'm exposing it, incorporated as initially as I started escalating it. So this is where they're panicking. They're creating companies, moving money, and then realizing, oh dear, the exposure's getting bigger. Let's shut the company down. Let's change it around. Let's move it around. Let's dissolve things. Let's move people around, trying to avoid the accountability and liability, you see. So information technology, domestic. Let's have a look at the incorporation document. Chambers. So it's got a Chambers address. Look, St. George Chambers. That generally, if you see Chambers, it means a link quite often to the legal system. Here you have the person I was telling you about, Safa Akdag, Turkish, supposedly, probably a false name. Remember, there's been no verification by our governments deliberately because of this fraud. It allows the laundering of money by removing the accountability and liability linked into the taxation system to steal trillions from you, the innocents in this, because most of you are going to be innocent. And I pray everyone on here listening to this is innocent, but I doubt whether all of you will be. David John Lausek is a director of this company and a separate... Okay, yeah. So I need to go into the Multex company. Okay, so let me just show you the director. Okay, so we have the David Jonathan Lausek. In a separate search, there's only one record. There's multiple duplicate records, but there is only one record name, and it connects to Sunrise Trade Limited that was incorporated. Now, this is interesting. Now I'm going over this because I've recently found a Sunset company. We have Sunrise, Sunset, very likely going to be linked in from another area of research that I've just been doing. With middle name, and it connects to Sunrise Trade Limited that was incorporated in 2014. Lilia Cada connects this company to 16, including Fastbrid Technology Limited that was incorporated on the 16th of February 2011, which is 6 days before the Christchurch earthquake in New Zealand, which is all massively linked in with my research, and it dissolved in June 2019, the month before Jeffrey Epstein's arrest and on the lead up to the COVID deception. It has an address in Hampstead and Albion Business Consulting, and on its incorporation document. Hampstead is possibly relevant due to the Hampstead child abuse inquiry scandal, which I'm finding connections to that in all of this. But again, that now I have to consider the Hampstead child abuse inquiry was a deception for potentially me in all of this, okay? To make me believe that this was really happening to children on a large scale. Now, it could be, but if we go back to the George Floyd evidence that suggests that was a fake death, and other evidence I'm acquiring to suggest that people's missing cases, okay, involve the families, and therefore they may not have even been real as part of this, all right, then that is starting to build the picture of the vast deception in all of this, potentially. So if we go into, I just want to show you this. Hold on. Actually, I'm not going to worry about verifying that because it's not really massive. Other research suggests that Zelensky may have received yachts for his part in the corruption. And this also appears to be the case with Baroness Michelle Mone and the PPE scandal, with Mone making important connections to fraud and the royals. She's also connected directly in from the research into Ghislaine Maxwell, as shown elsewhere in the document. There are yacht companies featured throughout the research of the fraud and connecting closely to the Flemings of the Royal Yachting and the Royal Yachting Association, making important connections, including to my friends that I grew up with in Kent. All right. There are also expensive car manufacturers such as Rolls-Royce, Ferrari and Jaguar with fraudulent criminal companies to launder defrauded tax contributions from the masses into more difficult to trace tangible assets such as cars and yachts. Now, whether they've got rid of this article, we'll have a little look. Is it still there? Yeah. How pro-Russian yacht propaganda influenced US debate over Ukraine aid. A website founded by a former US Marine who now lives in Russia has fueled rumors that Zelensky purchased 2 luxury yachts with American-aided money. Despite the false claim, I doubt it's false, the disinformation plot was successful. It took off online and was echoed by members of the US Congress making crucial decisions about military spending. This is dated. Now, it's interesting. It's dated as I'm starting to expose the fraud. Why would they do that? Why would they give me this evidence? It's all part of the theory that's building and how it relates to me. It was an incredible assertion using 2 advisors as provided. Mr. Zelensky paid $75 million for 2 yachts. But not only has the Ukrainian government flatly denied the story, the 2 ships in question have not even been sold. So using fake purchases. Here's the link to the Michelle Moan site. Now, I've done a whole load of research on Michelle Moan. It is literally linking into everything. I'm not going to go into it, but you can go and search that. Oh. So we are going to get to that connection in a minute, like I told you about. The information within this document provides overwhelming evidence that Ukraine is working in a collaborative deception with the Russian, UK and other governments to exploit and victimize the masses in a sinister agenda. And we're going to look at Greenland later and see how this whole thing with Greenland is all part of the deception. Research suggests that BlackRock is the world's largest asset manager and is likely important to them as its name somehow being symbolic to their deceptive plans, or to make someone believe it potentially links to an apocalyptic attack against all of humanity as a deception. BlackRock companies are featured throughout the research of the fraud. All the way through, you can see BlackRock companies. The research shows that in December 2022, when I made the first official report of the fraud, Zelensky had coordinated a role for BlackRock in the reconstruction of Ukraine, giving them the ability to launder money through the conflict and reconstruction, as well as assist in the child trafficking network, if that is not a deception. An article from 2024 confirmed JP Morgan's involvement in this. Let me just open up the article if it's still here. Here we go. BlackRock and JP Morgan are backing a $15 billion investment fund to rebuild Ukraine. Now remember, JP Morgan links straight to the Flemings. Remember, it links to all of this, which means it links in with Jimmy Saville and everything else that I'm exposing. And you can see the article here is 2024. Why give me that evidence? They knew what I was exposing. They knew I was going to look at everything. And yet here we are. They've given me more evidence on a plate. Linking JP Morgan. Coalition of investors with support from BlackRock and JP Morgan are aiming to put together $15 billion in aid to rebuild Ukraine in a new group known as the Ukraine Development Fund. They are supporting investments from state bodies and capital markets, and the fund will bring together a consortium of investors to finance at least $15 billion of reconstruction work in the country after years of Russian invasion. Now, I know this is a collaborative deception. I know the Russian government's involved with Ukraine. All right, it's all a lie. Everything we're seeing. So is Greenland. They're all working together, and I'm going to show you the evidence on the Greenland leader later. This and other evidence shows beyond all reasonable doubt that there is a collaborative deception against the masses between Russia, Ukraine, the Flemings, the leaders of other nations against the masses, referring back to JP Morgan elect. Because that's further back on the document, sorry. I might have to show you that, though, because I think that's going to lead into what we're talking about. JP Morgan elect and the Ukraine... so I need to show you that. Referring back to JP Morgan elect. So I'll be back here somewhere. Prior to this. Oh, here we go. Also connects JP Morgan elect. JP Morgan elect. Here we go. JP Morgan elect. Is it going to still be there? Yep. Okay, so this just to confirm it. Notice King's Orchard. Notice Queen Street. Notice liquidation. Notice incorporated 1999. So they're shutting the company down because they know what I'm doing. All right, they know it's all up. Notice the Fleming name. The Fleming Managed Growth PLC, 1999. Changed its name at one point before and after the World Trade Center disaster. Let's have a look. Well, I can't remember what's on the incorporation document, but we're going to show you the link to Ukraine from this in a minute. Because it's good for me to go back into things because I can confirm with further research that I've acquired. So you can see, 1 Silk Street used throughout the fraud, an address. R.J. Hackwood Secretary is part of the fraud. Just have a look. Linklaters, that links straight to the vaccines. Straight to the vaccines. That links to AstraZeneca PLC. If you go and type in AstraZeneca PLC, you'll be able to see that on the incorporation document. It also links to, is it I can't remember if it's Moderna or Pfizer. I'm pretty sure it's Pfizer. I think it's Pfizer Limited, possibly, has Linklaters on its incorporation document, linking to the two vaccines. So we're at JP Morgan Elect. Let me go back to what I was looking at. I mean, there's loads of other stuff from there, but just reading here if there's anything critical. Yeah, it connects to Wessex Academic Health Science Network Limited with an address of Hampshire, which is obviously where she was the NHS. Driscoll also connects to NHS Lotteries. Okay, so this is all coming in from JP Morgan Elect. So that it's NHS Lotteries, which means NHS means Deborah Fleming. Alan Hodgson of JP Morgan Elect connects to Friends of the Children of Great Ormond Street, a company with a forged register, Great Ormond Street Hospital Charity, and BlackRock Energy and Resource Income Trust PLC, all links from that person. Okay, so then that's got the BlackRock connections. Nigel Sidebottom of JP Morgan Elect connects to City of London Group, incorporated in 1981 and is in the process of liquidation at the time of the research. Its last name change was in January 2001, 8 months before the World Trade Center disaster, linked straight to the fraud via Stanley Davis Group. Carla Stent connects the company to various Virgin Foundation companies. Okay, so that links back in with my wife's employer. Stent also connects to Post Office Limited, making further connections to the Post Office scandal, which again, I now have to consider that was all a lie. I have to consider the Post Office scandal never happened. I have to consider that at the moment. Can't prove it. I'm not saying it didn't, but I think that's where this is heading, I think, and how it relates into me. Stent also connects to Christian Aid, links in with the Christian Network, that was incorporated in 2004 and has Bates, Wells and Braithwaite's on it, linked, making a connection to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. And the British Irish Churches Trust Limited is also on its incorporation documents. We have the religious prophecy element all connecting into this. Roger Vates connects JP Morgan Elect to the Biotech Growth Trust PLC, and John Anthony Vitter Townsend of that company connects to British and American Investment Trust PLC, which was incorporated in an important year of 1947, the same year that the Doomsday Clock was created. And it was incorporated as British and American Film Holdings PLC, linking to the entertainment industry. Again, everybody. Now, a big part of this, if we look at the men's club, gentlemen's club, the Garrick Club, it was called. It was one of the oldest gentlemen's clubs in the world, incorporated 1831. Its motto was "The whole world is a stage." And it was set up by 4 actors originally, linked to the entertainment industry, and now it's linked to the intelligence agencies. It's also linked to a record for Dave Courtney. And Dave Courtney links straight to Ingenious Film Partners 2, which is on page 40 of the incorporation document for the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Vates also connects to JP Morgan Elect, to Worldwide Healthcare Trust, and Brit Insurance Holdings PLC, that was incorporated in 1995, the same year as the intelligence agency linked Hacklewitt International Advisory Board. And it last changed its name in December 2009, 3 months after the incorporation of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. It is a criminal company having been incorporated with the Swifting Corporations and Jordans and Sons Limited, the same as Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. This shows the worldwide corruption in this centralised fraud, with them controlling healthcare and insurance, which enables a constant supply of criminal funding and a motivation to end lives to steal unclaimed insurance premiums through the criminal companies, or to make the right person believe that was the case. The Roswell incident and an apparent connection to Area 51 occurred in 1947. Shall I go into this? I was going into Ukraine. That's coming back. I'll carry on reading because, this is all interesting stuff, I think. It occurred in 1947, supposedly, the same year as the Doomsday Clock, everyone. All right, so where the alien thing is a deception, everybody. All right, this is what they want us to believe, particularly in the last few months of a fake alien invasion. The same year that the Doomsday Clock began and microwave ovens were made commercially available, supposedly, which followed by the Israel-Arab War and the foundation of the Association of Chief Officers of the United Kingdom. Jeanette Archer had tried to direct me to Area 51, claiming children were being detained below the facility for their harvesting. But evidence acquired later and shown elsewhere in the document suggests that Jeanette Archer is compromised by the international government fraud, and she actually then turned on me, and said I was suffering from mental health issues after I found all of these critical connections to Jeanette Archer. If you don't know who Jeanette Archer is, she was somebody claiming that she was a victim of satanic ritual abuse. Now, if you put all of this together, what is it starting to tell us? It's coming to the conclusion of what I'm telling you and how it relates to me. Now, if we go in, we're going to go back to where were we looking? Referring to JP Morgan elect, Vates connects to the Ukraine Opportunity Trust. JP Morgan links straight to Jeffrey Epstein, by the way, just to make sure you're aware of that. I've gone completely off where I was going to go with this, but we'll keep going. Interesting. St. James's Place. I thought it said Palace for a minute. JP Morgan elect. Just looking at these companies again, because I haven't looked at this for a while, so I might see some new information that will be relevant. Might not be here. They may have removed it, but let's have a look. Yeah. Interesting. Hold on. Let's make sure there's not another record. Referring back to JP Morgan, Vates also connects JP Morgan elect to the Ukraine Opportunity Trust. Vates. Right, let's just double check this. Not that page. I'm in the right name, Vates, but there might be another record, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt for the minute. I did make a mistake the other day, actually, so... Okay, so it's not there. Okay, so that's interesting. So let's search for the company. See with. I've got the screenshots anyway, so I can verify it on the screenshots. Ukraine Opportunity. And the National Crime Agency came in and suddenly removed 11,500 companies in July 2025 as the exposure continued, claiming it was a crackdown on fraud. It wasn't. It was to remove evidence of what they've been up to. Let's see what comes up with that. Ukraine Opportunity Trust. Okay, so it might be a mistake on my part. Let's have a look at it. So it was incorporated in 2005, changed its name in January 2019 on the lead up to the COVID deception. No other time. Notice no other name change on the overview at all. and it dissolved as I was escalating the fraud, the exposure of the fraud. If we go into the people record, why didn't I find the name then? Capita Sinclair. I wonder if they've removed that. Maybe I've gone into the just written down the wrong name. We can quickly check. We'll just go into the people records, have a quick look. So we're looking for JP Morgan. If not, then what I'll do is I'll get try and find the document with the screenshots. Ukraine Catholic Foundation, interesting. So that will link back into the Vatican. Ukrainian Catholic Foundation, hadn't seen this before. March 2010, first degree higher level. Let's just have a quick look on the incorporation document. See what we can see if it's criminal. Normally it's good to go on this particular document. That's interesting. Viscount. Right near the bottom, you normally find the company that links it to the fraud. Just having a quick look at these names, though, see if there's anything jumps out. Normally on the presenter information. Welsh Newton Monmouth. No signatures. I noticed that they're avoiding on the. Yes, this links straight into the fraud. So that's Stone King. I believe, and I need to verify this, that this links in with Sasha Stone very quickly. I think this is going to be connected to Sasha Stone, which means you've got the Vatican link. Sasha Stone was the one that set up the organisation where, what's his name? Gordon Bowden did the conference talking about his evidence of the non-verification of the government fraud. But I'm not going to confirm that. I need to research that a little bit more. Meteor Asset, interesting. British Ukrainian Society. Is that the same one we were looking at? No, it's a different one, isn't it? Also dissolved as I escalated the fraud. Incorporated February 2007. So that's just before Madeleine McCann went missing. And also that's the same month that Exbourne Manor started up. If we look at the filing history, let's just have a quick look. Oh, they've changed their address recently. Oh, no, that was 2023, sorry. King's House, Haymarket, London. Incorporation. The Corn Exchange. What a mockery. Remember, we had the whole issue with the corn. Shortages of worldwide corn and grain. Was it corn? Definitely grain. Well, I've already found grain companies linking in with this. Thomas Egger. West Sussex. Good to look in it. British Syrian Society. I think this is the company I've already got on my document linking in with Syria, which obviously then links into the prophecies element of this. Member of Parliament. Who's this? We've got Richard Spring, supposed Member of Parliament on this organisation. City and Titanium Holdings. They're all in on it. You've got to remember, they've had centuries to position everybody around the world. Centuries. This has all been planned. It's all a deception. Absolutely everything we're living under, okay, is a deception. They're all in on it. The governments, the heads of the governments and the government organisations. That's a fact, everybody. It's obvious. Blatantly obvious from the evidence. Is this... Oh, here we go. Oh, no. That was the name of before. I thought that was because it was purple. I thought it was going to make that link. Climate change. 2005. All part of their deception. Prudence Trust. Telecom. Soho Theatre. Okay, that then makes links. The theatre companies are really good connections in all of this, linking into the entertainment industry again. And you have, I'm not saying that, I'm definitely seen this one, but this will make important connections. I haven't got time because I need to write it all down. But that will make an important link. Templeton companies, yeah, they link in with it as well. Bryanston School links in with the royal family. That features throughout my document. Credit Suisse. Okay, Credit Suisse company. So in 2022, yeah, you can see, look, they dissolved it. March 2025, even though it was going since 1972. It's massive. This is because of the exposure. Credit Suisse in 2022, they suddenly collapsed one of their companies and made it look as though it never existed. Credit Suisse is the second biggest bank in Switzerland. Switzerland is obviously very important. It's why where the Large Hadron Collider is. It's also where the World Economic Forum is based. And it's massively shown throughout the research of the fraud and my document. So it's looking as... is this it? No. No. Films and media. Goes on films. Films. We're going to come across Ingenious Film Partners in a minute, aren't we, on here? Which will be a link straight to the Royal Foundation again. Murray Extra Return. If you haven't seen my evidence on the Dunblane Massacre, it's 100% to do with this. 100%. And Andrew Murray was a survivor of that incident. I believe that was all staged in a deception. It's obvious. It's obvious from the research. Aberdeen Emerging Markets. This, I think we were looking at the other day, makes the link to JP Morgan, which means if I can show you here, then I won't need to go and confirm the other link. The Lodge, McClay, Murray and Spence. That links in with the research of Andy Murray and the Dunblane Massacre. So remember, we're coming in from, because it does link, and I'm just trying to be able to confirm that for you, but it looks as though they've removed the link that we made. I'm trying to think what would the screenshots be on. Should we go straight into my document and have a little look? I'll just go through the Templar hotels. You see that? You got the Knights Templar in all of this. Templar hotels. London Technology Club. That will no doubt link into the research of the CERN collider. I know it's got an Aberdeen Emerging Markets, but I thought it was this one. I don't know if unless it's in here. No. There's an Aberdeen company, but it doesn't look like it's this one that links straight to JP Morgan. And it links into the Iona prophecy as well, which I believe is a deception. I don't think anything's going to happen to the world, everybody. I don't think there's going to be a nuclear war. I don't think there's going to be an asteroid. I don't think there's going to be a tribulation period. I think they are trying to bring about the creator through the deception. Or I suspect, let's put it that way, at the moment. Oh, that name's already come up. No, that one's already up. Denton's, that features throughout my research. Vindex. Just want to find a JP Morgan link just to confirm that connection for you. If not, I'll just more Murray, which is links to the Andrew Murray's family and the Dunblane massacre. Every area of the research of the Dunblane massacre, even the head teacher of the school at the time and the assistant head teacher, the person that did the inquiry, the Dunblane massacre, even the name of Thomas Hamilton. Now, Thomas Hamilton, bearing in mind the surname Hamilton, and the article came out earlier with Julian Assange linked to the Doomsday Cult, is Byrne Hamilton. I haven't found the link, but it would not surprise me if that is going to be a connection that I find. What I'm going to do, I'm just trying to think what document it would be on. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up my document and just verify it from that, I think. If I can't find quickly, British and American Investment Trust. That was mentioned, wasn't it? That was mentioned. I'm going to Cranley School. So was Worldwide Healthcare Trust, wasn't it? That was all mentioned, wasn't it? In some of my. When we were going. Oh, the trouble is, I can't search for it without it taking a while. Right, let me just pause the video. I'm going to see if I can get the document up and find it. Bear with me. Just going to pause the video. Okay, it's just loading up. Here we go. I think it's on this document. So this is the Julian Assange research. Here's the article, actually, because I took the screenshots from it. Growing up with a family inside Anne Hamilton Burns' sinister cult. It was from, interestingly, 2016 it came out. So it was August 2016 that the ritual took place at CERN, supposedly. I think it's here where I found the link. So to be a bit, if not, it's going to be the World Trade Center. Halliwell's. So coming in from, these are all companies that you'll see in the research we're going to look at later. Coming in from building. It's actually coming in from Sweeney Todd. I've actually researched Sweeney Todd. If you're not aware of what Sweeney Todd is, then it is the film that Johnny Depp was in, where supposedly they were putting human remains within pies, PIE, paedophile information exchange, links to the National Council for Civil Liberties, which links to the World Trade Center disaster research. And you'll see later when we look at that, you have these exact same companies, Bradner's, LLP, Halliwell's. Now, this is coming in from JMW Solicitors, which links back into Siemens and the research of the helicopter crash. But this is coming in, see, Police Superintendents Association, which all connects in with this. And this is coming in. Where do we start with this bit to get to this bit? I'm just looking for the green box. Here we go. So this was coming in from the Chelsea Manning, who provided the intelligence to Julian Assange. That research hits in with everything that I'll be talking about. Okay, this was an article from 2020, and you can see I basically research her mum, who was supposedly found dead in this article, 2020. Well, when you research Susan Manning, it then makes these links to Pembroke, Wales, tall ships, Pembrokeshire Citizens Advice Bureau. Citizens Advice has been connected to the fraud, centralised to the fraud, in fact. And then we have the Darwin Centre coming in from this, Young Darwinian. And then we hit very quickly, we then make those connections to that link that I just showed you. Ville Vaspera as well, which links to the supposed crimes against children. This is going to annoy me. I need a bit of time to find it, I think. I think it's on this document. Towards the bottom of it. Or is it on the World Trade Center? Square pattern box. No, I think it's the... Okay, I'm just going to... What I might do, I might come back to that on the next part and clarify that. How long we've been? An hour and 33. Right, let's go back into what I was going to show you anyway. I will be able to find it. It's just a case I need to work out what document it's on. So this opportunity. So we're going to see that link hopefully. The Ukrainian Opportunity Trust is linked to Earl Raymond Asquith, which we've already seen on there. I showed you a moment ago. The opportunity connects the Ukrainian Opportunity Trust Limited to various Ukraine companies, including the British Ukrainian Society, that was incorporated in 2007 and dissolved in 2023. That's one we were looking at. It has Member of Parliament Richard Slinked on its incorporation document linking to British Syrian Society that we just happened to look at as well, actually. Research shows that Richard Spring MP has previously worked for Merrill Lynch. That features throughout the research as important times. Spring first became an MP in 1992 as the company's house register was becoming electronic and the Catholic Church became a legal entity. He supposedly resigned in 1995 after a publication over a sexual incident. Have you noticed how we're being told about all this supposed sexual activity against children? At the moment, we have to consider it's all real at the moment. But this is something we need to really look at because of the George Floyd evidence and everything else I'm now uncovering. We have to consider that there may be a larger deception in all of this. He supposedly resigned in 1995, but this is the same year that the Hackler International Advisory Board and Russian government linked company was incorporated. So this is Richard Spring. Here he is. Just showing a former Conservative Party politician. Serves as a Member of Parliament from 1992 to 1997. Sex scandal. Yeah. Beatrice Holland connects the Ukraine Opportunity Trust to Bryanston School. We've already saw that you saw Bryanston Court School, and I said it links to the royal family. So we've got these connections, which makes important connections to the fraud, the royal family, and apparent sinister plans against creation. Holland also connects to Credit Suisse Asset Management Limited. We've already seen a Credit Suisse connection. On separate company house search of the word Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv Business Organization with UK establishment number. This was opened in January 2012, 3 months before Jeffrey Epstein met with Stephen Hawkins and CERN scientists. It has 50 the Broadway on its registered address, the same as on the incorporation document for the Association of Chief Police Officers, Police and Crime Commissioners. That connects closely to the research of Jimmy Saville. It states that its type of business is 9111 Business Employers Organization. A connected company of the same name with this company was incorporated in 2012 with that company number and closed on the 11th of July 2017 after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed. Gordon Bowden was exposing his evidence. Donald Trump became the 45th president, and just over a month after the related Grenfell Tower fire. Kyiv Business Organizations has UBG Corporations Limited on its incorporation document. Let me just find the... So I haven't put the legs right, so let me bear with me. I'm going to show you this actually. And this is actually what links to what we were trying to find as well. So it wasn't the opportunity one. Actually, let's type the company number straight in. Sorry about this. I'm trying my best. That's all I can do. See if that comes up. Here we go. Kyiv Business Organization closed. 50 Broadway. Interesting. When did it close? Opened. They're not saying when it closed. Look, this is one of the things they're doing. Normally it would have the date that it closed. Let's look at the filing history. It looks as though they've tried to... Transaction available for this history, Kyiv Business Organization. Click into the Kyiv Business Organization overview. Closed July. Okay, right. So incorporated January 2012, as I said. Okay, which is just before the meeting with Jeffrey Epstein and Stephen Hawkins and CERN scientists. And it dissolved in July 2017, which is as Donald Trump comes in and the Pizzagate scandal's been exposed, etc. Now, if we look on the filing history, let's have a look. Or registration. Hopefully it's on this one. Or towards the bottom. Oh, look at all these old... There we go. UBG Corporation Limited. See that? Notice 50 Broadway. Okay, I'm just going to show you this quickly. Remember, 50 Broadway. 50 Broadway. We'll come back to UBG in a minute. See if it comes up with that. Association of Police and Crime Commissioners. Still active on its incorporation document. Let's have a look. Is it still there? I've screenshotted it anyway. $50 Broadway. Okay, this is your police linked directly to Ukraine. Directly to Ukrainian organizations, linking into the international government fraud, linking in with Jimmy Saville, linking in with the royal family. Okay, now they are now scrapping the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners since I've exposed it. So let's go back to UBG Corporation. Remember, that was on the document for the Ukrainian company. Ooh, let's go back to... They might have got rid of it. Might have been one of the ones they scrapped. connected company of the same name of... no, we've done that. Donald Trump became UBG Corporation. A separate search for UBG Corporation Limited shows that it was incorporated on the 15th of July 2011. Let's search for this. Make sure I try that again. It might be that it changed its name. It should still come up. Okay, there we are. Okay, incorporated July 2011. So that's between the Christchurch earthquake and Jimmy Savile's death, which is all relative. 3 months before Jimmy Savile supposedly died, and has Ukrainian Dmytro Demchak as a person of significant control from March 2018. It has Duport Associates on its incorporation document that links to Brighton companies and Bournemouth MP Connor Burns, and the case of Nicola Bully on the research. Vladislav Biluska of UBG Corporations Limited connects to Inexpro Limited with an address in Maidstone, Kent. It links immediately to the fraud by Barbara Cahan on its incorporation document. If you type in Finchley Road fraud, you will see the information that was released from Gordon Bowden's expose, and it mentions specifically Barbara Cahan. Jonathan Ells connects UBG Corporation to the Royal Air Squadron Limited that was incorporated in 2010, the same year as CERN Limited, and it connects to the fraud by Slaughter and May on its incorporation document. Ells connects UBG Corporation Limited to Knighton House School of an address in Sturminster Newton in Dorset. Sturminster Newton, Dorton. In Dorset. Elizabeth Brierley connects this company to Dorset Healthcare Trust 1977 and has a forged register. Nigel Bundy connects this company to Age UK, which was incorporated in April 2011, 2 months after the Christchurch earthquake. It has Prince of Wales Road and Humphreys Kirk LLP on its incorporation document, makes immediate connections to my wife's uncle. Okay, via the Bermuda Triangle pub that I looked at the other day. This is coming in from Ukraine. David, I'm going to keep going and show you the link because we've already done it earlier. The connection to that name that we were looking at on the incorporation document from Jimmy Savile. David Mary's Lang connects Dorset Healthcare Trust Limited to 79 companies, including various CMS companies. CMS is also part of CERN and makes important connections elsewhere, linking back in with Jimmy Savile, Donald Trump, Prince Andrew, and other members of the royal family. David Mary Lang connects Dorset Healthcare Trust to 32 companies, including Citizens Advice Central Dorset Limited and Citizens Advice Centres, making important connections. To Wessex Multi Academy Trust, connecting to the COVID response and to Dorset Opera. Now I'm going to show you this company. So we want to go into Elwes within the UBG Corporation. I know this is quite time consuming, and I'm sorry I'm not making this as probably as easy to make sense of. Okay. It's as though these are the records they've Lang. Hold on, let's make sure I've got this. Sorry. So Jonathan Elwes connects UBG Corporation Limited. Looks like they've removed it. Okay. Right, I'm going to get the World Trade Center document up. I think it's in that one. Bear with me. I'm just going to pause the live for a minute. Okay, let's have a little look, see if it's on here. If it's not on here, then they've done something. So if we go to the bottom, hold on. Was it this one? No, I know where it is. I'm just going to pause it for a second. It's just come to me. Okay, it's on my research for Rishi Sunak Part 2 document, I now remember. And if we go right to the bottom, there's a research surrounding Ukraine. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't remember where it was. Here we go. Okay. So there's Bryanston School. So I'm going to show you the screenshots going through, and I can show you the other bit as well. Biotech growth we saw. Christian Aid, we mentioned that. Marek's Post Office. City of London. So I just want to get back to and I'm just going to talk you through from the JP Morgan Elect. Okay. So JP Morgan Elect that we've looked at earlier. Don't need to go into this too much. Memorandum of Articles. We have FRP advisory on it, which links into the fraud. Hackwood Secretaries and One Silk I showed you. Within there, Fiona links to Wessex Academy Healthcare. You can see their name at the top, look. Okay, so there's her name. You can see JP Morgan Elect at the top. We're within the record, and it shows her name. To Wessex Academy with her name at the top. Her name at the top. NHS Lotteries, linking it to the NHS. Her name at the top. Nuffield Health, just showing you that. JP Morgan Elect at the top. So we're within the company, a different director, Alan Hodgkin. Friends of Children of Great Ormond Street, we spoke about earlier. Great Ormond Street Hospitals Children Charity and BlackRock Company. Same name at the top. Alan, BlackRock Energy. JP Morgan Elect. Nigel Sidebottom links to City of London Group in liquidation at the time. Probably dissolved completely now, I would think. Has assets which features again in more recent research regarding the United Nations, I believe. Was in liquidation, as I said. Changed its name, as I said, January 2001, the last time, leading into the World Trade Center deception. Stanley Davis Group, linking into the fraud. Stanley Davis. JP Morgan Elect, Carla Stent, we mentioned earlier. Virgin Drinks, see her name at the top, Virgin Drinks. We link into the Virgin Foundation. I won't explain that. That does link in importantly. Post Office Limited, we said about, she links to. Carla Rosalind Stent, a different record. Christian Aid, we mentioned. Here's Christian Aid. Links to Bates, Wells and Braithwaite on its incorporation document. You can see Christian Aid at the top. Bates, Wells and Braithwaite links straight to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Also on the bottom there, Roots for Churches Limited and British and Irish Churches Trust. Also on the document, Christian Aid at the bottom there, British Irish Churches Trust. Court and Judicial Publishing Limited, which I didn't mention. So here's the Yates connection that I think they've removed. We'll carry on. Roger Philip Yates, Biotech Growth. Within that company, John Anthony Townsend, British and American Investment Trust PLC. So we saw that from the other Ukrainian company. We saw that a minute ago. You verified coming in from that other Ukrainian company. British and American Trust. Incorporated in 1947. Remember, we spoke about the same year as the Doomsday Clock. And we noticed, what else was it? 1947, changed its name in 1996. We said it was linked to the entertainment industry, British and American Film Holdings. Didn't mention this, but it's got Waterloo and Sons on its incorporation document, which links to the currency producer. Worldwide Healthcare Trust. We saw that coming in from the other Ukrainian company a minute ago. Brit Insurance Holdings. Criminal company. Same companies as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited. Jordans and Sons. Swift Incorporations Limited. So here's you can see the name at the top. It maybe will identify where I went wrong with the link here, but if they have removed it, and that's the first confirmation, I think they've actually removed something. So here's this same person linking into the Ukraine opportunity, as we spoke about, and we've already shown that, but we didn't show the link in from. It's the same director, remember, that we've come in from. So they've removed that. They've removed that connection. It's within, just going back so you can see. It's from John. No, it's a mistake. Look. So it was it's my mistake. My apologies. So it's within the biotech company link. So JP Morgan elect from Yates. Let's go back in. Let's go back in. Just make sure they haven't removed it. Sorry about this. JP Morgan elect. So Yates. Can't remember whether that was there or not. Or if they remove Yates. It is Yates, not Bates, is it? Oh, no. Is that going to go back to the beginning? No. Oh, yeah, as it's moved. Documents moved, I think. Which way is it? It's further down. Oh, no, we're not in this document. That's why I'm in the wrong one. Dear, oh dear. Not doing very well here. Let's close the document down. That's annoying. Okay. Let's go back in. Don't think there's anything that you can't see in here. I'm just going to pause the live for a minute. Some reason it's annoying. I presume it's because my phone can't handle it and it closes the documents down every now and then. I don't think that was me doing it. Okay, so it's Yates, yeah. So Roger Philip Yates. I just want to go through the verification with you if we can to make sure they haven't removed anything, because if they have, then that's a huge sign. No, so we went into Roger Philip Yates. Okay, so I must have gone into the biotech growth company. Okay, my mistake, it looks like. Do apologise. If we go back into the document, we then go into biotech Townsend. It's already still. We've already gone in. We've gone into their names. Baron Mead second. Cranley School. So we did come into this record from the other way. And there we go. Right, okay, so we've got that link there. Okay, so that's now confirmed from JP Elect to this. And then British American Trust. It's good because they'll be watching this. So they're thinking, right, okay, we can't get rid of any records because Gary's got all the screenshots, you see. And obviously they could try and say I made the screenshots up, but there's too many things. There's too many They've ignored too many police reports. There's too many changes happening around my exposure. It's blatantly obvious. So they haven't really got any cards to play, to be honest with you now. The Ukraine Opportunity Trust Limited. And it could all be deliberate because they know something about me anyway, which we have to consider with this. Okay, we went into that Ukraine Catholic. British Syrian Society, we mentioned that. We've already done that. So where's this link? Bryanston School, Credit Suisse. Sorry about this. Oh, now is that not going to load up now? It's annoying that it closes. Okay, so model town. Sorry about this. It's important because this then makes that linked to Exbourne Manor like really quickly and to Jimmy Saville. So it just creates that, just secures the proof of how corrupt this all is and what's really going on in all of this and how it relates to me. Because it's clear that from all of this, then I'm going to be, for whatever reason, important in all of this. Right. So we want to get to the Dorset Healthcare Trust. Oh no, has that just jumped again? No. Oh yes, so we're looking for the Elwes, but we've already checked in there and it's not there. So let's go have a look, unless where I've gone wrong on my document, which is Sunak. Please don't close. So it was searching Kiev. UBG, there we are. UBG. Barbara Cahan, we mentioned. Elwes. Okay, yeah, you go. See, I've gone wrong. That's my mistake. So it's Elwes. Right, how do we get to that? Oh my goodness, I've missed out some links here, haven't I? So from UGB, Bilotozka. Oh no, there we go. I've mentioned her there. There's a corporation link to connect to Inexpo. What am I doing? Ah, yeah, look, that's where. So it should be. Right, okay. This is what I've done. I've put UBG there instead of Inexpo. That's what I've done. So I've got copied it, and instead of putting Inexpo, I put UBG. So let's just go through the verification of it. So we want Bilatska within. It's important that we got UBG up. It's obviously delayed my progression on showing you all of this because it's pretty unreal what happens when you come forward in this. Please don't have closed. BILO. Ah, there it is. My apologies to them. This is all going to become relevant as well. Mayfair. I've just had some information about, I think it's I know Mayfair links into this somewhere. I won't go on about that at the moment, but that is going to become relevant. Right, Inexpro. Dissolved on the lead up to the deception. Here we go. Okay, address of Maidstone. I'll obviously rectify that in the document. And then from there, I'm desperately trying to show this link to the building. Well, in here we want to look now, don't we? Dear, oh dear. It's just there. It's just a case of getting to it. So we've made that link to Inexpo. Then Jonathan Elwes, hopefully, is in here. If not, I'm just going to leave this and I'm just going to have to go over it. No, he's not. Sugar. Which suggests that it is in. Hold on. Let me look back through my images. Inexpo. Barbara Kahan. Inexpo, Barbara Kahan. Oh, CHS1. Oh, dear, oh dear. Back to this CHS1. CHS1. Elwes. There we go. Oh my goodness me. Into there. Royal Air Squadron, there we go. 12 Vicarage Gate, Knighton House School, there we go. HSBC, involved in the fraud. And just show you that quickly, see when they dissolved. May or may not be recently. 1996, dissolved in 2021. When did that other one die? HSBC Investment Residuary, 2013. 1970, created, year before the World Economic Forum. So within the Knighton School, I think it was. Elizabeth Briley to Dorset Healthcare Trust. Elizabeth Briley. It's purple. It looks as though we've already been into this record recently. That means there's going to be another connection here. Because every now and then I'm just seeing there's going to be another connection, I think, to something else I've looked at recently. DF, I think it was DF Property. Oh, look at it. There you go. Look, 2 Pool Road. Are these all 2 Pool Road? Yeah. I've recently been into DF Property. So this is. Where did I go in? What does this link to? Should be a purple name. Same name. Should be another purple name. If. No. So it's something I've been in through Elizabeth Briley recently. Safari Trust, not unless it was another connection to Dorset Healthcare. Let's go into Dorset Healthcare, which is the one we're looking for. And then, oh, please. I have to search for it again. Model. What was it? Model. What was the second one? Was it Model Trust? No. You can tell I'm a bit frustrated. Is this going to load up in the same place? Probably not. Model Town. Minster Model Town. once I get past this bit, hopefully it'll be a little bit more smooth running. So remember, this model town Minster makes the link to the Jimmy Savile building, which links to Expo Manor, which links to JFK, which links to my mum. We've already found that link to Poole Road there anyway, but I just want to show you that it's the exact same company, and then it supports what I'm telling you. Okay, so we want to go into David Mary Lang. And there's fraud all the way through this. This isn't just me showing you a random, worthless connection. This is all, there's fraud all the way through this. All the way through this. Yeah, I've been in this recently. So this will be connecting into some other recent research that I've done, because every now and then I clear the history to save the memory on the phone. These are all purple, which means I've researched this in relation to something else to do with all of this. It's probably going to become apparent when we look at it. I've probably gone completely past now. I know. It was two. Is David Marie Lang or David Marie Lang? Marie's Lang. I've got it wrong there, but better in than out. That's featured previously. Voluntary sector for support. Business law training. CMS. Remember, CMS companies connect to the research of Donald Trump in the document, and Prince Andrew Theatre of Debate. That's interesting. Look, towards 10 billion. They are stealing billions from everybody. Dorchester in Kent. There's another couple of companies called 15 billion. Just absolute mockery, everybody, to all of us. Weymouth Civic Centre, Operation Impreza. These people are not working for the creator. No, I don't care what you say. You can't have a criminal system and make it seem as though you are a member of a faith that supposedly has moral conscience as its foundation. You obviously don't. Connects Dorset Healthcare Trust to 32 companies. So we should have Wessex Multi Academy. Oh, Dorset Opera. So Dorset Opera. Let's go to page 3. It's there. Dorset Street, Blandford Forum. Just having a quick look at this. Wimborne. This has probably been the most difficult live I've done. Just because it hasn't gone to plan at all. Jurassic Leisure, that'd be obviously Jurassic Coast, which means Weymouth. Notice that, look, Prince of Wales Road. Just a mockery. These people, I just don't. Wow International. Dorset Healthcare Trust. Kingston Moorwood, that's where my wife's brother studied. There's loads of connections to my wife's family in all of this. And again, there's certain things they said that suggest they know something about me. SPS Dorchester features throughout the fraud. Brain's gone. Dorset Opera. Making critical connection to the COVID response, and to Dorset Opera was incorporated. I wonder if it's in the Wessex Manor. Right, let's go back to... Voluntary sector, obviously links to charities, which the Freemasons are definitely the Freemasons are a massive part of this. I mean, I suspect that's £10 billion they've stolen from everybody. I bet that's not even a legal company. Incorporated in 2014, dissolved 2016 as the Peatsgate scandal's being exposed. Let's have a look who's on the incorporation document for this. Most of them are going to be criminal anyway. 10 billion towards 10 billion. So what does that say? On behalf of secretaries. Lang's on document, the person we were looking at. Where's the presenter at the bottom? Jean Mary Lang. Saw her name a minute ago. Probably not even a real person. CS&T. No, I haven't actually seen that one before. CT and S secretarial. No, haven't really noticed them before. Dorchester Community Plays. Colleton Club. Wessex. Looking for DT11 Forum. Dorset Healthcare Trust. Charles SPS, that's featured here. Oh, it doesn't look as though it's going to be here. No. David Murray Lang connects Dorset Healthcare Trust Limited to 32 companies, including Citizen Advice, with Citizen Advice making important connections. Wessex Multi Academy Trust making critical connection to the COVID, and to Dorset Opera, that was incorporated in 2004 and has potentially Christchurch earthquake. Right, let me look at Dorset Opera. Looks like I might have made another mistake. Dorset Opera. Dorset Opera. Oh, there's Dorset Opera. Opera. People Record. Oh, sugar, they're all purple anyway. I'm just trying to see if I can show you the link to one of the companies you've already seen. Not having a good time with this. This is probably the first time I've Bournemouth Sports Club. Ah, there we go. Jean Marie Lang. Okay, so where did I go wrong there then? There's Dorset Opera. Voluntary sector. Well, that's the same company we were looking at. So you've got the connection here, but I don't know why they Wessex Multi. What was the one we came in from? Jurassic Leisure Trust. Oh, Dorset Healthcare Trust. Huh? I must have... Oh, I put the other Lang, didn't I? Because there's two Langs. What did I put? I put David Marie Lang. Because there was a David Marie's Lang. Oh, what an idiot. What an idiot. So that needs to change to Marie's. There's two Langs. Okay, well, at least we got there in the end. So it's Jean Marie Lang, and then if we go into Dorset Opera, here we go. Now, opera, again, I need to explain how critical this connection is, because opera is the name of the experiment that took place between Italy and the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland during the Christchurch earthquake of 2011. Okay, that's how critical this is. And then there's articles, if you saw my live the other day, where they were trying to downplay suggestions that the collider technology causes earthquakes. And they had two members of CERN do a seismic activity test. And those two names that I checked in the Companies House records went straight back into everything, into the main companies in the fraud. So this tells you they were worried, and they did that test in December 2022, which was when I made the first report of the fraud, which shows they were getting ahead of the game. They were worried, what if Gary exposes the link? Because at that point, I didn't know about the link to the earthquakes and the falsified tribulation period. So they therefore brought these two people in after an article had emerged I can't remember what year it was, but earlier, with people saying that there's earthquakes are being caused by the Large Hadron Collider. So yeah, and then now we're going to see on this incorporation document, I think somewhere on here you'll see the exact same company linking to Jimmy Savile, which then that obviously can now hopefully that's going to be the case. Oh dear. Is it here? Canterbury refugees. Well, I can't even remember the name of it now. TSB, TBS, Royal London. So we have Royal Link Companies, Royal London Management, Queen's Mab Consultancy. National Farmers Union also features at key time. Where is the one I'm trying to tell you? Town, what was it called? Arthur Collier of an address of Sherborne is on here. Baker Tilly and Timothy Richard Lee, with the name of Lee being associated with the craze and the apparent infiltration of the royal family. Roderick Ian McGregor Kennedy of Wimborne and connected to Kent Opera Company, having significance, and Wimborne being the same town where the Flemings, the World National Farmers Union. Here we go. And okay, so we've got all of these links on this document, which are very important anyway. But then it's Barry Edward Glazier from this company. Okay, so let me just have a little look at this corporation document with you. So it's within the name records. Baker Tilly, here we go. Princes Street, Sturminster Newton, Dorset, coming in. Obviously, it's a Dorset opera coming in. Remember, this is coming in from Ukraine, so we've confirmed. You have an address in Sherborne here by this person. Sherborne is important because it's where my wife's employer was based, and it's also where the leader of Qatar was educated, and he connects to Canary Wharf, and the research immediately links to from that into the research of the attacks in Israel on the 7th of October 2023, and it links to the research of the Manchester arena bombing of 2017. So we have that link to a Sherborne, and we have a link to Wimborne here, which is where the Flemings lived. Not the same address. I don't know the address, but the same area here. This is where the World Wide Web creator lived. It's where my wife's friend worked, who worked for Siemens. Now, it's interesting the name of Kennedy is used. Is that a relation? Bearing in mind, we've got the links to the Kennedy family, okay, already in this. Here you have an opera singer actually in here, Bournemouth Sports Club Limited, but also Kent Opera. So this now makes that link back to Kent. Remember, that links to the Doomsday Cult and Julian Assange with the property. Bournemouth, the Winter Gardens at Bournemouth, that's literally right by Exbourne Manor, just down the road from Exbourne Manor. Another Sherborne address. Bournemouth address. No surprise there, though. And then we have all of these companies, which I don't think I've even listed some of these. I mean, it's very important because you've got the Canterbury connection. Remember, the Archbishop of Canterbury links in with the falsified prophecies, and it links back in with the Vatican again. Interesting, you've got the refuge companies, and then you've got the royal companies. So we already have it, and a TBS. Right, I'm exhausted. Psychologically exhausted. So we want Glazier within this company, and then we should see, all being well, the exact same company, Model Town. Wimborne Minster Model Town then shows that exact link, and that then connects straight into the research of Deborah Fleming. So Glazier, please let it be there. Please. Oh, there's the Kennedy. Dorset Opera, Talbot Heath School, Bournemouth Sports Club. Just wonder what they link to. Glazier. Who's Jim Cronin? That'd be interesting. Yay! Wimborne Minster Model Town. Woo! We got there in the end. So that now makes that link, it's far too quick. And remember, there's fraud all the way through, whichever way you look at it. And importantly, it makes that close link to the opera. Again, to the experiment of the Christ, to do with the Christchurch earthquake. At the same time, the name they're using to hide it, linking in with Jimmy Saville, which links all into the Vatican and the apparent falsified prophecies, or it being set up to make the right people believe that's the case. At the moment, I have to consider that everything's really happening. I have to, just in case it is. Until I get that confirmation that it's all a deception, we need to presume that that threat is real, because that risk of a real threat is what's going to get people to, like me, to change this for humanity. It's possible they did that deliberately for somebody or a group of people to come forward who were the right people to actually change this. So anyway, let's go. Now I can move forward. I can relax a little bit more. So let's go back to this document, and I will just, because we're talking about the Wimborne Minster, I'm going to quickly show you the link to Deborah Fleming directly. Remember, because she was the one that initiated my removal. And then we're going to move forward with connections to apparent Camilla companies linking in with the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales from that building where Jimmy Saville was. I'm so sorry about that. That was stressing me out, I've got to be honest. Don't know why I was getting stressed out, because at the end of the day. Okay, so research on Company's House for John Shipton. Julian Assange's father connects to John Charles Shipton. Remember, we've got the link to the Doomsday Cult, to Julian Assange, to Queen's Cops Management Limited, that was incorporated in 1994, and its name was changed in 1995, the same year as the Russian intelligence-linked Hackloy International Advisory Board company was incorporated. It has a Wimborne correspondence address, the same town where the Flemings and the founder of the World Wide Web lived, as well as my wife's friend who works for Siemens. Its correspondence address is Elizabeth House, Unit 13, Fordingbridge, that features throughout the fraud and is associated with the Association of Residential Management Agents. That connects quickly through Company's House to the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom, with fraud throughout. And when you come in from another area of research from Julian Assange, you actually hit that organisation. So here is John Shipton. Queen's Cops Management Limited connects immediately to the fraud by Steele Raymond. Woo! Well, there you go. Straight away we have that link, because we've already mentioned Steele Raymond earlier coming in from Jimmy Saville. So now we have that connection straight away again, which I wasn't aware of until I just read it. So here's the John Charles Shipton, same name as Julian Assange's father, 1994, Steele Ray. Let's look on the incorporation document. It'll be Steele Ray Solicitors, which is the exact same, and we'll probably see some other connections now on this document. Post Office Road, Bournemouth. Here we go. So this now links straight in with Jimmy Savile, okay, from Julian Assange's dad, which links in, remember, to the doomsday cult in all of this. So I don't really need to go any further to show you the confirmation. You've got the exact same details of what we were looking at earlier on this company, but I'll go a little bit further just to show you. So with Queen's Cops, Christopher Charles James Batten connects this company to Queen Elizabeth School in Wimborne, Minster. It was incorporated in 2013 and dissolved in August 2022, the month after Anthony Roberts resigned from Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, triggering the exposure. Batten is a family, is my father-in-law's, Nicholas Morton's, friend, and I believe either it's his financial advisor, I believe, and connections have been made to the main Freemason Lodge and Jimmy Savile, to Morton and my families via the research very, very quickly. So I'm just going to go into that and verify it for you. And I've sat down with, here he is straight away, Christopher Charles James Batten. So that is my, as I said, my father-in-law's friend and financial advisor. And I've sat down with this person last year, and I think they know something about me. He turned round and he said, Gary, I don't think there's anything you can do about what you're uncovering. There needs to be a nuclear war or something like that. So right back then, they're trying to get me to believe there's a threat to all of creation in this. Okay, they know something about me, everybody. So if we go into this, it's almost guaranteed. So into this, or they want me to believe that. We have Queen Elizabeth's School, Wimborne, Minster. So it's in Wimborne, and it dissolved, as I was exposing the international government fraud. Okay, in August, the month after he had resigned, Anthony Roberts. Now, it gets even more important because if we go into it, please don't. The Reverend Canon Andrew John William Rowland. So Rowland. Wimborne Minster Limited. Rowland. Rowland, here we go. Reverend. So we have the religious connection. Remember, Deborah Fleming is part of a religious organization as well. So is her husband, is linked into St. Luke's. Deborah Fleming connects to the church that my wife's grandparents went to, okay, called Christ Church in Wimborne. So we have the link in to the falsified prophecies, let's call them that at the moment, appointed in January 2019 on the lead up to the deception surrounding the COVID situation. Resigned in April 2022. Okay, here's Andrew John William Rowland, Wimborne, Minster. What's the address on it? The parish, High Street, Wimborne. Dissolved 2023, as was exposed in the fraud. Incorporated at a key year, the year after the World Economic Forum. The year after the World Wide Web was created for CERN, leading into the deception. If we go into this, let's have a quick look. Dissolved in 2023 as the exposure continued, and links to the research of the criminal court case against me involving Simon Immins and Lisa Morton, my wife. Yeah. So that this company, Wimborne Minster, links very quickly to the criminal solicitor that they're using to try and steal my assets. And they're trying to use Lisa, my wife, as the scapegoat for it. Now, I don't believe, I think she's being coercively controlled, but at the moment I have to consider she's a prime suspect because, you know, she's not coming forward. She needs to come forward. She needs to tell me she's not involved in this, and then I can clear her name from it. She doesn't have to be arrested. She doesn't have to be held accountable by the people, because that's what this is all coming to, everybody. All of these people involved in this are going to be held accountable by the masses. Okay, there is no way out of this for these people now. The evidence is all secured. It's overwhelming. So the only thing they need to do is come forward in truth, which means they're standing with the Creator. If they don't do that, then they're against the Creator, which it appears as though they always have been. Okay, and then they're going to face the ultimate consequences in all of this. That's a fact, everybody. So Simon Immis, that links into the court case. Vicky Slade, former head of Bournemouth Christchurch Paul Council, is shown as having been a director for Queen Elizabeth School, Wimborne Minster, from 2018, when Gordon Bowden was exposing his evidence. So this is Vicky Slade. She needs to be arrested by the people for conspiring to allow international fraud. So does he. So do everybody that I am mentioning. Okay, they are putting humanity at risk. So if we go back to the company, so she's the head. It was the head. So it's Queen Elizabeth School, Wimborne again. Go back. I just wanted to show you the religious connection. I think that's why I did that. Queen Elizabeth School dissolved, as we said, August 2022, as I was exposing the fraud. Oh, interesting. A surname of Day I just saw. I thought. Day. You've got my wife's former friend, who appears to be potentially implicated in this as well. Probably explains why she was no longer a friend of my wife after a while, because she didn't want to be implicated. It's too late. Okay, so you can see here, former councillor Vicky Slade. So she was the head of the council, now linking straight in with the Jimmy Saville. I mean, this is almost immediately connected when you look at what we've looked at. I know it's taken a while to get there with my verification, but they all need to be arrested, everybody. Vicky Slade, this then links into Bournemouth Christchurch Paul Council. You can see on the address there. Okay, Bournemouth Christchurch Paul Council. Everyone in the council needs to be arrested. Vicky Slade. And then within here, bearing in mind we're not far away, I'm just going to show you this link and then we'll move back to what we'll be doing. Fiona Bridge Holmes connects Queen Elizabeth School. Holmes. I've got it wrong again. There's no Holmes there. Could be. Hold on. Go back. Hold on. Fiona Bridget Holmes. Queen Elizabeth School, Wimborne Minster. We are in the right. Queen Elizabeth School, Minster. Oh, there it is. Bridget Holmes. Initio Learning Trust. Deborah Fleming. The person that initiated my removal from Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. The person sat in that meeting that we looked at earlier, and her husband is John Fleming. And there you go. She can see she was brought in as a director for Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited when I was removed because I refused to commit a serious crime by using forged bank documents. They removed me and they appointed her. So that's coming in from John Shipton linking in with. Now we know Vladimir Putin's involved in this, because around this time, I mean, there's all of the evidence connecting the government, Russian government, but he then, around the time I was finding this, again giving me the evidence. Unbelievable. Vladimir Putin announced. I wonder if I could find it actually. Let me just pause it. I bet they've got rid of it. I've got it secured somewhere. Here we go. So around the time of this, if I just get rid of the comments, John Shipton. Now I know this is AI. I wonder if I can see it. There we go. John Shipton is invited by Vladimir Putin. Now this is to give me the evidence. I can't see why they would have done this. Okay, unless it was to literally give me more evidence against them, or to support everything I'm saying. Julian Assange's dad thanks Putin for supporting his son. John Shipton, father of anti-secrecy activist Julian Assange, is in Moscow for a summit of the BRICS group countries. Now, I believe they wanted me, through this, to think there was a threat to the enslavement of humanity via the BRICS digital currency control. Okay, and you can see the article was from October 21st, 2024. So this is as I was finding that evidence that I just showed you. So they must have known I was finding out about it, and they thought, right, let's give Gary. I mean, I can't see why they'd have done it. It's not a case of, you know, that it's clear with everything else. This is all being done for my benefit, for whatever reason. That's what it appears from what I'm seeing. So Vladimir Putin invited John Shipton. Right, let's go back to what we were looking at. We're going to see, Lee, how many people have we got on here? 97. Hopefully it'll go a little bit more smoother from now. So we've just looked at the Ukrainian links. Calver also connects to the Deeds Depository that was incorporated on the 30th of August 2007, days after Exborn Manor Freehold Limited. It is a criminal company having been incorporated with Jordan's Limited, the same as Exborn Manor Freehold Limited. And it has 5 Pool Road, but also 43 Pool Roads. This shows you the fact that they're using all these random different addresses. So we'll go back in. We want Calver, just to show you this. And it's in Lacey's, isn't it? Yeah, so in Lacey's, Calver. So remember, we're going straight back. This is a direct link to the building now of Jimmy Saville. Jimmy Saville owned a property. Link straight to Exborn Manor. Stephen Owens, which link. I can't remember what name it is to come in initially now. I know it has Calver. Getting too old for this. I don't know how much longer I can do this, guys. John Michael Calver connect. No, we need to go into Lacey's first. Timberlake. Justin Timberlake. Timberlake. Lacey's. Calver. 5 Pool Road. Calver. And then, oh yeah, the Deeds Company. Now, this is important because, remember, this is massively related to property. And what it seems they're trying to do, and again, I say seems, and it certainly looks as though they have been doing it, is literally trying to take control of all property and take over the world. Quite literally try and say that they own everything. Now, to do that, you'd need to involve the deeds of properties, which gives them the ability to falsify through this fraud ownership of property. And you can see it links into 5 Pool Road. incorporated days after Exmoor Manor Freehold Limited. Remember, this is linking to Jimmy Saville. It was then changed its name between the Christchurch earthquake and Jimmy Saville's supposed death. Oh yeah, I'm going to show you the fact it's criminal as well, which is important. And the link again straight to Exmoor Manor. And another Paul Road address just to show you the different addresses. So now you've got a 43 Paul Road, Bournemouth. Same street. They happen to own. Well, they probably do own a lot of buildings, but they're removing the accountability and liability by having nobody there that any legitimate litigation papers can be sent. Now, they've also got 5 Paul Road, and you can see Jordan's Limited, which means it's a criminal company. So that means the deeds, it'll all be criminal, unfortunately, because of this forgery. So they own nothing. They own absolutely nothing. They're trying to take over the world, but it's an illusion. It doesn't work because of the forgery behind it. You've even got the, not English Heritage, National Trust. National Trust Enterprises is a criminal company, which means that's supposedly one of the biggest landowners in the world, I believe, but I don't know about the world, but certainly in the United Kingdom. They don't own anything because it's fraudulent. See how everything's been inverted. So they've almost made it seem as though they were going to take over the world, but they don't. It's illusion. It's an illusion. All of it. Because of the forgery. Didn't need to be. They've chosen to commit it as a crime, as linking in with the Vatican as a deception. Again, to potentially, is anyone actually going to find out what we've really been doing to the world? Oh, dear. Right. James Beat Greenbury connects this company to 29 others, including parcel to go companies that had already been connected to the aide of Donald Trump called David Sorensen, who links to Julian Assange again and to Elizabeth Watson and Trevor Meelan of Rapid Response, who was working for Rapid Response. And we're going to come to them a little bit later. This deeds company will facilitate the theft of property through the forgery, and it links in with the Rapid Response team, who's supposedly trying to stop illegal evictions and therefore the seizure of property. No, they're actually behind it. They're actually involved in it, everybody, facilitating the theft of properties according to all of the research, but potentially it being a setup for somebody to identify it all. Colin Arthur Stanley Wise connects the deeds depository to 4 companies, including West Hants Lawn Tennis Companies, where my father-in-law played tennis and where my wife's friend, Leanne Hawksworth, former name of Witcher, had previously worked. Now she works, remember, for Siemens and lives in Wimborne, which makes the links to the Flemings and the creator of the World Wide Web for CERN again. Now, her former name was Witcher, and I have information to suggest that Dave Witcher in Kent is linked potentially to Leanne. And Dave Witcher is somebody I was directed to via somebody linked to the Freemasons, who then links to Julia Vandalt and the collaborative deception to make me believe the world was going to end as a result of a potential nuclear weapons attack by the world, firing linking in with the Iona prophecy. All a deception, all I suspect, because they know something about me and they are trying to get me to do something because of that and make me believe that all of creation is at risk. That is what the overwhelming evidence is suggesting, particularly now we've got this link to Jimmy Savile right there to Exmoor Manor that I didn't know before. That tells you this is all about, or seems to be all centralised around me for whatever reason. These companies are shown in the research of the murder, supposed murder. Let's presume it was a real murder at the moment until we know otherwise. So therefore, the murder of Daniel Morgan, who was axed to death in 1987. And I have further connections to that from the World Martial Authority and the Kim Jong-un connection of North Korea, which links into the United Nations that I'm going to show you later. Okay, but this is also another connection to that. And I'm just going to quickly show you that because that becomes important. So West Hants Lawn Tennis Club, where my father-in-law played tennis and where Leanne Witcher worked. I'm just going to keep going and just do one long live or until I've had enough. 109 people, so we're getting it out to a few. Good. So West Hants. So here's the West Hants companies back there, exactly the same ones. I'll show you actually on the company, and let me just show you that quickly first, so you know it's connected. Where are we? Deeds Depository. What was the last name? No. Let's go back in. I'll just show it to you on there first. Wise is the surname. Oh. We're in the Deeds Depository, aren't we? Yeah. Oh my goodness, what have I done wrong here? I've gone into the wrong one then. Doing well. Unless it's in Lacey's. And I've put the Deeds Depository, probably. Yeah. So you can tell I'm doing my best, but I am making a couple of little mistakes here and there, but I get there in the end. I just have to go over it again, and because I'm desperately rushing to get this out as much as I can. I'm not making excuses, but I'm also, well, I am, but I'm also obviously under a lot of pressure, and it's quite a lot of, as you can imagine, stress. But I'm okay. I can deal with it. So here we have West Hants Lawn Tennis Company, West Hants Lawn Tennis Company, Bournemouth. Camford School also connects in various important ways, which we'll come to in a minute. So within there, let's go into West Hants. So West Hants. Where's the head? Okay, yeah, so this is the evidence for Daniel Morgan, which I want to go through. What I would say, because I want to go through all of this because I haven't done it, I would say remember West Hants, okay, and continue watching my videos, and because I want to go through all of this evidence, and you'll see a link to the West Hants coming in. So the West Hants Tennis Club, please remember that in Bournemouth, okay, and we'll come to that another time. Otherwise, I'll just go on them because I really want to continue the links with this, and then we'll come back to it. Referring back to Calver, he also connects to Dumpton School that was incorporated as Dumpton School Trust Limited in 1968 before its name was changed in December 2010, the month after CERN Limited was incorporated. David Robert Bell connects Dumpton School Limited to Friends of Camford School. And also we just saw it there, where they were appointed in 1993 and resigned in November 2001, not long after the World Trade Center disaster. Camford School is in Bournemouth and has previously been connected to the research of the fraud, including immediately to Mishcon de Raya, which links to the cell towers by ICNIRP, which is an organisation that regulates non-ionisation from the cell towers, non-ionising radiation, the royal family, the BBC, the intelligence agencies, the Russian government, linked Hacklow International Advisory Board, shown in page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation and the Prince and Princess of Wales. Freshfields as well, as shown elsewhere. That's via Freshfields. As shown elsewhere. So, do I show you that quickly? Let me just show you a little bit of that quickly. Oh, so you saw the Camford School connection a minute ago, didn't you? Coming in from that building. So, oh, Camford School. Oh, sugar. So Miscon de Rea, it's very important. Obviously, the surname, de Rea. I already showed you on the incorporation document. Okay, for the Expoor Manor Freehold Limited, you had the de Rea connection. So Annabelle Thompson of Miscon de Rea connects to Camford School Limited. So let's go into Miscon de Rea. Have I got a link here? ICNIRP. Oh. So I'll just talk about ICNIRP first, because it'd be good for you to sort of see this. Now, I think, again, keep thinking at the moment we have to consider the threat is real from cell towers until we know otherwise. However, with everything else that I'm finding, also have the back in your mind, it could be a deception for the right person to expose it. So International Commissions on Non-Ionizing Radiation. The International Commission of Non-Ionizing Radiation is an international commission specialised in non-ionizing radiation protection. The organisation's activities include determining exposure limits for electromagnetic fields used by devices such as cellular phones. Because the other option, everybody, is that we are dealing with ultimate evil right over the world, but that doesn't fit really with everything. First of all, I find that hard to believe. Okay. And secondly, I'm getting signals that that's possibly not the case in all of this, which is a whole, thing we could talk about. ICNIRP is an independent, non-profit scientific organisation chartered in Germany. It was founded in 1992, okay, which is the year that the Catholic Church became a legal entity and the company's house started to become electronic, everybody. And it links with Germany. Remember the deception, the control of the information, going right back to the Reformation, linking with the Vatican and the fake Nazi regime, which 100% is fake. 100%. Okay? So, right back then becomes relevant with the timing. 1992. Now, when we search, according to research, it links to the working name of ICRP. Now, I wonder if I can just show you that, because I haven't got the link here for that. I'm just going to pause the thing for a minute, the video. Well, I'm just trying to find the link. International Commission. Where did I find the... That's annoying. I haven't got it here, but... Okay. What I'm going to do, let me just pause it in case they've got rid of it. Let me just pause the video again. Okay, this is my research document for ICNIRP. I'll just go through it on here, actually. So this is what we were talking about. Some of it, and then so this came up on a search, but yeah, we'll do that first. So when I searched the name, it came up with the International Commission of Radiological Protection, which obviously appears to connect to it, and it says it's a charitable organization. Okay, so then I had to go into the charity information, and it says that ICRP is its working name. Okay, so it's not ICNIRPS. It looks as though they've tried to hide it, potentially. It's recognised by HMRC for gift, but these were its founders. Its guarantors or trustees. Sorry, haven't researched all of them, but see if any name jumps out. So when you research ICRP, let's go into it through the Company's House records. ICRP Limited, 2015, dissolved when Donald Trump came in. Is that the right company? Oh, sugar. ICRP Limited was incorporated in 2015, dissolved on the 20th of June 2017, just over a month after Fleming Co. Limited was incorporated. Fleming Co. Limited we come to later. That links world leaders together, including the leader of Greenland, or research of the leader of Greenland, with the leader of Iran, Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump, many connections being made into Fleming Co. Limited. But we'll come to that when we talk about Greenland. We will get there eventually. And it connects to the research of international leaders, as I've said, including Donald Trump. Also, Louise Smith became the CEO of Company's House that year. Zubia Azdani, apparently a director of ICRP Limited for less than a month, connects to Camden Community Law Centre. Camden is where Hampstead is, and therefore potentially links to the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry. I have to presume it's real at the moment. However, in the back of my mind, I'm still thinking, let's hope it's all a deception, and I'm getting signs it could be. Angela Mason had been appointed as a director for Camden Community Law Centre from the 20th of July 2012, 16 days after CERN supposedly discovered the God particle, and connects to Hampstead Wells and Camden Trust. Hampstead Wells and Camden Trust was incorporated on the 20th of September 2002, almost a year to the day after the World Trade Center disaster, and importantly has Bates, Wells and Braithwaite on its incorporation document, making links to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales again, which links most areas of the fraud, the Death Penalty Project Limited and Keir Starmer, the Madeleine McCann case into the investigation of Sean Combs and P. Diddy. Phoebe McClarty was appointed to Camden Community Law Centre. I don't know if I've rectified this. In March 2022. Yeah, I think this was another mistake I made, but I don't know if I rectified it. So let's have a little look. Emma Day. Camden Community Law Centre. McClarty. Oh yeah, that's good. So I must have sorted that out. That was a mistake from previous, but it's there. So from ICRP, very quickly you hit Mishcon de Reya. Okay, LLP. Then from Mishcon de Reya, Oh yeah, this was interesting. So Phoebe McClarty, Camden Community said, as making inquiries at Equitable Manor, and connects to Mishcon Direct LLP, was incorporated in 2015, and Nicholas Davis of this company connects to Waterman's Chemicals Limited. Nicholas Davis. Now, I don't know it's connected to my family. It could have been staged because of the reason I'm telling you. It's because they knew I'd find it. Let's face it, they knew I would be researching Mishcon Direct at some point. Nicholas Davis, but when did they appoint him, actually? This will be interesting now we're thinking about all of this. So he was appointed to Mishcon Direct in 2015. Okay, so before I was investigating the fraud, when was he attached to the Waterman Company? Okay, 1998. So yeah, before. So here's the Waterman Chemicals. That was incorporated the year before the World Wide Web was created for CERN. Africa House Waterman's Limited. But it didn't change its name to the Waterman's Company until the World Wide Web was created for CERN. Interesting. I'm going to be linking with CERN somehow, aren't I, in all of this? I'm going to be somehow linked in with CERN. I don't know how. Remember, all of my families make a link, it seems, into the same trade as the World Wide Web created for CERN, as the creator for CERN, Tim Berners-Lee, who lived in Wimborne. And now they changed the name to Waterman's Chemicals at that year. Interesting, 1989. So I would have been, that is literally, I was born 77. So that was just after my mum and dad split up. So I would have been obviously 11, 12. So that would have been around the time that I went to Lloyd's Bank. And that's around the time that all of my mum, father-in-law, let's say, father-in-law, and my friend's girlfriend and my sister was working for this company, CBS. The timing is very likely going to be all very relevant in this. So Annabelle Thomas of Mishcon Direct, I'll just skip straight to this for now, just so you can see the link that we were talking about. Annabelle Thomas. I know this is boring, but it's the most important evidence on the planet at the moment with everything going on. Right, bit. There's a lot of people with this company. Now, this links straight, Mishcon Direct links to the BBC. It links to multiple important links into all of this, to the main currency producer. And that's all via Freshfields, which is in my document. And the BBC, Freshfields have the contract for the BBC. That's the solicitor that the BBC uses. And that's why they've centralised all of these solicitors' firms in relation to the fraud around Freshfields, which connects in with many, many other companies. Annabelle Thomas. Many of these people on these solicitors probably aren't even real. They just remember there's been no verification. And this is how you've probably got a very small number of people that are actually heading this international fraud on the scale of things compared to, how many people there really are. And that's why most people are going to be innocent, and then they've just used whatever method to control everybody else in it. once we get this, then that's that link straight to Jimmy Savile from the Mishcon de Reya, you see. So it just confirms that, helps support what I'm saying. Oh my goodness, where is it? Gone past it. Should be there. Unless it's Annabelle Thomas. So it might be they've started another. Might be at the earlier entry, actually. Yeah, so it's restarted from alphabetically. I don't know if it's going to be this bit or the. You can see why it's so time consuming, can't you, in finding all of this evidence. Interesting. Saville. Quick look where that goes. I think it jumps out. Slade again. Thomas. There we go. Camford School. Okay, so that now makes that link. Remember, we had the Camford School connection. And it's not Bournemouth. Sorry, I said Bournemouth. It's Wimborne again. I thought it was in Bournemouth. It's not. 1923. Let's see if we can. What's the? I can't remember what the details are on the incorporation document. Might be Steele Raymond or something, which links straight back again. I mean, we know we got the connection there anyway. So this now links Mishcon de Reya pretty much straight to Jimmy Savile via the building he lived in, and straight to Exbourne Manor. Hasn't got the corporation document obviously there. Camford School Limited, comma. Has it got a comma? Yeah. Oh, no space there though. Look, they've put it right next to it, which actually matters. Might be under filing history. A selection of documents, sorry, in 1995. I do struggle to believe that all of these people are evil. I mean, you're talking about all of my family being involved in crimes against children. I struggle to see that being the case. Oh, there we go. Look, Jordans and Sons Limited, the main company in the fraud. Main company in the fraud. No comma. Can't see a comma there. So it looks like it's a forged register as well. No obvious comma there, is there? So fraudulent company. Anyway, that gives you that connection to Jimmy Savile, to the Mishcon de Reya, and therefore the connection to Jimmy Savile to the cell towers, to the ICNA, the non-ionising radiation, to Jimmy Savile, which makes sense. Remember, I said the first mobile communication tower, wireless one, was on the Isle of Wight, and that was erected by Marconi, and that connects to the Vatican again. And this is why I think let's presume the threats are real at the moment. I can't not say they're real at the moment until I have 100% certainty in it. I've got a plan on potentially moving forward how I can establish whether this is true pure evil that they're involved in, or it's a deception against all of humanity. I've got a bit of a plan about that, but I just need to keep doing what I'm doing at the moment. So this obviously would make sense because Jimmy Savile was involved in radio, which would also involve the transmission of frequencies through the airwaves. And it's almost certain that they have the ability to program people's mind through those frequencies. So that would make sense. So we have that link. Right, now we can go back to what I was telling you about. And remember, I keep emphasizing this just in case you're not realizing, there's fraud all the way through. All right, it's criminal all the way through against their own legislation. The whole system's over. It's over, everybody. There has to be a new system. And I believe I am the person that knows, at least on a transitional basis, exactly what needs to happen to ensure that this never happens again. And it will probably bring heaven on earth, everybody. All right, to everybody. Anthony James Leslie Cotton connects Dumpton School, remember that's what we're looking at, to KPMG companies, making immediate connections to Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council. The Chief Constable of Dorset Police, Amanda Pearson, to Skin and Clinton companies, making connections to the apparent skinning of children alive in the Pizzagate scandal, as shown elsewhere in the document. Now, that's if it's not a deception. At the moment, I have to consider it's real. Okay, so Amanda Pearson, let's have a quick look at her so you can just see it. Within the document. She was brought in as the Chief Constable after again, this is another big sign, everybody. So the day that first of all, they moved Scott Chilton, the Chief Constable, to Hampshire and Isle of Wight. Okay. Let's just go to the picture. So I have loads of connections to Amanda Pearson in all of this. There's a rapid response. Mikey P, Trevor Meelan, Laura, Nina, who was supposedly gathering information for the Sicilian Mafia, which will, of course, be linking in with the Vatican again in all of this from her followers. Okay, I did have a picture of Amanda Pearson. Sure, I had a picture of Pearson in this. There's Donna Jones. Oh, I need to get a picture of Amanda Pearson in here, if not. Yeah, so Scott Chilton, first of all, got moved to Hampshire and Isle of Wight. And then, and here he is, Scott Chilton, yeah. Let's go through this a little bit. The Cube of Saturn. Referring back to the research, Satanic Temple, United Kingdom, and Darasp, which is earlier on, Hargreaves also connects to Pi Cube Limited, which was incorporated in 2003 and dissolved on the 12th of September 2023 as the exposure continued. It has a forged register and what appears to show the blatancy of the company's house fraud and possibly making reference to the Cube of Satan cult. The company's incorporation document has the pi symbol with the number 3 above and an address of 3 Temple Gardens, Temple, London. At the bottom is a note saying the name is the Greek letter followed by the mathematical symbol. Oh, do I go through all of this now? Oh my goodness, there's just so much evidence. Good job to know what's on. Well, I'll show you that, because what this does, if we go in from the Satanic Temple, what it will do is show you the link to Jimmy Saville, won't it, to the Satanic Temple and everything that we're talking about, and the rapid response, and how this all ties in. Satanic Temple. It's got to load up the next bit. So KPMG becomes relevant in all of this, which is the company we just was talking about. Oh. It's a long live. Is it 3¼ hours? I don't know how else to do this. I don't know how I can. Yeah, there's no point me just talking, because I'm not going to be showing. I need to show the evidence of everything. It also links to Obama, Barack Obama, I mean, it's all there in the document. Robbie Williams. I can't believe all of these people are evil. I can't believe it. So therefore, it's swaying towards what I'm talking about. It's not as well as the other. Supporting it a little bit. Okay. There is without doubt a satanic cult connection to all of this, or they want us to believe that. The Satanic Temple United Kingdom Company was incorporated in 2003 prior to a connection being made to a satanic cult as in Southampton that is used throughout the fraud. The company dissolved on the 2nd of July 2024, the very same day that I publicised evidence of adrenochrome, the blood taken from tortured children, being hugely connected to the fraud. Since being exposed, Companies House appeared to have prevented the link from working, but the company appears to be found with a manual search. So there's the link to it. Let's go into, see if it's still there. They might have removed the entire company now. I've screenshotted it all. Oh, it's still there. Okay, so there you go. You can see address in Southampton, Hampshire, which means the links to where Deborah Fleming was the NHS chief executive. You can see the Satanic Temple United Kingdom dissolved in July, 2nd of July 2024. So that's the day that I released. So again, they want me to think it's about this. They want me to think there's a threat to all of creation. 2nd of July. There are duplicate name records for the Satanic Temple United Kingdom's only director, Tiffany Williams, that link quickly to the main companies in the fraud. One record of Tiffany Caroline Williams connects to Bat Williams Buildings LLP. It was incorporated in September 2012, 2 months after CERN discovered the Higgs boson, a God particle, and dissolved in March 2022. As I'm making inquiries at Exbourne Manor, Ben Williams of this company connects to Eco Warriors Renewable Energy UK Limited, and Gordon Rottenbach of that company links to Daresp LLP, the same company that the head of the FBI, Kash Patel, is immediately connected, and Donald Trump had positioned him. So if I go back into it, you can see the person. Tiffany Caroline Williams. No other companies. Oh, Tiffany Williams. Connections. This is what they're using: duplications of records and names and variations of those details. But we know it's connected because of where it leads, where it goes into it. There's too many coincidence. It's not a coincidence because it goes back to the same companies in all of this. So what they've done is set it up where only the right person with the right skill set, the right moral conscience, the right practical situation in their life to be able to come in and expose all of this potentially. So we want Bat Williams. Which one is it? But it's not just, there's at least 2 of the records from this name goes to the same companies. So we know they're setting up variations and duplications, and that's shown all the way through my research. Bat Williams Buildings Limited was incorporated in September 2012. Ben Williams. So you can see she was appointed the same time it was created and it dissolved. This is the same month that Deborah Fleming resigned from the NHS, according to the research, okay? Ben Williams connects to Eco Warriors Renewable. Yeah, it's that one, isn't it? And that was incorporated a month almost to the day, I believe, before CERN Limited was created on Companies House. Eco Warriors, Ben Williams, Eco Warriors, and Gordon Rushton at that company. Gordon Roy Rottenbach. Okay, Darasp. I actually need to search, see what that means in, probably translate it in Latin. I don't think I've tried that to see what that might mean. It's going to mean something. There's obviously going to be a relevance to that because it's an important connection that's made here. So it's in liquidation still. It has been for a while. Okay. As Jersey Address and Pi Drama Limited on page 2 of its incorporation document. How many people are in here? 97. Somewhere in here is Kash Patel. Are they? Neeraj Patel. I've got it all screenshotted. If not, and it's not just, you know, I would say, well, it's just somebody else with Kash Patel's name. It's not, because of the other connections that are made from it. There's too many things. It's just blatantly obvious now. Alka Patel. Lots of Patel in there. Rakesh Patel. Yeah, so these companies, if you've followed my evidence, you'll know how important these are. The close film sale leaseback and Invicta Film partnerships. Have a quick look in here. See, I'll probably see something else now that's really important. Gatco Kids. Close film sale. Now this Xion Films links very quickly to David Icke. Very quickly to David Icke. So this is a really important link, this company, because it shows how they all connect into the Satanic Temple. Anyway, let me show you what I was going to... we want to get to the cube. Oh yeah, so I want to show you page 2 of the incorporation document for this. Now they have, I think, removed the link that I've secured in screenshots to this. You notice down here, Pi Dharma. I suspect that's, or they wanted someone to believe it, but it's hard to see. Let's face it, you could easily miss that unless you're searching all, you know. Now that goes to millions of pounds missing in tax from that linking in with that company. Okay, and Pi, I'm finding connections all the way through the research. Well, that suggests a link to the paedophile information exchange, tying in with all of this. But I mean, that could easily be missed, but I picked up on it and it led to very important information. You can see it looks as though they've changed the addresses, the dates on there of what it was signed. And it's address. So this is an offshore tax haven location. I haven't looked at this actually. Peter Ramsey Chart House. I know Chart House features a lot throughout the research. Articles regarding Pi Drama Limited and Darab suggest it had been involved in a scandal of missing £43.5 million. These articles appear to have been removed from the internet since being exposed, but I have retained them. Pi possibly refers to the paedophile information exchange and links to the research of the Pizzagate scandal, the World Trade Center disaster as well. Peter Hargraves of Darasp links to several companies that appear to be related to the threat from directed energy, including Beam Carrier Trading Limited, that is a criminal company, have been incorporated with Jordan's Limited. Peter Hargraves appears to be the co-founder of Hargreaves Lansdowne, that was listed on the London Stock Exchange on the 15th of May 2007, less than 2 weeks after Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Although the company was founded in 1981, there appears to have been significant changes since the fraud started to be exposed, and it was acquired in 2025 and removed from the London Stock Exchange as they were panicking in all of this. I'll just show you Peter Hargreaves. I don't know where to focus my research. I don't know whether it's more important to show you other stuff. There's just so much to this. There's Peter William Hargreaves. Network. So we have Wide Area Network Solutions, Beam Carrier Trading, Gatco Kids. Peter Hargraves. We look at the research of him. Or Hargreaves, sorry. It says Peter Kendall Hargreaves, but there's no verification. 1946, Lansdowne. Now, Lansdowne is they're using a lot of areas around Exbourne Manor to name things. I'm not saying that's why they did it here, but you've got Lansdowne Road and the Lansdowne area, which is literally right by Exbourne Manor. Okay. He's a partner of Blue Whale Capital Investment Company. Grammar school in Lancashire. Lancashire is where the apparent infiltration of the royal family appeared to have taken place. In 2020, his net worth was estimated at 2.4 billion. In April 2025, Hargreaves nominated himself as a non-executive board member of Hargreaves Lansdowne, which he is able to do as a shareholder. He also nominated his son as a board observer. In October 2025, okay, I didn't know this is new information, Hargreaves stepped down from the board of Hargreaves Lansdowne and appointed his son as his replacement. Interesting. As the international fraud continued. And he was appointed Commander of the Order of the British Empire in 2014. Dear, oh dear. Financially supported the Leave EU campaign in 2016. If you look at my evidence on that, it's pretty mind-blowing on the EU deception. May 2016 said the Brexit will lead to the insecurity, which will turn out to be very effective. Hargreaves said that Theresa May should reassure the 3 million EU nationals already in the UK that their current rights were being maintained. Married Rosemary, and they have one daughter. They live in Georgian property in the West County. He owns 3 racehorses. Yeah, so the whole Brexit thing I've researched. 2016 again, when the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed, and when the ritual took place at CERN. Hargreaves Lansdowne Limited was incorporated in 1987, and according to the overview, its name was changed in 2025 as the exposure continued for the first time since 1988. The filing history shows that on the 22nd of May 2007, its register changed location to Lloyds TSB. That's linking back, obviously, Lloyds Bank, which links to the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Jonathan William Bloomer connects Hargreaves Lansdowne Limited to 32 companies, including Morgan Stanley Companies and Medway Films Limited, LLP, and Marsh McClellan India Holdings Limited. That makes connections to the research of the World Trade Center disaster. And via that, I'd seen a connection to the church that my wife's grandparents went to, but I haven't been able to then find it again. Hargreaves also connects to Gatco Kids LLP, and Vishwas Sapnaka connects this company to the Close Film Sale and Leaseback, which we've just seen, and has a registered address as FRP Advisories. Roy Addison of Close Film Sale and Leaseback LLP connects to the Royal Television Society. The features throughout the fraud. Obviously links to the Royals again. David Allenby of the Close Film Sale and Leaseback Company connects to Invicta Film Partnership LLP that was incorporated in 2004 and dissolved in 2023 as the exposure was escalated and continued. Caroline Susan Betts is shown as the director for this company, possibly making connection to Diana Betts of Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. Marcus Bemrose connects the Invicta Film Partnership to Owen Film Partnership that was incorporated in 2004 and dissolved on the 11th of January 2022 as I'm starting to make the early inquiries at Exbourne Manor. This is the month before Vladimir Putin announced his special military operation against Ukraine, and the research of Stephen Owens, who had been in the managing agent for Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited, links quickly to the Russian government. Turkin Connell is shown in the registered address, which also becomes important to the research of my wife's former employer, leading to the Treasure Island Kids Limited Liability Partnership Company and to Virgin Foundation companies. Research of Turkin Connell shows that Turkin Connell Trustees Limited has a registered address in Edinburgh and was incorporated as Dundas and Wilson Trustees Limited on the 19th of February 1955, 5 months before Disneyland Park opened in America, which appears to be relevant to the potential infiltration of the real heirs to the throne mentioned elsewhere in the document. Its name was changed for the first and only time on the 18th of August 1997, less than 2 weeks before the death of Princess Diana. Within 2 months of Princess Diana's death, the original founder of the Church of Satan also died, and I suspect an infiltration of the Church of Satan took place around this time to make future plans appear to be Satan and to fit falsified biblical prophecies. Just show you Turkin Connell. So it was incorporated in 1955. Changed its name 18th of August 1997. It was the 31st of August, I think, that Princess Diana died. And that was within a few, I can't remember, it wasn't very long from that date in 1955 that the first Walt Disney Resort opened. Research shows that Douglas Connell was born in 1954, the same year as CERN, and the company Slaughter and May, which links to football companies and is right throughout the fraud. When it was incorporated on Company's House, and was one of the founders of Turkin Connell shown. He had been the chair of the Prince's Foundation and Museums of Scotland. Prince's Foundation and Museums of Scotland. And although having lived in Scotland for many years, he had lived in Hampshire for 7 years, where the Flemings are prominent. He had also significant involvement in Edinburgh, where the world's oldest Freemason lodge is located. There are various references to Princess Diana throughout this document, and she is clearly an important aspect in relation to the fraud, with it being almost certain that her death is not what we have been led to believe. According to the research, Diana was born in 1961 and was educated in Kent, Hampshire, and Switzerland, and it was in the Tunbridge area, I believe, of Kent, all important areas in the fraud. It was in 1981, whilst working at the children's nursery called Young England School in Pimlico, that Diana became engaged to Prince Charles. And I suspect it is no coincidence that they separated in 1992, the same year that the Company's House Register started to become electronic and the Catholic Church became a legal entity, linking in with the Vatican, everybody, and after other critical events leading up to it. Now, during her divorce, guess who she used? Miss Gondarea as the solicitor. They divorced in 1996, a year before her apparent death, and as the Company's House research suggests, the plans were being made for the World Trade Center disaster. Diana used Mishcon de Rea for the divorce, and this company, as I've said, links quickly, relates to the de Rea family, I suspect, of Expoor Manor, and connects quickly to ICNIRP that regulates non-ionizing radiation from phones and cell towers, as shown elsewhere in the document. Diana had involvement in various projects, including AIDS and Red Cross, in relation to the minefields and other organisations as part of the fraud. Now, the AIDS companies become critical in my document. There's a whole section under the COVID response that links into the AIDS organisations and the fraud massively. In the mid-90s, articles emerged that Diana had been having an affair with former British Army officer James Lifford Hewitt from 1986 until 1991, where many events linking to the apparent plan of falsified prophecies occurred. A Companies House search of James Lifford Hewitt reveals two records, meaning there had been a deliberate duplication, and they are exact records for him. One of the records connects to three companies: MAD Foundation Limited, Thornton Science Limited, and Atenum Astra Limited. Research suggests Astra means star in Latin and Greek, and can also refer to supernatural weapon in ancient Hindu texts, and that Aratornum is a Latin word that translates to forever or eternally in English. It is a form of the adjective eternus, meaning everlasting, and is often used in the phrase alternum to mean to eternity or forever. MAD Foundation Limited was incorporated on the 7th of March 2000, 3 months before the relativistic heavy iron was first activated in New York, and its name was changed in July 2007, 2 months after Madeleine McCann's disappearance and the month before Expoor Manor Freehold Limited is formed. Its name was changed again in May 2008, the same year that the Large Hadron Collider was first activated in Geneva in Switzerland. Lynn Marie Simmons connects MAD Foundation to Commonwealth Association of Science, Technology and Mathematics Educators that was incorporated in December 2003 and has a registered address of Octavia, twice, possibly making reference to Octagon, that has featured in key points of the research. It has interchanged legal advisory service of an address of Hampstead Town Hall on its incorporation document. This is the area where the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry and Hampstead is located in Camden, with Camden companies featuring important areas of the research that we did see also earlier. And this address does link into the Hampstead Child Abuse Inquiry. A separate search for Hampstead Town Hall shows town centre. Hampstead shows, Hall. Oh, there it is. Shows Centre Hampstead Limited that was incorporated in 1964 and dissolved in 2018, as Gordon Bowden is exposing his evidence. Almost all information has been restricted by Companies House. Quick look at that. I've gone completely off where I was coming from here. So notice Town Centre Developments Hampstead, Temple in the name. Dissolved 2018, incorporated in 1964. No directors. They've withheld the information of the directors. So it's obviously important coming in from the research. Interchange Legal Advisory Services is the company on the document back there that we're talking about. Appears to have been removed from the register, but a Google search reveals Legal Advisory Services Limited that was incorporated in February 2019 and is in the process of being struck from the register. The only director, Adele Lee Wakefield, connects to Anson's LLP that was incorporated in 2003 and dissolved in 2023 as the exposure continued. Martin Edward Derrida had been positioned as a significant person of control in November 2022. As I'm exposed in the international government fraud, and connects to 15 companies, and I haven't finished that. Thornton Science Limited, the other company, was incorporated in 2021, and its second director is shown as Neil Hayes. So this is the second company that Hewitt is connected to. A separate search for Neil Hayes reveals a record for Neil Charles Hayes that connects to two companies, including JAB, JAB, exclamation mark, jab, exclamation mark, limited. With one having been incorporated in October 2017 and having dissolved in 2023 as the exposure continued. The filing history shows that on the 17th of August 2022, as I make an inquiry at Exbourne Manor, the company's registered address was changed twice, and one of the addresses was Telecom House, Preston Road, Brighton, and Knoll House, with the exact same postcode. 2017 was around the time that I suspect plans were being made regarding the COVID deception, after the system started to be exposed by the Pizzagate scandal and Gordon Bowden. Alternum Astra, the other company that he's connected to, was incorporated in 2021 and dissolved in December 2022, as I made the first official reports to Action Fraud, and 2 months after the meeting took place with Pietro Parolin, which was an interfaith meeting, which links to the prophecy of the popes. Mentioned in the research of the prophecy of the popes, as I said, it is possible that Astra is making reference to AstraZeneca and or the experiment at CERN in 2012. Filing history shows that both Hewitt and second director Neil Anthony Hayes both resigned on the 12th of July 2022, the day before Anthony Roberts of Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited resigned, triggering the exposure. A third director that I suspect is a false name of Balajinder Kaur Sangha connects Alternum Astra Limited to 5 companies, including PSS Trading Limited, that was incorporated in 2003 and has Stephen John Scott on its incorporation document and its people record, which is likely a fictional or stolen identity connecting to over 2,600 companies. Some of these companies connected to Scott include Cancer Relief UK and has a forged incorporation document, Spectrum Homes Limited, UK Limited, that connects to over 2,600 companies via Jacqueline Scott and appears to make reference to the Spectrum Sovereign Housing Company featured in the research stemming from the helicopter crash in the United States on the 10th of April 2025 and leading to CERN and Criminal United Nations companies. Scott also connects to Maddie UK Limited, that was incorporated in 2006, the year before Madeleine McCann went missing, and dissolved in February 2020, the month after Prince Harry went to the US, which is relevant. There are 2 Owens in the people record, possibly making connections to the infiltration of the royal family and Manor. Here's that Maddie company. So you can see it was incorporated just over a year before Madeleine McCann went missing. Maddie UK Limited, and that's coming in from the research of James Hewitt. There are criminal companies connected to Diana's name throughout the research, with a more recent discovery of the Princess Diana of Wales International Studies. It was incorporated in 2005 and has the London Law Agency on its incorporation document. Diana, Prince of Wales International Studies Centre on its incorporation document. You can tell I'm getting a bit like, I just got to keep going. I don't know what else to do at the moment. Well, I do, I've got a plan, but the London Law Agency, you can see on the incorporation document, Southampton Row, criminal organisation. So that links straight to Keir Starmer and the Death Penalty Project, because that's on his incorporation document as well. It's a criminal company. A search for Diana Spencer, Prince with Company's House, reveals Collective Enterprises Limited that was incorporated in May 1987 and connects immediately to the fraud by Daniel John Dwyer and D&D Law Agency Services Limited on its incorporation document. The filing history shows that on the 1st of March 1989, Collective Enterprises Limited had a registered address of Pearl Assurance, Princess Street, Manchester, that makes important immediate connections to the research of Tom Robinson and the... now I'll just show you this because this is probably quite relevant. Just show you her name here, or a name. And because of where it leads, it's going to be relevant. So you have Diana Spencer, she was appointed before 1991 and resigned after her death 2008. Okay, we look at the, I'm not saying that's definitely her, but it's where it leads that's important. Oh, if they changed the address. David Jones, bear with me. Yeah, they've changed it, looks like. Had a registered address of Pearl Assurance. Let's have of Princess Street. When did they change it? Have they even put it on here? They've changed the address here, but they've not put Princess Street. When did I acquire this evidence? Let's have a quick look. Collective Enterprises. Incorporated in 1987. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. The filing history shows, that on the 1st of March 1989, it had a registered address. Pearl Assurance, which features throughout the fraud, Princess Street. So let's go back to 1989. 1st of March 1989 on the filing history. Now that's obviously the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. And it had Princess Street, same name as her. We're going to see where it goes. I think there's some important in it. There you go. Registered address changed. 1st of 3rd, 19 from Pearl Assurance, which features throughout the fraud, Princess Street, Albert Square, Manchester. On its incorporation document, is it called an incorporation document? Let's have a little look. Now, if this is, I can't remember, I haven't mentioned it. There's two there. Let me just make sure I get to the right one. Not that one. Now, this is actually very important because D&D Law Agency connects very quickly to a temple address, okay, 84 Temple Chambers, which then makes the link to my family and to the potential infiltration of the royal family as well. You can see the best fawn. Just having a quick look at this. So this is the company that makes immediate connections to Tommy Robinson by his name, Stephen Laxley Lennon. Mohammed Ramzan Collective Enterprises connects this company 79, including Project Crown Bidco Limited. You still think that's not connected to Princess Diana? Okay, we're going to go into this a little bit more. I think we make some. David James Baldwin. Now this, of course, what does this potentially tell us? If that is her, and she's involved in making those changes in 2008, if, I'm not saying he is, David James Baldwin. Bearing in mind what we're talking about with the other deaths, remember what I'm saying with Floyd. Property intelligence. I need to do a bit more. It's just time. It's so time consuming. Project Crown Bidco. Now, I'd already seen this previously. Just have a click in here. See if I can find any obvious royal links quickly. I have gone into it. I just didn't. time. Help Harry, help others. Yes, I remember seeing this. All right. Now that is, have I mentioned that in here? I haven't gone into it from here. Oh yeah, I have. David James Baldwin connects Project Crown Bidco. It should be, shouldn't it? Yeah, missed that word. It's 12 companies, including Help Harry, Help Others, that was incorporated on the 12th of April 2012, 3 days after Jeffrey Epstein held a meeting with Stephen Hawking and CERN scientists, and less than 3 months before CERN discovered the God particle. The company connects to other areas of the research by the fraud by Bloomer Heaven Limited on page 17 of its incorporation document. There are many other connections to the fraud from here, and we can safely assume that this record is making reference to Princess Diana and possibly involved her knowledge of the criminal system that she was part of. Now we have to consider that she never died in all of this. We have to. Now, when I go in, I'm sure if I go further into this, have a quick look, but I really need to spend a bit of time. Downton Abbey. Midlands Rush. Help Harry, Help Others. Birmingham Irish Association. Coal Valley. Probably fight Hollywood Monster. Probably need to do a bit of research surrounding this more. And I'm probably going to find some very quick royal connections, I would think. Pro Golf Tours. Very likely, I'm finding the golf companies all lead to Donald Trump, generally, when I go into them. Mind and Matters. Okay, so the Mind Group has already been into the mind control and the international government fraud. So that's going to be interesting going in through that. I'm not going to, I could spend ages now just because what you can do is check for duplications of records, you see. Debt Relief Solutions. I've completely come away from what I was doing. I do apologise. I was going to show you Sweeney Todd research. I will be going into. I think it's important that I show the links into the World Marshal Authority in all of this. Again, Sentinel. Birmingham Press Club. That's going to be linking in with the. I'm just trying to find. It'd be nice if there's a link to a royal foundation, a royal company, whilst I'm here on a live doing it. Then it will help support, because that then builds into the theory of everything's a deception. Potentially, there's nothing obvious, so I'd have to go into that a little bit more. Anyway, where was it going? So Princess Diana apparently had been in a Dodi Al-Fayed from July 1997 until the time of death in Paris in an apparent car crash after having left the Ritz Hotel owned by Dodi's father, Egyptian Mohammed Al-Fayed. The research suggests Dodi's real name is Emad El-Din Mohammed Adel Menam, and he was Egyptian film producer. All right, so we have a link into the entertainment industry in this as well. Company's house search for this name reveals a connection to Harrods Aviation Limited, so we can assume that's going to be him. All right, if it's going to Harrods, that's what his dad was owned. It was incorporated in 1986. Its name had been changed to Hunting Business Aviation Limited in 1992, the same year that the Catholic Church became a legal entity and the Company's House record became a Company's House record started to become electronic. Yeah, so look, obviously, because he died, he resigned, obviously. Look, so we know this is him. 1996, he was appointed, just over a year before he was supposedly in a relationship with Princess Diana. Obviously, resigned on the day he died. Now, if we go, let me just go in. We know it's let me just show you the name again so you can see it at the top. Okay, so you can tell this is going to be him, and just in case you're not convinced, if you go into the research of him, now I've linked Mohammed Dodi Al Fayed. Oh, there's, sorry, 1 second, that's Mohammed Al Fayed. Oh, bear with me. Egyptian film producer. Okay, this is where I've gone into Mohammed Al Fayed's name instead of Dodi Al Fayed's. So that's where I've gone wrong with this, but it's still very relevant in this. So Mohammed Al Fayed, his original name was Mohammed Al Abdel Manim Al Fayed. Bear with me, I'm just want to. Ahmad Adin Mohammed Abdel. No, okay. So it looks as though. Where have I put the. Bear with me on this. So this is the record for Mohammed Al Fayed. Abdel Manim Al Fayed. Mohammed Abdel Manim Al Fayed. Okay, let me just go into. I'm just going to pause the video for a second. Okay, no, so I've got what I've done is put the link for, so if we copy that, it's a good job I'm going over this. So I have got the right name, Eldin Mohammed Abdel Manam. Yeah, so that is him. And I've just put the link there, haven't I, for Mohammed instead of Dodi. Oh, it looks like. Huh? That's weird. Hold on, let's try that again. Nah, it's not. Let me paste it. Hold on. Go into copy link. So that's definitely. It's still saying Mohammed. What? What have they done? That's something they've done then, isn't it? We're definitely in Dodi's record here, aren't we? Yeah, that's Dodi Al Fayed. Dodi. Copy the link. Let's try that again. It's going through this way. Copy link. Copy to clipboard. Go over this. Hold on, let's do it underneath, just in case it's not allowing me. Oh, of course it. Idiot. It's a PDF, isn't it? So it won't allow me to. What an idiot. Okay, but I've got the right information there. What's the name that comes up on the Harrods Aviation? Ahmad El Din Mohammed. Ahmed El Din Mohammed. So that is the right one coming up for him. Okay. It's just that link needs changing. Okay. So we've got Harrods Aviation Limited, 1955. Is that the same? Oh, yeah. There we go. Not that, because they're basically changing using different dates of birth anyway on there. Anyway, incorporated 1986. And then Ronald Peter Higgins connects Harrods Aviation Limited to 9 companies, including Hunting Pension Trust. It was incorporated in 1978. Higgins. People record. Higgins. Crucible training. Now this starts linking into the Vatican from the research. Hunting Pensions Trust, 1978. Oh. 1978, according to the overview, the incorporation document shows dates of 1977 and a name of Peter Halford Lawson and McKenna and Co. Now, McKenna and Co. linked to CMS McCameron McKenna Olswang Nabarro LLP, which links back into CERN, back into Donald Trump, and back into the royal family, and therefore Jimmy Savile and everything. So this is coming in from this record for Dodi Al Fayed. Roy Ernest Treacher connects Hunting Pension Trust to Hunting PLC. Treacher within the company. Hunting PLC, incorporated in 1970. The year before, there's a reason I'm showing you this. It becomes quite important. The reason after the year after Charles became the Prince of Wales, and the year before, obviously, the World Economic Forum is created. The year between, as I said, according to the overview, its name was last changed in 1989, the year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. Its register has been forged. Peter Rose connects Hunting PLC to Hunting Defence Limited. Looks like some of the information's missing for some reason. There's the name change, last changed, same year that the World Wide Web was created for CERN in 1989, and not since. Originally called Hunting Gibson. According to this, Hunting Gibson PLC from 70 to 85. Oh. What they're doing is they are going, I know they're doing this, they're going in through the document as I'm creating it. I know that for a fact, because there was an evening a few weeks ago, I was involved in a video call with somebody, going through the document in a video call, and literally had a bang on the side of my van. This was about half 12, I think it was about 12:30, 1 in the morning, drove on and went and looked at the research that I was putting together, and what the exact bit of research that I was looking at, and they had removed just that section of the research, and the letter Q was there to make me believe QAnon was real. Now, obviously, if we think about what I'm saying in all of this, and the theory that I'm starting to form and how it relates to me and why I'm still alive, let's face it, I shouldn't be alive. I shouldn't be alive with what I'm uncovering. And Q obviously connects or makes a possible reference to James Bond. Okay, and James Bond links to the Flemings, who initiated my removal and only became involved after I started to expose the fraud, and everyone has been positioned around me. So then you're starting to look again at, well, what if the whole Q thing is about me, or to do with me, and this evidence on what I'm exposing, and the deception surrounding the potential deception surrounding the risk to all of creation in this. So here on the incorporation document, it has Hunting Gibson Limited and McKenna and Co. Now, for whatever reason, it suddenly stops there. Now, I'm sure I did not stop that at that point on my document. I normally would have finished a sentence. Now, that suggests to me they were worried and they've done something. Now, it could be me, but I doubt it, because I don't think I'd leave a sentence like that. And I'm sure I've seen it in here before, which suggests they may have altered that within the document. Now, where that leads is critical, because it links to a nuclear weapons company, all right, which would make me, and did make me think, because I found the connection to Peter Gilmore from there as well, who's the head of the high priest of the Church of Satan. I'm obviously thinking, oh dear, they are going to create a nuclear war. But now I'm starting to think, is it all a deception? Now, Princess Diana's bodyguard, Trevor Rees-Jones, also known as Trevor Rees, was the only survivor of the crash, but was apparently severely injured. An initial speculation was that he may have lost his tongue due to not speaking about the incident. Interesting. Did he not want to because he knew it was some sort of a deception? The research shows Rees-Jones was born in Germany. He also uses just uses Trevor Rees. All right, in the research of him, you can see. Look, I'll show you here. This becomes important with the connections that I found. Do you believe they're all evil? I can't believe everyone's evil in this. I can't believe there's this much evil in the world. It just doesn't make sense. Everyone around me being evil? No. Trevor Rees-Jones, also known as Trevor Rees. All right, so they've set up the ability for the right person to do checks on just Trevor Rees. Now, that becomes very important with what I then find out later. So this is her bodyguard. The research shows that he was born in Germany, so we have this German connection, and he had lived in Shropshire, and married Sue Jones in 1995, same year as the Hackler International Advisory Board, later filing for divorce in June 1997, which is 2 months before June, July, August. The crash. Now, don't you find it interesting that it's the month before July that she supposedly has a relationship with Dodi Al-Fayed, and I find a connection to Dodi Al-Fayed and the Church of Satan, the high priest, which links to the World Trade Center disaster in 2001, when the high priest Peter Gilmore was positioned, and then suddenly this bit of the document appears to be gone. And they'd all previously removed the intelligence agency selection, which means I'm put a Q, okay, on my document. Now, I've told people about that I was in the video conference with, and it was just that section of the document, and they arranged a bang on my door in the camper van, in the motorhome, at the time that happened. The company's house search for Trevor Rees shows a record with a date of birth with a discrepancy of 2 years, and being connected to 5 companies, non-government organisation, training and research centre, or INTRAC, that was incorporated at a key time in 1991 and connects to key areas of the fraud by D&D Law Agency Services Limited on its incorporation document. The exact same company that we were looking at a second ago. All right, when I was talking about that, D&D, and it linked to Stephen Laxley Lennon, well, there you go. We have a link again. And that was from the research surrounding Princess Diana as well. It's not going to be a coincidence, is it? this connects to the this company connects to the previous research of criminal United Nations companies, having been incorporated with the same companies as Equitable Manor Freehold Limited, and supports the laundering of money through non-government organisations to further try and remove any accountability for any possible sinister plans. Mr. Kenneth William Brooks of King Edward Street, Dr. Ian Davis, Honourable Fellow of Disaster Management, Elizabeth Stamp, former Information Officer for Oxfam, and Malcolm Charles Harper, Director of the United Nations Association, are also shown on the incorporation document. Oh, I forgot about this. It's just my boat. Let's look at this. Look, so Trevor Rees, dear oh dear, international non-government organisation, active company, created 1991. Key year that when David Icke, linked to the intelligence agency, said the world would be devastated by earthquakes and tsunamis. On its incorporation document. Unreal. D&D Law Agency Services, what we were looking at in a minute ago, coming in from Princess Diana. Now I can't remember, was that from her Spencer? I can't remember, or was that the research afterwards? Now, if that's from the name Spencer, then it's massive. King Edward Street, Oxford, where the Maxwell's were prominent. Dr. Ian Davis, Honourable Fellow of Disaster Management. You got to laugh at this, haven't you? Disaster Management. Okay, and then further down, just to really support it. Now, bear in mind, we're going to be looking at the World Marshall Authority shortly, which is the United Nations as well, and the death of Daniel Morgan. We then have, well, first of all, you've got another director here, Elizabeth Stamp, retired, formerly Information Officer of Oxfam, Chain Lifestyle Movement. Oxfam, obviously a charity, which we'll link in with the Freemasons, and they're massively behind all of this deception. Where's the United Nations link? Director, there you go. Okay, so we've got Mr. Malcolm Charles Harper, Director of the United Nations Association. Okay, it's all a lie, everybody. It's all a lie. I mean, the evidence, I'm only just showing a little sample of it here. It's just unbelievable. Anti-poverty. Oh dear, oh dear. It's just laughable now. Ian Davis. So that person, Ian Davis, appears to have been an architect, having worked for major companies from 1958, the year Charles was initiated to become the Prince of Wales. 1971, which is the year the World Economic Forum started. He had worked for companies including Emo Goldfinger. It's unreal. Goldfinger, James Q Movement, and Minoru Yamasaki, the designer of the Twin Towers. So this is Ian Davis that's on that incorporation document linking directly to a name of Princess Diana's bodyguard. Okay, there he is. There's an article of it. Let me just show you. No, let's go forward. He then moved into, so we have a direct link to the World Trade Center. Direct link to the World Trade Center from the bodyguard of Princess Diana, who was the only survivor of Princess Diana's car crash. He then moved into, so we're talking about this, Ian Davis, he then moved into academia to become principal lecturer of Oxford Polytechnic, now Oxford Brookes University, from 1971 until 1989, the date that the World Wide Web was created. Oh, I've put, yeah, from the date of the World Economic Forum and until the date that the World Wide Web was created for CERN. During the 1980s, he was chair of the Association of Planners and Architects, falsified, or part of some sort of prophetic agenda in all of this, and planners ACPA. Through conferences, debates, study visits, and writing, I forgot about this. This body sought to develop a radical Christian critique of current practice and theory for practitioners and students within the planning and architectural professions. This supports evidence of Christian-related falsified prophecy. Since 1972, Ian's primary academic work had been disaster risk and recovery management. Bear in mind, I've linked all of the world's disasters together, certainly all of the terrorist incidents together. As an academic, author, researcher, consultant, NGO board member, so non-government organisation board member, so we can safely assume that is him on there. And advisor to governments and UN agencies. He wrote the first PhD on disaster shelter in University College London from 1972 to 1985. He wrote the first book on shelter after disaster, coordinated the first UN guidelines on shelter after disaster in 1982, and edited the second edition, 2006, when the World and the Pizzagate scandal was being exposed, for IFRC. He co-authored At-Risk People's Vulnerability to Disasters, 1994, which was leading up to the Trade Center disaster deception, and second edition, 2004. In 2015, he co-authored Recovery from Disaster. In 1996, leading up to the collaborative World Trade Center disaster, he was the first UK citizen to receive the UN Sasakawa Award for his international contribution to disaster prevention. In 2004 to 5, he was part of the working group convened by the British government's chief scientific officer to advise Prime Minister Tony Blair as he hosted the 2007 G Summit meeting. The year that Madeleine McCann went missing, the year that the Company's House Records, the year that the Export Manor Freehold Limited Company was incorporated, and Tony Blair massively links into all of this, and he also links to the connections to New Zealand in all of this, which links in with the Christchurch earthquake as well. Supposed Christchurch earthquake. From 2009 to 2012, the same year, CERN claims to have discovered the God particle. Davis was part of the International Working Independent Panel on Climate Change, integrating disaster risk reduction with adaptation to climate change. Let's have a look at that information just so you can see it. So IPPC is the organization's acronym that we were just talking about there. Hopefully this loads out. So here he is. So all of that information is from this article. Quite staged for my benefit, potentially. I'm not saying it was, but everything else. So the IPPC, okay, is the organization for the Independent Panel of Climate Change, okay, that he was involved in from 2009 to 2012. Okay, so all of that information was including about the World Trade Center disaster design for IPCC. PPC, a Company's House search for this company reveals IPPC Limited was incorporated in December 2020, and Stephen Charles Hazel connects the company to, and they've removed another bit of the document. That I would not have left that like that. So they are going into, they must be going into the document. There's no way I would leave literally 2 bits just open-ended like that. I'll make links, I'll make spelling mistakes, but I would not leave a company like that, especially when I've gone on a sentence like that, especially when I've gone on and continued the research. So they've been into this document and removed key connections. Well, let's go into it anyway, because I've obviously said something important here. Stephen Charles Hazel Company. Let's see if the link works. Look at the address, everyone. 7175 Shelton Street. Links to the World Marshall Authority. Links to Kim Jong-un, to the tax company, to the United Nations. All of the research that I've just been finding. Same address. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. Unbelievable. Let's have a look. What was his name? Stephen Charles Hazel. I don't think they can just... I don't know if they realised the fraud was going to be identified and they thought they'd get away with it. Stephen Charles Hazel. There's a duplicate record. Okay, yeah, look, notice the duplicate record. Okay, so they've hidden this. And I know why, or straight away. So here you've got one company linked to them. Okay. But here you've got another record where he's got 5 companies. So you've got a nuclear, okay, connection straight away, Neurogen. Now, I can't remember exactly what I was looking at, but you've also got IPPC Limited. Does that police and... No, what was it I found? Oh, hold on, let me go into that. What was that name at the bottom? I've looked at these, so... HC, no, it wouldn't be that. What was it they didn't want me to publicise? I don't recognise this. Hasraw. March 2012. Oh, look, this is going to be relevant. March 2012. CERN. March, April, the month. That's the month, less than a month before Jeffrey Epstein held the meeting regarding CERN, supposedly. Look when it dissolved. The same month that I reported the fraud for the first time. And look at the address. Ocean Village, Southampton. That links into the fraud. And to Exmoor Manor, Ocean Village. Let's go into this company. I've looked into, what's the other name? Stephen Charles. That's the same name again. Okay, let's go back into, what's this one? Nuclear. Okay, dissolved August 2022. Lean Innovation. Cumbria. Higley. What had I found? Williams Baines, Fans Inc. Lead to Innovation, Ugly Frog, Redback's Cushioning. Remember the 21 to 75 address, okay, because that's going to become relevant as we look at the research later. Just trying to see what they might have. So nothing's jumped out. Fans Inc. could link to the football companies. If not, we'll just carry on with what I was... Okay, let's just keep going anyway. Other research confirms that Minoru Yamasaki had designed the Twin Towers based on the thing. And further research stemming from the companies involved in the construction are shown in the research of the World Trade Center disaster. So I'd already found links. Referring back to international non-governmental organization, let's just search his name because I think it's quite interesting what I found with that. Yamasaki Minoru. So this is the person that links to the name of the bodyguard. Now, I'm laughing about this. We still have to, until I get confirmation, we still have to consider these threats are real. So we have to move forward accordingly. We've still got, no matter what, we still have a criminal financial system. Okay? We still have a criminal financial system which has to be dealt with. We can't allow a criminal network to run the world. Okay. The World Trade Center disaster is without doubt connected to the company's house fraud and an apparent plan of a falsified prophecy linked to Christianity. The designer of the Twin Towers, Minoru Yamasaki, or however you pronounce the name, has been connected to the research of the death of Princess Diana, and the project was headed by the Rockefeller Foundation, with a member of the Rockefeller family having been connected quickly to the research of Jeffrey Epstein and the Lockerbie bombing, as shown elsewhere in the document. And even the named suspect for the Lockerbie bombing, one of them, goes straight back into Pan Am American Airways, the company that identified linking with Jeffrey Epstein and with a Rockefeller, member of the Rockefeller family. So that tells us the Lockerbie bombing is 100% going to be a deception. Now, that doesn't mean it didn't happen, but it's certainly not what they wanted us to believe. So here is Minoru Yamasaki. Just to confirm it, he designed, according to this, he did design the World Trade Center disaster. Edward Jarrell Stone. Jarrell links to that name. I'm not saying this is anything to do with it, but Jarrell does link to the World Marshal Authority. The name Jarrell. Just having a quick look through, see if I can find anything of interest here. Research shows the Research shows the construction of the Twin Towers by THR Management, or Tishman, started in 1966, the same year as the foundation of the Church of Satan, and its construction was completed, as said, in 1973, 2 years after the start of the World Economic Forum, and the same year that the SWIFT international transaction system used in the fraud began. THR Management LP, or Tishman, had been founded in 1898 and was given the contract for the construction of the World Trade Center disaster and was sold to AECOM. Don't know if did you notice that earlier? AECOM, when we were looking, there was within my document, AECOM. If you search my document, it becomes relevant again in this straight away with what we've looked at tonight, which means it's going to be relevant to Jimmy Savile again. So that means Jimmy Savile is going to be linking into the World Trade Center disaster. THR Management, or Tishman, had been founded in 1898. That's the same year that supposedly the first communication tower was erected on the Isle of Wight, and was sold to AECOM, same year that CERN Limited was incorporated. The company had significant contracts with Disney and other world-renowned locations. Links back in with the apparent infiltration of the royal family. Here's THR Management, commonly referred to as Tishman, American corporation, founded in 1898, just to confirm it. World Trade Center disaster. AECOM. Disney. Where is it? History. Construction Corporation. Just want to show the Disney. There you go. It's here somewhere. These are all of their projects. Marriott World Trade Center. Epcot. Theme park. Bank of America Tower, massively part of the fraud. Where's the Disney connections then? Hold on, let's search the page. Oh, sugar, wrong button. Finding page. Disney. Walt Disney. Oh, there you go. Why did I... Oh, okay, it was in another bit. List of Tishman Hotel and Reality LP properties. Walt Disney. Okay, which links back into the apparent infiltration of the royal family. The company's house search shows that AECOM Infrastructure and Environment UK Limited had been incorporated as Scott Wilson Kirkpatrick and Co. in 1966, the same year as the Church of Satan was founded, with its name having been changed in 2015. Hugh Blackwood connects this company to Scott Wilson Scotland Limited, that was incorporated in 1971, the same year as the start of the World Economic Forum. And Rebecca Elizabeth Hemshaw connects this company to 49 others, including multiple age companies, with age companies making major connections throughout the research. Hemshaw also connects to AECOM Piesold Limited, paedophile information exchange potential. It was incorporated as Knight Piesold Limited in 1994 before its name was changed in 2002 after the World Trade Center disaster. It has Daniel James Dwyer and D&D Law Agency Services Limited on its incorporation document. We've just been linking to the research of not only Princess Diana, but the bodyguard of Princess Diana. And this makes major connections to the fraud and to the paedophile information exchange via that company. Peter Garrett connects AECOM Piesold to Hispanic and Luso-Brazilian Council and the Caribbean Council that had previously featured in the research of one of the named suspects of the Lockerbie bombing. This is it, guys. The world's changing. The world's changing one way or another. It's going to be changing. And it'd be changing for the better if I have anything to do with it. Peter Garrett connects AECOM Piesold Limited. I've mentioned that. The Caribbean Council was incorporated on the 20th. I'm going to show you some of this just so I'm not making it up, and I haven't made a mistake, because obviously I have made a couple of mistakes in this, especially today. AECOM Infrastructure Environment UK, incorporated in 1966, the same year as the foundation of the Church of Satan. See all the name changes here. Scott Wilson Kirkpatrick was the original company name at the bottom there. I'm not going to go into all of it. I'll show you Hemshaw. Henshaw. Sorry. Henshaw. I haven't even looked at these other companies. They're going to be... Hold on, I'm in the first company, aren't I? I've got to go into the second one, haven't I? Hugh Blackwood connects this to... Oh, no, I need to go into Scott Wilson. I'm sure also connects to AECOM Piesold. Hugh Blackwood connects AECOM Infrastructure to Scott Wilson, Scotland, yeah. Sorry, so I need Blackwood. It was the last one I went into. URS Scott Wilson, Scotland. Obviously where the main Freemason lodge is, in Edinburgh. Hemshaw. Age. So this is important. Age makes connections all the way through the research. So you can literally just search age and see where it all ties in. Age concern. You've got various age companies. Cameron Taylor Group, probably going to relate to David Cameron somehow, I would think. Seems to have his fingers in a lot of this. I've forgotten what company I'm looking for now. Piesold. It's another company. It's another company. Oh, Gorton Chambers Bullen. Middle East. Oh my goodness, have I gone past it? How many people we got on here? 113. It's not enough. Not surprised though. It's not easy watching. How long have we been on here now? 4.5 hours. Hugh Blackwood was incorporated in 1971, the same year as the Economic Forum. Back at Elizabeth Henshaw connects the company to Age Companies. Henshaw also connects to Acom Pysold Limited. Be lovely if all of these things really aren't happening to the children. Would be amazing, but trouble is I'm getting people that say, I mean, we know the international problem is real, and that's 100% down to this. So, not everything is going to be a lie, if even if some of it is. So it's still got changed. Momentum. So far, I'm not finding it. Check that. Starting the topic of this page. Probably right at the top. No, age concern. Cameron Taylor, Acom. Could be they've... So far, I haven't found anything they've got rid of. Not missing it in there, am I? Interesting if they have got that. Probably going to be Cube. That's interesting. Cube planning. Bearing in mind, you got the cube of data in this. Actually, that's where I was going to get. Eventually, we're getting to from this. No. Henshaw. Elizabeth Henshaw. Rebecca Henshaw connects to the company to 49 others, including multiple age companies. Henshaw also connects Acom Limited. Let's have a quick look. Acom Pysold in here. Not another record for her, is it? It might be a duplicate record. Or have I gone into the wrong? I've got to remember these mistakes now. Go back through it and let's have a look. Acom Pysold. Ah, yeah, looks as though they might have got rid of it. The company. Interesting. Okay, because it's not coming up there. Let me go into a normal, just through Google, see what comes up. Oh. Sometimes you get results from this. I'm buying Scott Wilson Pysold. Well, we know Scott Wilson. Oh, unless I put that accidentally. Oh, interesting. Why is it suddenly saying that? That's interesting. Reload. Not allowing me to see it. Not allowing me to see it. We know Scott Wilson. That's going to be relevant, isn't it? Let me try Scott Wilson Pysold within Scott Wilson pie sold. Let's see what comes up when we try it in here. Scott Wilson pie sold. Okay, that's weird. Night pie sold. Oh, okay, so maybe I've put... What an idiot if I have. So that's Scott Wilson pie sold then. So if I go into the people record... Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, Daniel Dwyer. So this links in with the... God, yeah. See these silly little mistakes I'm making. I mean, it's still... it's still there. It's just a case of stupid little mistakes I'm making in this when my brain's just not picking up on it. So this is going to be linked into it. This is why they're all purple. Look, because I've gone into them already. Acom Pension Trust. Okay. So I need to change that. Oh no, it's gone back. Yeah, it would have done, wouldn't it? Right, what I'm going to do is let's go back to the new research, have a break from that big document I was looking at. So we've done the link to KMPG, and I was going to show you the Amanda Pearson. Basically, within my document, you can see the PMG linked straight to Amanda Pearson. I mean, here's one. Let me just do a search on here. And then we'll Amanda Murray Design, Amanda Pearson. I don't know which one it will be. Cakery Bakery. Skin Revolution. Okay, so Amanda Pearson. Now that's the actual record for her as well. Looks as though they've changed. Red Horse Foundation, Health Education. Let's go into, hold on. Let's go into Amanda Pearson's. Oh, what's happened there? I'm sure they had an actual Wikipedia on her. Is she no longer a chief constable? Oh no, Amanda. Yeah, look, they've got rid of her record. Yeah, I'm sure there was a look. They blanked it out, which means you can't see her date of birth. But I've already searched on it. Hold on, let me just go see if she's on the Dorset Police website. Amanda Pearson, Dorset Police. There's her images. Okay, so she's still on the... Okay. So here she is. So she was appointed, you can see, as I'm exposing the fraud. Okay, she took over from Scott Chilton in 2023. Now, if we go... How did I get the... Okay, so she's from the Met. She was from the Metropolitan Police. She came across. So we go back into... Let's try Amanda Pearson. Company's house. Don't want to have to go through all of the different records. Cakery Bakery. Amanda Jan, Amanda Shetland Youth. See, these are ones. Community alcohol and drug services. So this is, I haven't seen, this is very likely going to be her because of the type of companies that you've got. What's the date of birth for this one? No, 1965. Yes, the other records are 67. Very likely going to be the same person in all of this. Blues Festival, Blues dissolved 2024. Incorporated June 2009. So that's just before the Prince and Princess of Wales is created on Company's House. It's now dissolved. Let's have a look on the incorporation document. Oh, didn't want to do that. There is. I want to show you the KMP, but this is a little bit newer actually. This Barbara Ford. Haven't seen this one. Shetland, Anderson and Gonard. Shetland Blues Festival. Systems manager. Just seeing if there's any obvious links into the fraud from this. We've got a social care worker on there. Immediately concerning. At the moment, I still have to consider the serious crimes against children in all of this. I can't be certain it's not happening at the moment, so I have to act accordingly. I'll do what I think I can. Shetland Youth Information, 1998. Address there. Fountain Bridge, Edinburgh. Corporation document can't be viewed from there. Got a selection of documents in 1995. Go back to counting reference. Oh no, it wasn't incorporated in 1998. So okay, let me just go back to. I just want to quickly show you a record linking in with the. One of the records, her name to very quickly to Duran Duran, as in the band, and then it's got Simon Le Bon's name in it. So we know that's going to be, because you've got the entertainment industry connected all the way through this. It's like for Richard Knighton, for example, links to Robbie Williams really, really quickly, and we know it's the actual Robbie Williams company. It's got loads of the Robbie Williams connections through it. We're on. His name is directly linked to Ingenious Film Partners 2, LLP, which is on page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. So I'll just show you, if I can, a connection to. Let's save to KPMG. KPMG was also the organisation that my wife's cousin works for, called Victoria Proctor. Well, I was led to believe it was my wife's cousin, put it that way. And also, they were involved in the auditing for Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council. It's within my document, so I'd have to. Oh, there we go. Okay, so same date of birth as what we was looking at. Well, same year at least. All right, so we can assume this is going to be her. You've got drug-related or alcohol-related companies linking back into Edinburgh, therefore likely the Freemasons, because remember the oldest active Freemason lodge is there. And same date of birth here, KPMG. Okay, so this now links into Jimmy Saville because of what we've found from the research coming in from that building. Okay, now this is where it gets even more interesting. So we are literally right there by the building where Jimmy Saville lived, connecting to Exbourne Manor, connecting to the Kennedys, connecting to my mum's employer. Camilla Joyce Cully, born 1965, connects Dumpton School to Camilla Cully Limited. It was incorporated in 2005 and is a criminal company having been incorporated with the same companies as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. So let's go back into Dumpton School. Just check that. Remember, this is really close to the research of that building. I'll just do it that way. It's a bit easier. What was the name? My brain is terrible. Anthony James No, done that. Camilla Joyce Cully. It's Catherine Ann Waterman as well. Don't know who that is, but could be put there. Could be someone real. Could be members of my family. Now, notice that they resigned 2024, 20 years after they're appointed. Now, July 2024 is the same month that I was publicising the link to the blood of the tortured children and the fraud. It's the same month, sorry. Exactly the same month. So that could suggest, is this anything to do with Camilla? Well, we're going to see. So we have this incorporated in 2005. Criminal company. I'll just show you that quickly, just so you can see it's the same. It's good to verify some of this if we can. Incorporation document. Swift Incorporations Limited and Jordan's Limited. All right, that we've been looking at a lot today. Latham connects this company to 60, including Parkstone Yacht Club. That also makes critical connections to weapons companies linked to directed energy threat and to the Hackler International Advisory Board. Now, the Hackler International Advisory Board is found on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Okay, so I'm just going to show you that. Graham William Latham. This is massive. This is massive now. There's Graham William Latham. 60 companies, Parkstone Yacht Club straight away. Okay. Dorset. Parkstone. That's right near, okay, where Lisa's dad lived. That's right near as well where my wife's employer worked. Okay, former employer. It was incorporated in 1994, which is the year before the Hackler International Advisory Board was created. But if we go into the document, and I will verify this because this is very important. Ooh, hold on. What's happened there? Let's just get rid of that and open it back up. I don't know what's happened there. I'm just going to pause the video for a second. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh, it's still asking me to save that in relation to. I'll discard it. Okay. So we want. Oh, blimey. Brain's gone. Have to look again. Oh yeah, Parkstone Yacht Club. This is huge, everybody, because this. What's the chances of that having nothing to do with Camilla? Even though if it's on the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales Company, that also, remember, that links to my family and my friends that I grew up with. Okay? And it links to a monks organisation, linking into the Vatican. Wait for this to load up. Okay. Okay. Don't think I need to go too far back to. Ooh. Now, remember what we said. We've already got the links into the Lockerbie disaster we were just talking about. Well, now we're right there by the Lockerbie disaster because Raytheon Systems links to Pan Am American Airwaves, which links to the Rockefeller member of the Rockefeller family, and to Jeffrey Epstein in the research. How back is the heading? I'm just going to see whether it cut some of this out. So the Association of Conservative Clubs and the Russian collusion. So this links in with the Russian government in all of this. Let me see, because I really want to get onto the World Marshal Authority side of things, because I know everyone will be wanting me to look at that. Colin Jones of Cobham Limited links to Parkstone Yacht Club. So where's the Hacklowitt International? Trying to think. Lord Peter Anthony of the Hacklowitt Company connects to Thales Electronic Limited. That's it. It was incorporated in 1951, 2 years before the Queen's. Inc. also connects to Thales Optomics Holdings Limited. That connects to the case of Nicola Bulley via Edris. According to the research in September 2023. Right, okay, yeah. So we've got via this Thales company. According to the research of the law, established a joint venture with Italian printer. Currently in Switzerland in 1965, the same year that the Jordans. Oxford, Cambridge. Sorry, I'm just trying to think where Lloyd's Banking Group. Peter Holmes of that company with an address of Wardle Castle. Okay, yeah, right. So we need to go into Hacklowitt International Advisory Board. Okay. Save me typing it. And ink. Now I think there's quite a few. Okay, so this is the Hacklowitt International Advisory Board that is found on page 40 of the Royal Foundation for the Prince and Princess of Wales. All right, and we'll show you that in a minute. Well, let's just look at this. I'll show you this first. So here's the Hacklowitt International Advisory Board. Okay, it was incorporated in 1995, August, and it dissolved after I exposed it. After I exposed it in August 2024, which is the month after I actually exposed the connection to the blood of the tortured children in all of this, okay? Now, I'm just going to show you the Royal Foundation and the Prince and Princess of Wales, just so you can see that first. Then we'll come back to this. Okay, so this is the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales, and it was incorporated in 2009, a few days before I became a director, a few days after I became a director of Exbourne Manor. You can see all the previous names here. Okay, the original one was the Foundation of Prince William and Prince Harry, 2009 until the 12th of July 2012, which is 8 days after CERN discovered the Higgs boson on God particle, supposedly. Or it was set up to obviously for the right person to expose all of this, linking in with this. But whether they wanted to expose themselves to international government fraud, because they're now in a complete pickle. But here we go. Here we are. 2018, it changed its name again, which is when Gordon Bowden was really exposing the fraud. Changed it again in September 2019, which is as you're leading up to the COVID deception, and then changed it on the 10th of November 2022 as I'm exposing the international government fraud. The month after, Pietro Parolin was supposedly involved in an interfaith meeting, which links in with the prophecy of the popes and all of this. That's also the same month, well, the end of October, early November would have been when Elon Musk wore a Baphomet, which is a symbol of the Church of Satan, all deliberately, I'm sure, no doubt. Prince of Wales, on the incorporation document, you'll see the Hakluyt International Advisory Board, and then we'll go back to it and you'll see the connection to the Parkstone Golf Club in all of this, how that makes that link. Oh, page 40 down, page 40. Okay, so this is 40, the Hakluyt International Advisory Board. Okay. If you research the Hakluyt International Advisory Board, you can just type it in and have a look at it. It links to the intelligence agencies via the research. Now, if we go into the Hakluyt International Advisory Board, we go into the people record, Inch was the surname, wasn't it? And I think I've actually found a connecting to... We'll look at Inch. There we go. So you can see Field Marshal, so linking into the military. Searched him, actually. That will be quite relevant, I would have thought, to research him. So the Windsor leadership, so that's going to be linking into, obviously, connecting into the royal family again. But notice within the Thales Electronics here, I haven't looked at this for a while. Be interesting, actually. You've got, going back, we've got, where is it? You've got Durham, County Durham. Well, that makes the connection to the Archbishop of Canterbury. He used to work there. And I'm noticing lots of Durham connections in all of this. So it was incorporated in 1951, which appears to be the year that the Stone of Crone or Stone of Destiny went missing. Or, they've set it up that way, but the evidence is there to suggest it went missing. And that needs to be used for genuine coronations. And then 2 years later, the Queen was coronated. You can see the previous names there. Raquel Electronics Public Limited Company, and then Thales Electronics PLC. Now, I can't remember what's on the incorporation document. It might be quite relevant now with the new evidence I'm acquiring. So we'll just have a quick look. So this is linked supposedly into weapons companies. So it has Raquel Engineering. What's this one here? Raquel Engineering. Bradley Securities. Bradley Securities. Chaz Davey. Oh, it's Chaz and Dave. Okay, so Thales. Remember that. You've got the Thales connection to the Hakluyt International Advisory Board. Let me just see if I need to show you anything else. There's also connections from the Hakluyt International Advisory Board. Sir Brian Cubban had been a director for it from 1995 until 2006, which is when I moved to Dorset. Okay, and connects to Oxford and Cambridge Club Hostel Limited. Oxford is where the Maxwells were prominent. Where he had been a director from 2001, the date of the World Trade Center disaster, till 2005. This Oxford company connects to Ghislaine Maxwell via Farratt & Co. Farratt & Co. on its incorporation document. It's on its incorporation document. Anthony Eadie of Oxford and Cambridge Company connects to the Association of Governing Bodies of Independent Schools, where he was a director from 2006 until March 2012, leading up to the CERN experiment. This had featured at various times in the research and often connects to HMC, the Heads Conference connected to the Edge Foundation, funded by Jeffrey Epstein, as mentioned elsewhere. And that then links in with Siemens, the Nazi regime company, which links to my wife's friend that lives in Wimborne, where the Flemings live, and it's where we've linked Jeffrey Epstein Jimmy Savile to from the building. Also, it's where the founder of the World Wide Web was living. John Ibbs of the Oxford Cambridge Company connects to Lloyds Bank Group PLC, which is also on page 40 of the incorporation document of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Lloyds Banking Group PLC has a forged register and was incorporated in 1912 before changing its name for the first time in July 1991. 5 months after the Gulf War ended and before the Companies House Register became an electronic register and the Catholic Church became a legal entity. Ibbs also is a director for Lloyds Banking Group plc, which also has a register, and connections help support the money laundering scheme between the UK and the Russian government, because there's links in to the Russian government from here as well, which is mentioned earlier. Referring to the Hacklow International Advisory Board, Peter Holmes of that company, with an address of Wardour Castle, Salisbury, connects to Shell Petroleum Company Limited, which was incorporated in 1903 and having a forged register with Waterlow and Sons on its incorporation document. Holmes also connects to Shell Chemicals Limited, incorporated in 1928, changing its name for the first time in 1995, the same year that Hacklow International Company was incorporated, changing it again in December 1997, which is not long after Princess Diana's supposed death, and for the last time in January 2002, 4 months after the World Trade Center disaster, has a forged register and a forged incorporation document. Lord Peter Anthony Inge of the Hacklow Company connects to Thales Electronics Limited that we've just looked at. It was incorporated in 1951, 2 years before the coronation of the Queen, and it is a criminal organisation with a forged register. Inge, I have a look at that. I can't remember why I said that, but it must be, I would think. Inge also links to Thales Optronics Holdings Limited that connects to the case of Nicola Bulley via Dr. Eldris Ellis of the Lancashire Partnership Against Crime. Thales is a weapons company linking to the case of Nicola Bulley and the threat of directed energy, a collaborative interest between Russia and the UK, where the masses are being deceived that they are at risk of a conflict. According to the research in September 2023, Thales, BAE, Raytheon and Cobham were involved in creating a directed energy weapon, and they also connect quickly to the research of the cell towers and Jeffrey Epstein. It has to be considered that they panicked and the laser weapon was a cover for their plan using cell towers or something else. Now we've got to think of it as a deception. And the collider technology against creation. Raytheon links quickly to the research of Jeffrey Epstein and a member of the Rockefeller family, and also to the Lockerbie bombing, as mentioned elsewhere. So let's just look at this article. Okay, now this article, I've changed the date on the website. Is it this one? I think, yeah, I'll have to come back to that because I haven't prepared. But here you can see, according to the government's own website, in January 2024, under Sunak's government, and it was through the research of Sunak that I identified all of this. During a trial, now that could be deliberately put there for me, during the trial at the MOD's Hebrides range, the Dragonfire laser directed energy, LDEW, system achieved, now that would be a good Companies House search because they would have put something under that acronym, I'm almost certain. System achieved the UK's first high-power firing of a laser weapon against aerial targets. The range of Dragonfire is classified, but it's a line of sight weapon and can engage with any visible target. Think about it, right? Those of us that are thinking the threat of nuclear war is real. If they've been working on the control of all of information and formation of governments since the Reformation of the 16th century, do you think they would really set up a risk to the entire world and them as well in a risk of nuclear war now? Now, I've been thinking, obviously, until recently, and I still have to consider it could be a real threat. But now we've got all of this links into the Vatican and the Reformation and the deception and the deaths that aren't real and a lot of other stuff I'm finding. And let's just say that is, according to the research, that's what's happened. They've been forming the governments and controlling information from the 13th century. And we've now got the links to, which we'll look at, I hope, this evening, because it's getting late. I might just go on till late if necessary, because I think this is so important. The Greenland leader connected into this, okay, and the leader of Iran, all working in with this. So that tells us that the deception is vast. So we have to consider, why would they have even created nuclear weapons if back then they were working together and they were forming these leaders all over the world back then, and they clearly positioned them all over the world? Why would they put themselves at that threat and then set up this deception that it is that you know, there's a risk of a conflict? Anyway, getting back to the point I'm showing you here. So if we let's see, here we go, Leonardo. Now I did find a very important connection to Leonardo the other day, but what I want to look for is, which is not here, let me just search the page, it'd be a lot easier. Searching page, where is it? Finding page, Cobham. Yeah, they've removed it. Crafty. Well, I've got the screenshots from it. Now, where would that be? Okay. Hold on, let's make sure it's not. Unless it's in another article. Hold on. Go back to the... Yeah. So... Right, let me see if I can find it. So... They've... This, it looks like. I'm not going to say they have removed this, but this is the link I've put in. And I basically, from this link, got the different companies that were involved, including Cobham. Okay? Well, that's now not in that article. Okay? And I that they changed the date. Now, where have I got the screenshots? Hold on, let me think what I need to search for to find it. Nicola Bulley. The Nicola Bulley document. Okay. Let me just you for a second. I think it's in this document. This is one of my first documents, so it's really awfully done. Well, not, it was one of the earlier ones, put it that way. I think it's in here. But it might have actually been on a different website in their defense. Energy weapons. Or it might, no, it might be actually on the Sunak document, because that's where I found. So there's mention of it on here, but I don't think this is the article that confirms Cobham. And this is the Cobham link becomes important with what I'm showing you. Okay, so that's not there. That's how much money is going through BAE Systems. Unbelievable. Vast amounts of money. This was all in, you can do a search, I don't know if you know, but you can actually search the amounts being contracted through weapons companies. It's all a lie, everybody. You're talking trillions of pounds stolen from everybody. Look at that, 3 trillion, 3 billion? 3 billion? All through BAE and other defence contracts. Right, I'm going to go, let me just check in the other document. I'm just going to pause it for a minute. I think it's in this one. If not, then what I will do is just search on the internet and see if I can find a Cobham link. Because I just need to verify that so you can see that the Cobham is connected to Thales, basically. I will be able to connect it another way, but it will take me a bit of time probably to find that connection. I think it might be in here. I'm not sure. De La Rue. Yeah, because we've done the De La Rue connection yet, so I think Thales, Shell Petroleum, Thales, there we go. There's the Thales link. There we go, Dragonfire. Oh, it might be on a different article, actually. So we've got these articles here. Launch of laser directed. So there's Thales on the BAE Systems website. Global direct energy weapons market into 2028 featuring Raytheon Technologies, Thales, Leonardo and BAE Systems among other research companies. Where's the Cobham link then? Oh, there we go. Cobham. It might even be written again. During the lead consortium, Dragonfly, UK directed energy. Okay, so you can see it here. The directed energy weapons market is to grow by 19.16%. Look, notice from 2022. All right. So they wanted me to see, or they want it's real. Maybe it's real, but it was from 2022. They put this. They're basically they're saying that they're putting all of this money into it. So you've got Thales involved in it. Okay, Thales here mentioned at various research. If you look at it, you've got Thales there. There you go. Thales again. BAE Systems. Now BAE Systems links to Paul Condon. And remember, I said, if you go and type in Paul Condon and look his connection to the Association of Chief Police Officers of the United Kingdom, you will see that he was a director for BAE Systems Company. All right, and remember, it was, I believe, a relative of his, or they wanted me to believe it was a relative of his, that introduced me to Exbourne Manor. It was all staged. It was all staged. That BAE Systems Company that's linked to Paul Condon dissolved after I exposed it. It dissolved after I exposed it. So anyway, we've got this reference to Cobb linking in with these weapons, and that's because we've got the link to Thales. We can see it's linked to the Hackler International Advisory Board. Okay, now I can find better connections than that with a bit more research, but we've got it. We've got it. So then if we back into this, not into this, yeah, into this. Remember, we had the yacht company. Search for it again, find it. In fact, we're going to see it here somewhere. So Cobham Limited was incorporated in 1889 and has a registered address of Enterprise Close, Church in Dorset, a few miles from Exbourne Manor and where I was working in the police. But it was changed in 2025 as the exposure continued. The filing history shows that at one point it had an address in Wimborne, where the Flemings lived. Robin Clark of Cobham Limited connects to Society of British Aerospace Companies, a criminal company, and links via director Richard Hortin to my brother-in-law Richard Timms' family company, via Shelley Hamlets and Brian Everett of Defence Manufacturers Association. It also connects incredibly quickly to Ghislaine Maxwell via Terramar UK Limited. Now let's see if they've done anything to the Cobham link. Yep, so they've changed the address, as I said. So incorporated in 1889. So 100 years before CERN was, the World Wide Web for CERN. I don't think that's going to be a coincidence. You can see all the previous names. The last name change, according to this, was in January 2020, which is when, what's his name? Prince Harry went to America suddenly. 1994, prior, is when the year before the Hackler International Advisory Board was created. Now, if we go into let's have a look at filing history and see so you can see the address, unless they've got rid of it. No, it's still there. So as I'm exposing the fraud, 3rd of June 2025, they changed the address. Look at the address. Christchurch, Enterprise Close, Christchurch, Dorset. Right where I used to work in Christchurch. Just having a look if there's anything else of interest whilst we're here. What was I going to show you about? Let me get rid of these. Don't need that, don't need that. I'm obviously going to show you the Parkstone Yacht Club, but I just want to see if there's... Where did we get to on this? I've done the Mishcon Doraya, KPMG. We're in the Cully. Yeah, so... Let's have a quick look at the corporation. See what's... Might be something more relevant here. A lot of pages. It's an important company for them. You can tell when there's a lot of... there's going to be a lot of money going through this company. Obviously a weapons company. Well, supposedly. It's probably not even producing hardly any weapons. We're just being led to believe that it is. Remember, it's all deception. Everything that we're... This whole system is set up on fraud against everybody. That was not very... Can't read it very well. So that's Manitoba and Northwest Land Operations Limited in 1889. Northwest Land Corporations Limited. So that's actually registered legally, it looks like. To zoom in on it and find something different. So within here, I need to go back into this. Oh, it's gone again. Keeps shutting down. It's probably just can't. I don't think it can handle it. My phone sometimes. So I'm just going to pause you for a second. It's weird. Something weird's happening to my documents. It doesn't normally do this. It keeps coming up. I wonder if they're trying to do something to the other documents. It keeps saying some of the previous documents I've looked at are coming up and saying, do I want to save it or not? I'm worried they're trying to delete them through the app. Trouble is, it's not letting me open this unless I request something. Let me try it again. Unless I actually choose an option. Oh, now it's okay. So, Parkstone. Just waiting for it to load. Hope everyone's doing all right. I'm getting a bit tired. I don't know if the best thing is just to keep going. I don't know. I'm probably going to do some videos just showing it, which is harder for them to potentially stop it, I think, or restrict it. Because once I've got it, I can send it out to other people who can re-upload it, you see. Okay, so Colin Jones of Cobham Limited. Now I just want to see if there's... We'll just do that and then I can move on with the other research. Otherwise I'm just going to be... So we're within Cobham Limited. We've already seen the address in Christchurch linked to it. Jones. Colin Jones, Parkstone Yacht Club. Okay, so that now links straight to Jimmy Saville, the building that links to Exbourne Manor, links to all of this. So back to the research in the document. Latham, with a correspondence address of Ringwood, the town where my wife's auntie Michelle Down had been the manager for the NHS surgery, also connects to PC Turner Limited, where he had been appointed on the 19th of September 2011, the month before Saville's death, and resigned in 2017 after the Pizzagate scandal became exposed and Donald Trump had been positioned. I suspect the PC refers to police constable and is possibly why the name Turner had been crossed out on a previous we looked at earlier this evening. The company had been incorporated on the 8th of September 2011, which is not long, it was end of October, so not long before Jimmy Saville's death. Nature of business as wholesale of meat and meat products. It has Graham Latham Limited that I previously and an address of Oxfordshire on its. So we'll just go back to. Oh my goodness me. So this is within the Camilla company that we were looking at, or near to it. Camilla Cully Limited. Interesting, Cully. Culling? Cully? I don't know. Interesting to see what comes up with Camilla Cully as a search, but we know it's linking into the royal family links that's made. So set it up as another fake, story into this, but we know it's linking into the royal family. So Graham William Latham, we've done Latham, right? So let's go back to Camilla Company. Again. So you remember when we looked at the incorporation document for the building, you've also got racing yacht charters here. They'd crossed out the name Turner, but left the name Lacey's. Well, I suspect that's because of this. We have to consider that because this is PC Turner. There you go. PC Turner of Ringwood, Hampshire. Appointed 19th September 2011. Winchester, Hampshire. So let's keep going. A separate search for Graham William Latham shows several other records, with one connected to Dean Redhoff Restaurants Limited, where they were appointed on the 21st of October 2011. And bearing in mind, we've got the meat connection. 8 days before the apparent death of Jimmy Saville. The company was incorporated on March 9, 2009 and dissolved in March 2018 as Gordon Bowden is exposing his evidence. It's a criminal company having been incorporated with Jordan's Limited, same as Exbourne Manor Freehold Limited. And it has an address of Wimborne and Portland and Marina Osprey Quay, Portland, Dorset, on it as well. John Michael Dean connects this company, companies including MDL Marinas, which links quickly to the research of Robert Maxwell and police organisations, and also MDL Marinas makes the link to Deborah Fleming via my research. So that now links Deborah Fleming into this building where Jimmy Saville was living in my research. Making important connections shown elsewhere, including my wife's family, and the Octagon Isle of Wight Limited. It was incorporated in 2003 and has Leicester, Aldridge, Russell House, Oxford Road, Bournemouth, making important connections shown elsewhere, including to my wife's family and the closer links to Elizabeth Court. Octagon companies connect quickly to the research of Lucy Letby case, where she had been accused of murder of several babies at the Countess of Chester Hospital, which was in 2023 as well. Okay, as I was starting to expose all of this, I believe it was 2023 when that came to public light. And that links quickly to Moderna vaccine companies, incorporated several months before the COVID outbreak, supporting the evidence that it was a staged outbreak. So that's the research that I've done so far coming in from the building. You'll be pleased to know we're not... we've finished doing that for now. So Camilla, let's talk about Camilla herself. Camilla was born Camilla Rosemary Shand, very unusual. Later, Parker Bowles, in 1947. She's the Queen of the United Kingdom, supposedly. I suspect she's not. I suspect they're all fake. And 14 other Commonwealth realms as the wife of King Charles III. He's not the king. He's not the king. Camilla was raised in East Sussex and South Kensington in England and educated in England, Switzerland, very relevant, and France. She married British Army officer Andrew Parker Bowles. They divorced in 1995, which is obviously 2 years before Princess Diana died, and it's the same year that the Hackler International Advisory Board was created. Camilla and Charles were romantically involved periodically, both before and during each of their first marriages. Their relationship was highly publicised in the media and attracted worldwide scrutiny. In 2005, Camilla married Charles in Windsor Guildhall, which was followed by a televised Anglican blessing at St George's Chapel in Windsor Castle. A search for Camilla Rosemary Shand, company's house, through Google reveals a Rosemary Shand having been appointed to a GOS Food Limited in January 2012. This is leading up to the God particle supposedly being discovered by CERN. The company had been incorporated on the 28th of October 2011, the day before Jimmy Savile's apparent death. It's not going to be a coincidence, is it, everybody? It has an address in Edinburgh and connects straight to the fraud by Brighton Company Formations on its incorporation document. Colin Gray, born 1959, is shown in as the second director. Now, let me just go into this and show you this, because this becomes very interesting and very relevant. So here's GOS Food. Let me just show you her name in it, or the name that's there. Rosemary Shand happens to be the middle name of her. Links to Edinburgh. Okay, now Colin Gray, you can see there. Okay, now the company, where was it? Was incorporated the day before Jimmy Savile died. Now that's also my birthday that day. It then dissolved on the 15th of March 2013 after CERN discovered the Higgs boson of God particle the year afterwards. And if we look at the people records, so just to confirm, here is a Colin Gray, Highland, Scotland, Grand Town on Spey, lovely area near the Cairngorm National Park. I think it's in it actually. And he was appointed when the company was created and then resigned on the 25th of January. Now, if we go into this, a separate search for that name shows many records which feature throughout the research. One of these records is to Knoll Park Golf Club Limited, where they resigned in 2023 as the exposure escalated. The company was incorporated in 1924, and the incorporation document appears to have been possibly tampered with. So let me just show you this. We'll see where it leads. Colin Gray. Now, they're using variations and duplications of variations of records, but it's where it leads is where it becomes important. Now, notice Sevenoaks, Kent. This is where the area where my wife's grandfather was originally born. He was in the Freemasons and then became a Christian and moved to Dorset. All right, this is whose ring it is that I've got after he died in 2021, I believe, or 20. Also, Tunbridge is not far away, and that is where Princess Diana was educated, as well as Switzerland and Hampshire. If we look, it's got no previous name. On the filing history, the incorporation document appears to have been tampered with. I don't know why I put that, but I'll have a little look and hopefully it'll come to me. Oh yeah, so you can see most of it is legible, but the key bits appear to be illegible. Now that's very difficult for that to happen. Okay, you can see all of these bits here. Bits of it are very legible and clear, and then suddenly all of these bits, you can't see them. Now, they would have been key bits of information with company names on there. So it looks as though that's potentially been altered. David Lil Hop, of an address in Sevenoaks, Kent, not far from where Princess Diana was educated, resigned on the 31st of July, 1997, a month to the day before Princess Diana died, followed by the Church of Satan, the founder of the Church of Satan, within 2 months. Peter John Carpenter was appointed to Knoll Park Golf Club Limited in March 2001, leading up to the World Trade Center disaster, and resigned in 2003. So, in other words, either side of the World Trade Center disaster. They connect to the Royal Society for Blind Children that was incorporated in 1915. Its name was changed in May 2011, 3 months after the Christchurch earthquake, and again in 2017 after the Pizzagate scandal had been exposed and Donald Trump came in as the president. So let's just have a look at that. Peter John Carpenter. So we have a royal connection. A royal company, all right? So that's not going to be a coincidence. I doubt it. What was his name? Carpenter. Royal John Carpenter. Sorry, and what have I put? Royal. Oh, Peter John Carpenter. Oh, okay, yeah. The Royal Society for Blind Children. Now, if I was to go through the directors, I'm sure I'm going to find lots of royal connections at some point through here. And there you go. Look, it didn't take me long. So Home Start connects straight to my family's and to a Knights Templar building. Okay? Straight away. Look when they resigned from that company, March 2025. So I was exposing all of this. So this now links with my family, the MK Ultra program, and a Knights Templar location. So that is right. There's too much evidence. It's overwhelming evidence. Institute of Advanced Motorists Limited. Capita. Yeah, massive connections into the fraud. Capita. Gissings, that's interesting. I wonder if that's Sean Gissing. I'm not saying it is Sean. If you can, what is it, Sean? Your name? I can't remember. You wouldn't assist me in exposing Tommy Robinson. Scottish National Investment Bank PLC. Nordic Renewable. So we can fairly safely, or at least consider that is Camilla Parker Bowles, or linking into Camilla Parker Bowles via that research. You've got too many connections from it. Dunwolf Keys becomes relevant. Home Start, Knights Templar, which don't forget that from that Home Start, it then links back into the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales via the people that I grew up with. So this is almost guaranteed to actually be linked to Camilla Parker Bowles. Just having a look what else we got. Miss Macaroon. Just want to find another. If we can find another royal company, then it will just firm it up to be almost guaranteed. GB Rowing. British International Rowing Fund, the Royal Society, no, same one. We've got to remember there's over 5 million registered companies, and we've come straight from that almost identical name, Camilla. Certainly, 7 district conveyancers. Oh, is that a name that? Yeah, same one I've been in. National Council for Housing and Planning. Planning Aid Trust, National Council for Housing and Planning, Scottish Town Planning. RSBC Lotteries. SLB. Masonic. Here you go. We now have a connection to the Masons. Arrest them all. They're all criminals. Seems that way. Overwhelming. Shame on you. Kent Community Foundation. We've got another Home Start. So again, now that's linking in with Kent. So the Home Start connections are in Kent and other parts of the document as well. Now this also, I've seen this, connects into the Archbishop of Canterbury. I don't know if I'm going to find it because I can't remember which person. There's 50 to go through because I haven't got it in front of me, but I've definitely seen that in the research of the... I might just see a Canterbury Cathedral Company or something like that. It definitely does link in there somewhere. Shame on you. Shame on you. On what you were thinking you were doing. It's just unbelievable. Sackville. Knoll Academy. We had a Knoll connection earlier, didn't we? International. Anyway, I'm not going to go into that because I want to get on to the other subjects. Here's another link here. David Charles Green connects to Knoll Park Golf, the company that we're looking at. Oh, yeah. There you go. David Charles Green connects Knoll Park Golf Club Limited to Kent Law Society Services Limited that I'd already established, linked straight to main Freemason company, and to Jimmy Saville and major areas of the fraud as shown elsewhere in the document. And on that company, it's got a Sittingbourne address, which is right near where Emma Ayling lives, who's had a former name of Emma Lee, which is the wife of my friend that I grew up with, Daniel Ayling. Okay, and she used to live on the Isle of Wight, and she was born on the Isle of Wight. Another record for a Colin Gray with a correspondence address of the old post office, Saville Street, connects to Cramlington and District Sunday Football League Limited. It links immediately to key areas of the fraud and my family's by Clifford Wing of Reichman and Wing that we looked at earlier. Another record for a Colin Gray connects to 11 companies, including Tyne Theatre and Opera House Preservation Trust that was incorporated as Saturn Productions. Now, Saturnalia is important in all of this and how that links in with Rome. Remember, we got the infiltration of Rome. In 1999, before its name was changed for the first time in 2002 after the World Trade Center disaster, it connects immediately to the fraud by Ashcroft Cameron Companies on its incorporation document. And Alan Paul Rutland collects this company to Kingston upon Thames, Chamber of Commerce, and also Shakespeare Globe Trading Limited, with a Shakespeare Globe company connected to the research of the death of Daniel Morgan again. Okay, so we've already got connections coming in to the death of Daniel Morgan. We'll now another link into that as well. Berry Neil Specker connects the Tyne Theatre Company to Jewish and Chinese, that should say, companies, and an age company, with age companies making critical connections throughout the research. Now, there's also links into the oh my goodness, it's a long life. There's also suggestion that not only have we got these links to Jimmy Saville in Bournemouth, but Noel Edmonds apparently lived, and I'm still trying to find information to confirm this, so I'm not saying it's the case, lived in the same bit of Christchurch that I lived. Well, Noel Edmonds links into the deception around, and I'll show you because I've put it into the screenshots earlier, actually. I'm just going to pause the video for a minute. Now, I know we were going through these images, but I took some screenshots of it. Then they're not very good at all because I couldn't find, I don't know if they removed it. Okay, but I was led to believe that this was a genuine investigation. Okay, and you can see the article date just about at the bottom there, June 2022. And that is a month to the day before Anthony Roberts resigned from Expoor Manor Freehold Limited after I wanted to look at the bank documents. And you can see it says victims of one of the UK's biggest banking frauds to be offered £3 million compensation. HBOS, now part of the Lloyds Banking Group, was involved in major fraud at its Reading branch in early 2000. So here's Noel Edmonds, supposedly a victim of this. Okay, and guess who was involved in this? Trevor Meelan. So they set this up as a deception when they knew I was starting to uncover the international fraud, linking in with Lloyds Bank, which is on page 40 of the Royal Foundation of the Prince and Princess of Wales. Set up this whole article involving Noel Edmonds. Well, now I'm getting information that he may have actually lived in Christchurch. I'm trying to verify that. Here's Trevor Meelan. He was at The Hague, according to this. And he was trying to convince me that he's taking the Home Secretary to the European courts in relation to this fraud he was dealing with. Here's correspondence between myself and Trevor Meelan. Now, they've obviously removed my WhatsApp because they knew I was exposing evidence here. Okay, and here's him telling me that Operation Meadows, when they knew I was starting to uncover that it was fake, Operation Meadow Review was a false flag. So that whole thing regarding that article of Noel Edmonds was a deception. Leaked 33-page document. The idiot cop who oversaw it was DS Nicholas Johns. So he's trying to buy me into still believing him. The idiot returned my evidence, and the 33-page pre-final document was under my returned evidence. TVP asked for it back, and that copies be destroyed. I told Johns to do one and that he was a disgrace. I then dissected, and with the cases I knew, applied rebuttal with victims' prima facie evidence. I had notes of other victims' cases. So Trevor Meelan was became after this part of the rapid response team as part of the deception. I'm just thinking where else do we want to go? Here's some other information about Noel Edmonds that I previously secured. I just secured this, not very well, but Noel Edmonds links straight to the fraud. Okay, here's Noel Edmonds, 13 companies. One of the companies he's connected to is Unicorn Television Limited, which was created with the same companies, I believe, as Expoor Manor Freehold Limited. Now, my father-in-law, sorry, well, we're not really, because it's probably not even a real marriage, had directed me towards Trevor Meelan when he was part of the Transparency Task Force to lead me into me believing that he was taking the government or the Home Office to court. And what that would have done is damaged limitation in relation to the bigger international government fraud, which affects the entire world, and how it links in with what appears to be a fake royal family. It would have prevented me from looking into it any further had I believed what he was saying and gone with it. Very fortunately, I knew very early on that it wouldn't do anything, but I didn't quite know Trevor Meelan's involvement at that point. Now, where should we go with this now? Okay, Greenland's really important. How many people have we got on here? 107. It's not many. It's not really enough for me to be doing this. I don't know how many people on there are even going to be innocent. I'm just going to... There's several places I could move forward with this. The Greenland evidence is really critical, but I also want to get the evidence of the World Marshal Authority. Let me expose Bannerman quickly and the World Marshal Authority. So they put comments. Is it this one? Hold on. Okay, so put on my YouTube channel earlier today. Notice, I think it was today or yesterday. Notice the username at the top, at Honourable Lee Clegg. Now, Lee Clegg is supposed... Now, I can't believe they're this stupid, and I'm sorry to be insulting. I don't mean to be. They're either incredibly stupid or they're deliberately exposing themselves. It's going to be one of those two things, okay, with what I'm about to show you. So they've got this username, the Honourable Lee Clegg. And it says, this is Waterman. He claimed originally to work alone. When I questioned him later, in May 2024, he exposed himself to admit he has people working in the background. This is the interview that eventually highlighted his operational standards, which in actual fact compromised himself during the interview as it unfolded. So this is Lee Clegg supposedly, and in a minute I'm going to show you another screenshot, claiming he exposed me. Well, he didn't. So we know he didn't write this. Okay, we know Lee Clegg didn't write this. Okay, and yet here we go. We've got another message saying this is Honourable Lee Clegg. Well, it's not. It's Bannerman. It was Bannerman that did the interview with me, and it wasn't even it was a secret phone call that was recorded. I didn't even know they were recording it, but I cottoned on as the phone call went on, and I'm going to show you a video that I released prior to his video in a minute, because I think this is important to clear up. So here we are. So let me just so you understand this. So they've set up a username, put some comments under the proviso or the impression that it is the Honourable Lee Clegg. And they've even said here, this is Honourable Lee Clegg. You are lying. However, we know it's not because of they've put, I questioned you. I questioned him later in May. So we know this is actually, it seems, Bannerman. Now, either they are incredibly stupid, and again, I don't mean that insulting in any way, or they are deliberately exposing themselves. Because that now proves that Bannerman is a liar. Or I cannot believe a word, any of whatever Bannerman's doing, whatever he's saying, whatever any of the rapid response team are doing, it will be a deception against all of humanity. 100%. 100%. Now, I'm going to show you the video. Hopefully, it will allow me to do it, of the video that I released prior to him releasing his secret phone call. Now, I don't know if it's going to allow me to do this because I'm in YouTube. Okay, it does. Everyone, it's the 13th of February 2025. I hope you're doing really well. I'm Gary Waterman, a former UK police constable since 2022. I've uncovered verifiable, irrefutable, corroborative evidence of international government fraud, whereby our governments have been involved in the forgery of company registration systems and incorporation documents to create illegal entity companies. This gives them the ability to defraud the public through the victimize them in many ways, including deliberately facilitating crimes against humanity and particularly against children, the most innocent of all. This is a bit of an impromptu video, and I'm doing this because I was contacted earlier today by Bannerman. If you don't know who Bannerman is, he is somebody that documents on videos the work of the Rapid Response Team, who I've recently disclosed concerns and information and evidence of in relation to possible corruption linking into this fraud. And you can see here, this is showing my WhatsApp correspondence with Bannerman starting on the 12th of May 2024. And you can see I've been sending him most of my evidence. And there's no responses. That's the most important thing I'm trying to show here. No responses. Now, there's 2 ticks on all of these, which suggest they've been delivered. And I'm going to come to a particular point in a minute when we get to the London Law Agency evidence that I've sent to Bannerman. And you can see no responses to any of this, no messages, nothing to say, stop contacting me, nothing like that. Various documents being sent explaining the fraud, multiple opportunities to see it, videos that everyone's seen. And most people are now seeing this and saying, wow, this is absolutely incredible. This is going to change the world. Gary, your evidence is key to everything. And they're absolutely right. And it's not me, it's nothing special about me, but the evidence is absolutely critical for humanity moving forward. And further down, we have the London Law Agency. Here it is. So Bannerman was sent this information about the London Law Agency. And the reason I'm showing this is this came up in our conversation today. And not only did I send the screenshot, I explained the information in relation to that company. It's a very important company linking to the fraud. So let's get to the phone call, which for today. So you can see all of the evidence has been sent to Bannerman. And I'd also sent the evidence in relation to the rapid response to him here, which included the video links that everyone can see on my YouTube channel and an explanation through the multiple connections, and also the actual document, which means people can verify the information. And here was a voice call of him phoning me at 4:33 minutes, earlier today, 17:08 hours. There was a bit of a signal issue, so I had to call him back, and there was no answer, so I then left this voice. Sorry about that, the signal dropped out. Yeah, I mean, the ball really is in the court of rapid response, really. They really do need to focus on the fraud through the Companies House records, for the illegal bailiffs, illegal debt companies, illegal mortgage companies, illegal banks, illegal councils. It's very simple. So when they get a victim that is supposedly being targeted by organisations, they need to be exposed as criminal, fraudulent organisations. You know, you had the opportunity to highlight this in the interview, but you chose to focus on me instead of saying, let's focus on you, Gary, but also show us some of the evidence, let's expose some of this, let's have a look at it. You didn't do that. So the Rapid Response Team now have the opportunity to do the right thing. Of course, many people are going to say, well, they're only doing it now because they've been exposed. But that's not my problem. And they particularly need to do that now that they have even highlighted corruption within the Companies House records themselves, which Mikey P did after he knew I was going to expose him. So that's the situation. I've sent you a document, as you can see here. It's on the WhatsApp that you've just called me on. Have a look at that. There's videos explaining all of the evidence as you go through. There are very clear links through from Trevor Meelan to the fraudulent companies, to the article of the corrupt politicians, the Ham and High article. It's all there for everyone to see. It's up to people to do the right thing now, particularly when children, the most innocent of all, appear to be suffering as a result of all of this. We then had another 3-minute phone call and a 16-minute phone call. And during these phone calls, Bannerman focused on various things about me, okay? He didn't focus on the evidence. He didn't say, well, explain the evidence a little bit more to me or show me the information and evidence. I gave him, again, the opportunity to look at the London Law Agency and say, look, you'll see it. That's one very simple, quick example that you can go and look at. He then rushed off to have some food after that. But during the phone call, he also focused on elements of trying to criticise me. And he picked up on my ring that I wear in one of my videos, and we're going to come to that in a minute. Since that conversation, he's then this evening tried phoning me 3 times, as you can see here, and he sent me this message. just tried to call you regarding the video link and the PDF you sent me about 2 hours ago. I've watched the video and looked at the PDF. The PDF doesn't make any sense to me, and there is far too much information in the PDF to look at without references properly explaining the reasons why all that information is in the PDF you sent me. Now, that's because you need to look at the World Trade Center disaster document that you had months ago, which is in the public document file that you've been sent. And I've explained that people need to look at this document first, because I haven't had a chance to put an explanation within every single document, because it's been very dynamic evidence gathering as things have escalated. But it's there. It explains the fraud within that document, and then you can refer it back to the other documents. After watching the video, he says, link you sent me, I can't recognise the proof you claim to have that the claim links the 2 or 3 rapid response company names to any of the people you have mentioned claiming they are linked. After watching the video, it sounds like you are presenting information and allegations on screen, but the information is not making sense to prove this. Your videos sound very complicated in itself. Well, that's because you have to show the evidence and information. There's no point me just talking about it. You need to be able to verify and corroborate that information, and the people involved in it at the top need to realise it's over by that information and evidence being shown in its raw data as people verify it and corroborate it. Reading on, it says, and I'm struggling to see any links. Come on, Bannerman. But I do hear a lot of gaslighting from your own guesstimations. I can only imagine that any viewers of your videos are just believing that you're saying without investigating your allegations, and your information comes across complex and complicated without any viable evidence to link people to the companies on Companies House. In a nutshell, your videos will only appeal to people who don't like what people are doing when confronting bailiffs, police, locksmiths, banks, security, etc. If I'm missing something, yes, you are. You're compromised, quite clearly. The evidence is overwhelming and irrefutable. Most people that are verifying all of it, Bannerman, not just that document. You need to go and look at the World Trade Center one, which you had the opportunity to discuss, to look at, to verify, to corroborate, to see how it all connects in with this. It's overwhelming evidence. And of course, as I explained to you today, Bannerman, they are dissolving very important governments, companies in relation to this, including intelligence agency companies, but you're overlooking that. You're overlooking Mikey P's reaction to me trying to get him to cooperate so that I'm giving him the opportunity to do the right thing and assist in exposing this, and then becoming abusive, insulting, and targeting me. But that doesn't bother you, does it? You're still happy to support them. So my advice to you, Bannerman, and to the rapid response team is use the evidence in what you're claiming to do. Not you, you're documenting it, but the rapid response are claiming to do to assist victims of unlawful evictions. And you can see at the bottom, I've put, oh dear, Mark. So let's talk about this ring that Bannerman decided to focus on here. And this is a video that I've done requesting people to join a team to assist me in producing the evidence and exposing it. Notice Bannerman hasn't even hasn't even looked at the full evidence, despite having months to do so. And Bannerman tried to claim today that the only reason I'm doing this is because I'm collecting data and information on people. Okay, Bannerman. Who do I work for to do that? What government organisation do I work for? You couldn't answer. There isn't any, because I am exposing them all. And therefore, the only entity, if you like, that I can be working for is our creator, or our moral conscience, if you like, to do the right thing to ensure we can get back to truth, transparency and trust. But that doesn't seem to bother you, does it, Bannerman? So this video, I am wearing a ring, which I'm going to show you in a minute, on my right hand, and you'll watch this video and you can keep an eye on my Constable, hand. Since 2022, acquired irrefutable, verifiable and corroborative evidence of international government fraud that deliberately facilitates the most awful crimes against humanity, and in particular, the children, or so it seems. Now, we need more people to assist me in putting together evidence to expose this criminal organisation wide open to change the world forever. Now, as we're looking at this, it's obviously on the right, okay, the ring that we're talking about. And I'll just play a little bit more. Absolutely possible. But we need a collective contribution from other people to assist with this. I myself alone have been clearly positioned by our Creator. There is absolutely no doubt in my mind. Everything in my life has led up to this point. There are connections through. You'll notice a comment I made there as well, which some people have picked up on, possibly rightly so, where I said I alone have been positioned by our creator, or what I feel. I didn't word that very well, and what I meant was I appear to be the only one producing this information or evidence to the world. Nobody else is doing it, so I appear to have been chosen to present that evidence, but I didn't word that very well. My family, where I lived in Kent when I was a child and grew up. 2 organisations in Dorset where there was absolutely no link that I was aware of when I moved there independently by myself, with absolutely no connections down there. And that was during a transfer within. Now you can watch the rest of the video, but the point I'm trying to make with that is it's very difficult to see what that ring even is. Okay, very difficult indeed. Even if you were to pause it and look at it, it's very difficult to make it out. But Bannerman has focused in on that ring. Okay, so we have to consider, and bearing in mind I've made multiple links to my wife's family, okay, in this, that they have had a conversation with Bannerman about that ring to try and use it to undermine me. We're going to come to that in a little bit more in a minute, but it's very difficult to actually see what's on that ring. And the only people that know about this ring are, which I'll come to in a minute, is my, in a bit more detail, my wife's nan, okay, my wife, and a couple of people within my wife's family. Okay, I haven't publicly exposed anything about this ring, not because I'm hiding anything, but because there's no need to. This is the ring that Bannerman was referring to. Hopefully you can see that. And I've worn this for quite a long time now, since my wife's granddad, Barry Windsor, passed away. And Barry meant a lot to me. He is one of the reasons, in fact, that I turned towards Christianity. And I say that loosely because since then, the deception that I've found out about is huge, potentially in relation to our history, because of the corruption behind the system. And one example is I've recently found out that JP Morgan appears to have been involved in the archaeology of Stonehenge, but also the Egyptian pyramids. And they've also got a company that relates to Stonehenge. Now, those of you who aren't aware, the Fleming family, who called the meeting to remove me as a director from the company after I was refusing to file forged bank documents appearing to be produced by the bank, are linked to JP Morgan, who are a very important company in relation to all of this and the international fraud. So Barry meant a lot to me, and although I'd known Barry was a Freemason because he told me, he was also part of the church network for a church called, the church was actually Christchurch in Westbourne, which is near Bournemouth in Dorset, where this all started, and that is part of the Wessex Partnership, which then links in to the Fleming family, okay, via Deborah Fleming. So to be honest with you, I don't really care what the history of this ring is, okay? His surname was Windsor, my surname is Waterman. It means a lot to me because I cared a lot about him, okay? Whether he was a Freemason or not, I still cared about him. So that is all that matters to me, and that is why I wear this ring. I have nothing to hide. There's been no concealment of this ring. I have absolutely no known affiliation with the Freemasons. I've never been a Freemason, never been asked to be, thank goodness, because now I know what they're really involved in. And they are, without a shadow of a doubt, connected massively through to this international government fraud that deliberately facilitates crimes against humanity and crimes against children. Now, why would I want to be part of that? And why would I even be exposing it if I was part of it? Okay, I'm not, clearly. So if that is how people are going to try and target me, then it's pathetic, absolutely pathetic. Hopefully that clears that up a little bit. But I'm going to carry on wearing this. I had no problem with continuing wearing this, and I've nothing to hide because Barry meant a lot to me. All right? Let's have a look at a few comments that have been sent to me recently and personally sent to me, but also on my videos. This was one from Mikey P, who is part of the Rapid Response Team, and he's put, "Hey, Princess, the 999 on your TT handle there is really 666, you little lodge daddy bitch." Now, these people cannot help themselves but have abusive insulting comments. It's all the way through. Anyone that's involved in this, that's what they're directing at me. There's no need for it. It's child's play, isn't it? It's like being a child again, and there's no need for it. But you can see here they're trying to use anything they can, and this shows how desperate they are to try and undermine my evidence. It's overwhelming. Remember, all government organisations are refusing to even comment on it. All UK police forces, 650 members of parliament are refusing to even respond, other than say, Gary, please stop mentioning somebody. Okay, so this is very important. And whilst we're on this subject, I have an email address which has 999 in it as well. It's got 999 on my TikTok account. I was in the police, for my goodness sake, you know. Of course, I'm going to use 999 potentially in my email addresses, etc. Now, I'm not going to go into keep going into this, but you get the idea. What I'm going to do, whilst we're on the subject, I'm going to show you the video of Lisa's granddad, because I don't know how many people have seen it, and I think it's becoming relevant. And then what we'll do is we will then look at the now what they've done by implicating themselves in this again, Bannerman, is they've now affiliated themselves to the death, the research of the death of Daniel Morgan. Okay, which is, we're going to be looking at the connections back into the World Martial Authority from that in a moment. But I'm just going to show you this. Let me put my video on. I'm going to show you this video of Barry, just so you get an idea of who the man is that we're talking about here. Straight away it comes up. There's Bannerman. He needs to be arrested by the people, right, for conspiring to allow international fraud to continue. Specifically, now we've got this evidence because it now links to the death of Daniel Morgan, okay, via all of this as well. And the death of Daniel Morgan connects to serial killers. And we have to assume that it's all real at the moment because they've been telling us they are. Okay, so we've now got multiple deaths, serial killers, shooting, Dunblane massacre, the Las Vegas shooting, terrorist incidents, all of the terrorist incidents now linked to this. All right, these people, in my opinion, need to be arrested for conspiring to allow all of these crimes against humanity to continue. All right, we cannot keep living under this criminal network and this deception. So this is, I believe this is Bannerman from a video. Everyone take good note of this. Okay, he's now implicating himself even more in it, and he's now linking into the World Martial Authority, which links into the research, and we're gonna show that later. And let me just get to the video and ask yourself, why wouldn't the man expose this fraud? Why wouldn't you? It's blatantly obvious, isn't it? Now, it could be, like I've said, they're deliberately exposing themselves. Like I said, either that or they're very silly with what they're doing. And again, I don't mean that offensively. Obviously, they will take that offensively, but I don't mean it that way. Before moving back to Exbourne Manor. Here we go. So before moving back to Exbourne Manor, we lived with my wife's grandfather, Barry Windsor, and his wife, Shirley, in Bournemouth. They were members of the Christchurch Westbourne church that I later established was connected to Deborah Fleming by the Wessex Partnership, and that Barry had been a Freemason in Kent. He appeared reluctant to talk about this with me, but later did an interview with the church where he spoke about his life. I attended the church a few times with them and became close to Barry and Shirley, who seemed to help me be more spiritually motivated. In March 2017, the year after the Pizzagate scandal, Barry was interviewed in his Christchurch Westbourne, Bournemouth, that connects to Deborah Fleming. Yep. In the interview, Barry discussed his life where he was born in Kent. I'll just show it to you rather than...
Incredibly nervous this afternoon. I'm not sure why. So shall we just give him a very warm, sort of consoling...
How do I make it bigger? Sorry.
Welcome. Nice to see you, Barry. Well, now, Barry, I think most people here do know you and have come to hear you. So I'd just like to be a little bit nosy, if I can, and ask you a few questions. First of all, do you mind me asking how old you are?
82 tomorrow.
Really? Congratulations. Well done. Well, I'm going to mention a little later on the bookstall, so you could all buy him a book for his birthday. But you've had lots of birthdays before, so okay.
And a few, yeah.
You've had a few. And were you born in this, raised up in this sort of area or not?
I was born in Kent and moved
Right.
to Bournemouth in 1944.
No, that's a long time before I was born, but you've been
Yeah,
here.
well, I'm sure it is, yes.
Yes, okay. And as a little lad, was it always your desire to become a doctor?
Oh, no. I made a real mess of my A-levels at school because I was more interested in sport than I was in studying. So I had to come down to Bournemouth with my tail between my legs at the age of 18, and we were welcomed by a wet sock hanging out of the window upstairs by my parents, saying thank you very much for doing so badly. And then fortunately, my mother suggested that I went to see the pharmacist in Boots in Bournemouth. There was a lovely old guy, and he sat me down. He said, I think, Minzer, you ought to go and do medicine, which I did. And fortunately enough, the Middlesex Hospital, as it was then, agreed to take this boy on.
So it's
and there are so many. It's difficult to recount. I mean, I always try to let the patients leave the surgery with a smile on their face if I possibly
Thanks for that, Vanessa. Someone said there's no sound.
Relative or something.
I can't even see the comments.
I tried to encourage people to leave
The
them with a
annoying thing
smile.
about this, I don't know how
I had one guy who was terrified. He used to come and sit in my surgery.
I don't know how long that's been for.
He came and sat
Thank you,
down,
Vanessa. I can't get the comments up on here. It's not even coming when I
across my desk,
try and activate them.
So he said, "Thank you, doctor," as he lit up his cigarette. And he thought that was absolutely fantastic.
Really?
So we both had a cigarette together. And I mean, it's terribly non-PC.
What I'm going to do...
I apologise.
Bear with me.
Yeah, all right. And be honest with us. Were there some, some patients where...
Hopefully you can hear me. I don't know now. Vanessa, can you just send me a message to confirm you can hear me now? Because I can't see the messages on here. Please. Hopefully you can. Just send me a message if you can, Vanessa, just to confirm you can hear me speaking. I'm okay, I don't know if people can hear me. I'm going to switch to a normal live, okay? I don't know if people were able to hear that. So I'm going to come off of this live and do